Good morning, guys. Good morning, gang. Video is already paused. Hold on one second. 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 All right, there we go. One last thing. If you guys could, let me know you're here. Hit that like button. Subscribe. As you can see in the comment section, one good trade today. All right, one good trade. That's all I'm focused on. Don't try to get overwhelmed. Just wait for your setup. If you don't see anything, don't rush to judge. All right, don't rush to judge. What do I mean? Don't rush into the trade thinking that it's going to do something and give you exactly what you know it's not going to give you, if you know what I'm saying. Right? Sorry for being a little bit behind today. My alarm did not go off. I mean, it went off, but there was no sound. So I got some really good sleep last night. I'm ready to take on today. So let's start off with the news. Where treasuries? Where the dollar? Where is the dollar? Let me see if I can turn the camera. Nope, it's off. Camera's off. Let me see here. I'm going to turn it on, and we'll see what happens with it. I'm just going to leave it like this. Here, let's see here. Activate it. We'll see what happens. Let me throw a hat on and a hoodie.
He's in that camp, then put me in. I didn't know that he was there.
Would you be shocked if there were no rate cuts this year? And if so, what would that mean for the
That
markets
would
and M&A?
surprise me. So the rate cut is a signal.
You know what? I'm just going to leave it off because I didn't wash my face or anything. I just don't feel like having it on this morning because I just want to get right to work. So I'm not even going to do that. All right. Sorry about all that. If you guys have plays, please post them below. I want to thank all of you guys who have subscribed. Yesterday and last night, I thought long and hard about like how can I improve everything, and I really want to focus on working on that. Sometimes I get exhausted. You know, I also got to try and come up with ideas, and you know, sometimes I think it's just me, myself, and I. Like there is no team. I don't have moderators. I don't have anything, and it's okay. I'm not it's all good. I want to be able to help everyone make money because I know we can. Every single call that we've made this week has came to fruition. We've caught them. You know, it's not like we haven't put our money where our mouth is because we have. I had an okay day yesterday. It wasn't crazy. It wasn't anything to be to post online and say, look at me. I told myself I got short in the morning. Okay, I got 444 puts on the Qs, and then I noticed that they just weren't paying, and we were setting up this bull flag setup yesterday, and then I took it off. Right, I took it off. I said, look, and I want you guys to do this as well. For anybody that's here, I mean, I urge you guys to do some of the things that I say. I want to hurry up with this. I don't want it to be long. So look yesterday, right? Here's a 5-minute chart. Yesterday I was using a 3-minute chart. All right. So if I look here, okay, what's going on here? Where are my sellers? Where are my sellers at? Right? Where are my sellers? My sellers are up here at 446. So as we got this breakdown, literally, this was me right here in that candle, right there, getting out of my trade because I got the support level that I noticed at 445 yesterday. I'll have to probably go to a 15-minute chart. All right. Point being, I said, look, I think the way that this market is moving, we're going to go take another shot to the, even if I could have gotten VWAP. That was the second plan. The second plan was VWAP. Because you see here, you see how we did not test yesterday? You see how you did not run back up to test that level? Or this bear flag here? right? You did not go back up to test it. You did not test it. So I said, okay, that's fine. We'll have VWAP by the time we, you can see with these candles, we're moving slow. Look at the volume, very low. Well, I said, okay, cool. We'll hit this level. We'll try to work back. We'll get the confirmation on whether or not we hit VWAP yesterday, right? It was hit this level. Okay, we bounce higher. Are we going to start to reject VWAP? Will that bring in more volume? Are the sellers that are at 446 going to step down? Well, no, they didn't. This here told you, and I mentioned it yesterday. Okay, I literally walked outside yesterday right here. And I told myself, I said, right here, this is where I want to be a seller at high a day. In my mind, hey, I think we might get another shot or another shot at VWAP. VWAP meeting right here at that bear flag would have been my first thought to see what do we do there. And I mentioned this yesterday. Look, we didn't do nothing. It didn't reject it at all. Bang, just cut right through it because the sellers are up at 446. And, I walked outside. Right, it was like right here, like 1 o'clock, 1:30, 12:30, right? I walked outside, and it just kind of began, and you don't know that this is kind of coming. I mean, you can see every time you left this level at 444, bang, right here to here, 444. What is that? 445, bang, 438, right? And you just sliced through that level. You just sliced right through it. So, it is what it is. It's really hard when you see something cranking down like that. And yesterday when we came in with the gap up, I said, this could be a big downside move if we get it. Because we were up, I don't know, 0.3, like we were up 0.5% from the prior day's close. So I just wanted to talk about that a little bit until, I had UVXY puts. I had UVXY calls, and I had QQQ puts, which I did profit from. I just didn't profit from that move. I didn't profit from that move. So, when we notice that we come up into a resistance and you gap up, like, this is a 1, if that's correct, So, this is about 1% gap up from the high. So whenever I looked at it, we were at like 0.6, 0.3, all right. Whether it was from the SPY, I can't remember. But when I looked at it, when you get these gap ups, I said, hey, this could be a really nice downside. All right. So we're obviously going to wait for the data. All right. But we do have news that we can already talk about. All right. I wanted to clean these charts up, but I took a little break yesterday, and I went and drove out to the store and really thought about what it is that I want to do with the stream. How do I get it better and all that fun stuff. So today, one good trade. All right. Yesterday, I wanted to be long Tesla pre-market. We wrote it down and we talked about it. 174 on Tesla. It gave you more than that, and I don't know why I didn't take it. I think also I did not take it because I had my guy on Twitter talking about how he says that it doesn't, that he believes that it's not going to hold. I don't know how to find his name on here. Oh God. Okay. Anyway, he said that he didn't believe that it would get there, blah, 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 blah. And I think that kind of played with my mind. So today, one good trade. I'm not going to worry about what anyone else says, thinks, feels. I'm going to just trade my plan. All right? The S&Ps, we're still just sitting here. I want you guys to know that we have this 4-hour chart without pre-market. Still could have a little bit of downside, but I'm not sure if we will. We're going to find out right here. This is the level you need to regain, 514. Okay, so if you want, write it down, 514. This is going to be your level. You kind of already made it support. All right, 514. That's going to be a major level. Now, here's what we got to think. This blue box here, that's Fed day. The bottom of this box is the low of Fed day. Okay, this is the low of Fed day at 515. So we're below Powell's meeting. We're below Fed day. This is a nice break. Bang. Do we reject it? Okay. Hello, 508. Possibly. You know, I don't think we do all that today. It's Friday. It's hard to say. You know, you have non-farm payrolls and unemployment report. If it comes in real good, you know, which I think it'll come in good as in you'll see a softening in the labor market, me personally. I think we'll see our first softening in the labor market. I'm going to, you know, just say maybe like a 4 handle for, is expected 3.9. I expect a 4 handle for the economic, for unemployment rate, if not 4.1. I don't know if we'll see 4.1, but I will say I don't see why we can't see a 4 handle there, like showing an increase. And then non-farm payroll, you know, expected 200,000. I said yesterday maybe 235, 240. It's hard to say, man. It may even be less than 200. But you know, these are just my thoughts, right? I'm just going to estimate what I think it'll be, and then it comes out to be what it is. It is what it is, right? And we trade off of it. So we do have some Fed speakers today. You have government payroll at 8:30 as well. Non-farm payroll, private, U.S. unemployment rate, or U6. And then Barkin comes back on at 9:15. Baker Hughes rig count, the usual, and Bowman. You know, listen, they keep talking about these rates, guys. I'm telling you guys right now, if the Fed waits until there's a problem, they've done too much. You might as well consider it a recession. They keep talking like this just so people won't lift asset prices up. That's the whole reason. Because if, like, companies, their market cap is an asset price. The company is an asset. That price goes higher. Assets are going higher. We already have cocoa, oil, energy, and stuff like that. But so let's go into the news real quick. It's 8:20. We got 10 minutes. I'll let you guys know right off the bat. Apple, Netflix, AMD. So Apple rose 0.5%, and we'll cover this. We'll get the levels for it. After the iPhone maker announced it is laying off more than 600 workers. Here we go. Finally, the big tech, the big boys, not just Meta, right? So they're laying off. That's going to save them money. 600 workers in California for its first major job loss since the pandemic. Netflix rose 1% because I think this got an upgrade, lifted its 12-month price target to a street high. All right, keeping a buy rating, cited solid momentum. So that's off of an upgrade. J&J rose 0.4% after the drug giant announced it will buy medical device maker Shockwave Medical. All right, Schwab, SWAV, is up 1.7% in a $12.5 billion deal. Now, I'm wondering how Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, how they all react over this bird flu news. That's a play there, guys. If you guys do your research, look in to see if there's any bird flu companies, whether it's biotechs or whatever, that you know, kind of do business in that, you know, have medicines for those kind of things, whether it's for animals or humans, okay? Western Digital rose 2.6%. Rosenbelt upgrade the stance on the data storage company to a buy from a neutral. All right, it's not giving us the actual price target here, but whatever. HubSpot, I'm not worried about that unless you guys are. It rose 1.3%. Google owner Alphabet has been talking to its advisors about possibility of making an all for online marketing software company with the market value of $35 billion. AMD stock rose 1.5% with the chip maker rebounding from an overall 8% fall on Thursday. I noticed that. I should have taken that trade yesterday. AMD was right at resistance of the consolidation range. Stock rose. Teladoc rose 0.4%, bouncing off an 8-year low. Telehealth provider said its long-time chief executive Jason blah 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 is leaving the company effective immediately. Okay, so that is that. So that's your you know, your bigger gainers where you could see some liquidity. We had some semiconductors yesterday. Plug Power receives investment bank analyst rating upgrade. So you are starting to see, I was telling you guys about some of these solar names. They may start to creep back into play. You know, let's see. So you have NVIDIA, Humana, MSTR, SMCI, and we noticed, so let's talk about the markets, okay? So I gave you guys the levels for the SPY, right? The S&Ps, we're going to watch this Fed low, that 515, all right? And then we'll watch 516, or the Fed day high. Really, your major resistance levels up there at the 20-day moving average, on your daily chart. Okay, so 514. Now I'm going to write these down too. Yesterday's close and yesterday's low. All right, that's to the downside. Do we break it? Do we pull back to it? Hang out there? It may make a little bit more sense if I put you guys on this where we can see everything. I know there's a ton of lines, guys. It's pretty much every single little freaking level. I got to change that. So you can see 515 right now is becoming resistance. That's the Fed day low, guys. All right, it's not a coincidence. So if we come in with a gap down, if we are coming in with the gap down, what would you expect your indicators to do? Let's just use the SPY as an example. Or if we come in with a gap up. If we were to come in with a gap up, whether it's the 15-minute, 1 minute, 3 minute, okay, VWAP is going to open up where we are. Let me just throw up a 5 minute, might be easier. See, I should use the cues because, let me use the cues because you guys, there's too many lines. You guys can't see what's going on here. And I'll give you guys the levels there. And we'll go back over after the data comes out. That's why I haven't really, you know, I'm just watching the Fed day. All right, so if I know we come in, where are we at right now? We're at 437. So we're back above the 50-day. All right, we're back above the 50-day moving average. I gotta save these. My computer must have shut off last night. So we pull right into the 50-day. Do we see buyers step in? That's the first question. Do we see buyers step in? And if we could, please hit that like button. I'm just trying to get to 20 likes today. That would be awesome. Second, do we see buyers come in? And where are our indicators? For instance, this 9 EMA closed like pretty damn low. Excuse my language. All right, look at the 15-minute chart. Okay, use your 15-minute charts as well. This indicator is going to open up down here at like 438 or so. Okay, on the 15-minute chart. I should use a bigger one. So if we're gonna hold this 50-day, okay, if we hold the 50-day on the Qs down at the bottom left, we should look for a bounce into it. And do we reject it? And do we reject at a resistance level? Well, look here. Support. Prior support. We broke it yesterday at 438.20. Okay. Let's keep going. Oh, look. Support, 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 support. When broken, guess what we got right there? That is what we call a sell trigger, guys. That is what we call a sell trigger. All right. Start trying to use it if you'd like. Try it out. Don't just assume that, oh, it's going to work every single time. You have to understand the news behind what the stock is that you're trading. Make sure there's no upgrade or downgrade from a major company. You may be trying to trade NVIDIA, AMD or something, and let's just say semiconductors are all going up, but the stock you're trading has a nice bounce. You try to get long because you think, you know, oh, we're at support, this, that, the third. Oh, but you didn't see the downgrade from a major analyst. Is respected on the street. All right. And you're like, oh, damn, why did this go down? What's the news? Was there news? So just make sure you do your due diligence. So anyway, if we have this 9 EMA meeting us on the 15-minute chart with prior support and resistance, this is going to be 438. It's going to be a sell trigger for me. What else can we do? So I see that we're oversold. Okay. We're oversold for the most part. If we're oversold, then where am I going to look to be a buyer? We'll look to see if 434 holds. We have volume for the most, kinda. You have some okay volume. But with the volume we had yesterday, if that shows itself back up, 434. Sorry, I said 438. Yeah, 434. And you have this small little gap down resistance. Yeah, 435, 434. It's like you can see here, it's obviously an area. Okay, it's an area. Do we bring buyers? Do buyers step back in at that level? And then can we break back above the 9 EMA on the 5 minute, 3 minute, right? 1 minute. And you'll notice you'll see off the bell, maybe we pop up. That's your rejection point, and then it sells off, right? So 434. Okay. And if 434 cannot hold, then we'll look to see if we can, if we try to go back above, we'll try to break that 9 EMA. Then we'll look for that 9 EMA to be an entry level on a buy trigger, because we're at support, you know. You can use both. Now look at the 15-minute, and if we open up, what else is going to happen? That's what I forgot to tell you guys. If we open up, let's say we open up with a gap up, what's going to happen? You're going to have your RSI and everything else up high. So you're going to look for, at the bell, the sell-off, and if we're above the 9 EMA on the 15-minute chart, look for the pullback into it to buy it as, make it support at this prior support level. 438's already shown you that it's been support. We have the 9 EMA there. You have yesterday's close and that gap there. So either yesterday's close and or 438 level, which it's already made the 50-day. We're going to see if we can't make that support. All right? So these are just a few, these are just a little bit of the things that I use to help give me a buy and sell trigger, guys. Oh shit. So we are 1 minute away, guys. So let's see what we got. Let me put the Qs back on the chart. All right, so the whatchamacallit will let us know. I got the volume up, so it might be a little loud. Okay. All right, so I hope you guys, you know, I would like to go further into depth with that because there's more to that. You guys, you know, this can help set you up for one good trade. That's my goal today, one good trade. 20 likes and one good trade. Right after this, we're going to go through some names like Tesla, AMD, whatever. You guys throw some tickers in the chat for me if you could, so what you guys want to cover. Non-farm is 303. Unemployment rate was even lower, 3.8. That's not a good sign. We're going lower. The market should probably be pulling back. Non-farm payrolls, 303. What'd I say? 330. All right, and we've already made the trade. So you can see it's still trying to hold the 50 days. All right, look here. Average hourly earnings went down. Well, no. Well, they came in as expected, but they did go down. So that's kind of a good sign. That's less currency moving around the system. All right, that should help with velocity. Average hourly earnings month over month, 0.3 went up month over month, but very little. I would say that that's unchanged, even though it's not. Unemployment rate, though, went down 3.8. And I guess you're going to have Biden come out and talk about how how good of a job that it is that they're doing, that they're just throwing money at this whole possible recession, no recession thing. Second, oh my gosh. Hopefully some people got that. I just went over that lesson. I'm going to go ahead, guys. If anybody's here, you guys let me know. If not, I'm going to go through and get my watch list together. I just went through that whole lesson, and I doubt anybody's seen that. And that's okay. For anybody that goes back and watches it. All right.
62.7. That is a nice jump. We were at 62.5 last month, and 62.6 was expected. So these numbers are definitely stronger than expected, and one would expect rates to be higher, and indeed they are. 470.
All right, so I don't expect anything to change with the. Now, remember, we've had storms and such. We have storms and stuff that came. So the labor market should soften. Like, people are laying off. It's coming, guys. The market just needs to give it time. And look, listen, he just said it. He said everyone was looking, people were looking for it to rise, and it didn't. I mean, it did kind of lower. It shouldn't. I think it should have been unchanged, but that's just me.
GCT semiconductor shares pulling back now $10.
Now 470, so we're up about 5 basis points in a 2-year, and the 10-year.
All right, so
was
the
right around
IWM is
432,
pulling back here.
Before the number, it's now
One good trade today.
437, so it's up 5. And I can't stress enough, any yield close in 10s above 433 on a weekly basis should keep momentum to the downside in price and the upside in yield. And many were looking for the unemployment rate to move higher than that 3.9. The fact that it backed up a bit is very important. And there's been much written about the number of weekend days in February versus March. A lot of issues there, but all in all, it certainly does seem
IWM
like the numbers are better than expected.
202
and,
breaks.
in my opinion, probably make the
Gotta
Fed's
watch
decision
for that
much more complicated.
break of the
Becky, back to you.
50-day.
Yeah, in your opinion, and it looks like in the market's
I would look
opinion,
for that
too, the 10-year's now at 439,
support there,
so
too,
that's
at
an
like
increase of about 6
199,
basis
50,
points from where we,
200.
started when we got this number just 3 minutes ago. Rick, stay right there. Let's bring in the rest of our jobs panel on this for some instant reaction. Steve, let's start with you. Dig through the numbers. Tell us where those jobs actually were occurring. 303,000 versus the 200,000 that was the estimate.
Okay, so I was just able to calculate on the fly, did not double check my numbers, but I had a calculator here. 68% of the jobs coming from 3 sectors, if I'm not mistaken here.
Okay.
You can guess what they are, Becky.
All right, so what we say? Watch 514. That's a major level there.
Maybe leisure.
Leisure
Major
hospitality,
level.
that's
Now we
49.
still got to get through the low of Fed Day.
Government.
Government's
Right, the
71.
Fed day low.
That's
We
2 for
gotta
2.
get through it.
I'm going to call you a winner because you
Gotta
got
get
2 out
through
of
it.
3.
Yeah,
which
tell me,
ain't-
what's the
Which
third?
ain't bad, according to some song. And it
No, I'm
is
not going to get the third.
education and health services. Right. Those have been the 3. 68%, 203,000, I think, or 200 something thousand came from those 3 sectors. I'm not seeing a lot of strength outside of those 3 sectors here. This is the test right now, folks. You are being tested in the market of this theory that the headline number doesn't matter as much as the inflationary indicators inside. Now, the payroll was a little bit hot. The reason why the year over year comes down is you have some bigger numbers dropping out of the calculation from prior. There were 0.4, 0.5s in the rear view mirror. Those are dropping out. And you replace it with a 0.35, I think, if I'm not mistaken, was a little on the high side, but still your year over year comes down. But the big story of the day may be the participation.
All right, so
Technically, theoretically,
Again,
as
I'm just gonna
long
get
as the
some of my
labor
stuff
force
ready
is
this
increasing
morning.
in size, and you have
So if you guys have
bodies to fill
questions, just
jobs without
put them down
creating
below. If you
stress
could, leave us
and
a
needing to
like.
bid up wages quite so
If you
much,
haven't
that
subscribed,
is
we're
not
trying to get
an
to 1,000
inflationary
subscribers.
development. It's okay.
It'll take
to
a little
put
time, but
as
we're gonna
many
get there, and we
people
are
to
doing a
work
giveaway
as
once
wanna
we get
come to
there.
work
I think
at
we
a
should get there
wage
pretty
that is
quickly. I
not
think we
greater
can.
than the sum of, as we talked
All
about
right,
in the
I think
last
we
hour,
can.
inflation plus productivity.
So
I'll leave it there
yesterday,
because there may be people on
AMD came right back
disagree
down
with
into
Just
that
to dig
support.
into that a little bit.
All right, listen. I mean, I got to be honest. You get this 100-day moving average up here, 164, 165. I would start nibbling. I mean, I think AMD is a little bit expensive. You just got to accept the fact that if you did not buy down at 60 bucks, you know, if you didn't buy back down there at $60, you have the 50-day working here on the weekly chart as well at 130. So that could also be a potential buy zone at 130 for AMD. I really wish we could get another opportunity at $59, $60.
Came out from other places that they were saving from maybe money they weren't spending because they weren't traveling.
Or what if you can work from home and do 2 jobs from home now that you could only do 1 before because you were spending time commuting? Or what if you were on the sidelines? What if
Moonlighting writ large.
Well,
Okay.
no. What if you were on the sidelines as a retiree and somebody said, you know
That's
what?
what I mean. If you get
I'll give
lured
you
back
$40
in.
to come back to
Yeah, if
work,
you
and
get
before
lured
that
back
it
in
wasn't
because of
worth
good
it.
jobs.
And then there's the other side of this thing. So there's no way to know is it one or the other. One thing I could look at is what the participation rate is of seniors or older folks.
That's what
Are
I'd be
they coming
interested
back
in.
into the
Okay,
workforce?
just stop trying to
More
figure
than
it out
just
because
waiting to
it's
get
just
back
a
to
little
the
bit of
pandemic level.
time when
We
things
have
will
exceeded
soften.
the pandemic level.
We're
We
already
brought
seeing it.
more people back
Yeah,
into
It
the
will.
workforce.
Hold on a
It
minute,
was a little
folks.
this
Do it
month
excited,
was
though.
a
We had
little.
Very
three
excited,
readings-
Rick. Don't
three
tell me not to
readings
be
last
excited.
year that were
Right.
62.8.
Exactly.
Three readings last
He's-
year at 62.8. We had it in November.
Steve
we
Leisman's
had it
being a
in
goofball.
September. We had it in August of last year. So even though it's important and it's jumped from 62.5,
Okay,
it's not like we
so-
haven't been there and done that. Rather,
Yeah, and we're still below. You're
All
right,
right,
Rick. Rick, I can see that point. We're still about a half a point below where we were, although I got to look at the prime age number, which I'll look at in a second, but that I think had already exceeded it. But we have this issue of seniors actually having dropped out of the workforce, and there's a weird situation of them not coming back, and that's part of the reason.
Okay, we invited
Okay.
all these guys.
We
Let's
did. It's
have them
terrible.
jump in
I'm
here
sorry.
too.
the
Netta, let's
60
start
million
with you.
conversation right
Your
there.
reaction to the numbers, your reaction to what you think this means for the Fed.
Cents, natural gas, another penny.
So this is a surprisingly large number. I think that the analysis so far is pretty accurate. This is doesn't look to be. It's a very large number, but it doesn't look to be inflationary because we're somehow getting these jobs filled. I think the story that we haven't talked about that seems to be lingering in the background is whether immigration is playing a role in filling some of these jobs. And as long
All right,
as
so I
that's
want to be
happening,
watching a video
I think
game.
we're gonna
So I
be
want to watch
okay.
Reddit as well
I don't
today.
think the Fed has
Dude,
enough
why did
yet
that
to
go
make decisions
away?
about whether to cut rates. I think we still have to
Okay,
hold on.
here's those
And
A's
I'll
and
note one other
fellowships
thing,
we
that we had a very strong jobs number.
Did it? It didn't have an upgrade, did
2
it?
months ago that we revised down. So we have to be a little bit careful about reading too much into 1 month's jobs number.
Stephanie Kelton, let's get your take on this, and then we're going to weigh in with Stephanie Link on the market reaction. But Stephanie Kelton, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, this is an economy that's being powered by two things: fiscal policy and net immigration. And, you know, I think it's really important that we do pay attention to that last part of this. Last year,
I don't know how people do
half of
analysis
the growth
like
in the
on
labor
the fly.
force came from net immigration. There were 5.2 million additional jobs last year thanks to net immigration. And it's been the key to rebalancing the labor market.
So
It's a
I think I'm
huge
going to
part
go
of the
ahead
reason
today
why we've
and
got
give
the
myself
growth
some
that we've
time
got and the disinflation
try
that we've
to,
had. So, I mean, this is an eye-popping
You know, I'm going to focus
number.
on
I
this
think
week
the
and next
story it
week. I'm
tells
going to be focused on one good trade, just one good trade of the day. All right. And I'm going to give myself a little time, so I don't feel rushed. So I'm not rushed. The only time I want to play weeklies is if I have a
Transportation Department says Biden-Harris administration approves grant funding to expedite capacity expansion of Port of Baltimore terminal operator.
whatever that means. All right, so
But it was right in line, but it's also very supportive of the consumer continuing to spend. And Steve mentioned that leisure and hospitality led the way. So we root for the consumer because the 70%
all right. AMD looks like this would be a perfect bounce back to 175. This could be a really nice bounce back to 175.
This means earnings can continue to be good. Double-digit earnings growth in the fourth quarter. I think you're going to see 8 to 10% this year. These numbers are very supportive of that. And
Yeah,
so
let's see if we can get a bounce back to like 175, 176. Where do I want to be a buyer?
money to work, and on dips like yesterday, and I think a lot of that yesterday.
Hold on one second. I need to go use the restroom real quick.
And Steve mentioned hospitality led the way. So we root for the consumer because it's 70% of our economy. We root for services because that's 75% of consumption. So it's all going in the right direction. It's continuing on the momentum from last year. All of this means earnings can continue to be good. Double-digit earnings growth in the fourth quarter. I think you're going to see 8 to 10% this year. These numbers are very supportive of that. And so the other interesting part is we're seeing a broadening out of the marketplace. There are places to actually put money to work, and on the dips like yesterday, and I think a lot of that yesterday was because oil prices rose above $90 a barrel on Brent. Watch oil prices, that's a big deal, but the broadening out is very supportive for a market that is probably going higher, edging higher.
You're a buyer on this number.
I'm a buyer on this number, absolutely. But I'm not a buyer so much on the Mag 7 and tech. I'm looking more at energy, industrials, financials. I think earnings are going to come in really good in those sectors.
Betsy, Becky, we went into this number with a probability of a June cut at 65% to underscore what Stephanie just said. Now down to 57, not as low as the contract has been on a probability basis.
Yeah, it was below 50.
And then sort of going on with what other was saying, but we not to get a rate cut anytime soon. July actually also dropped. I don't like looking that far out into the universe here, but it's dropped. And based on one number, but it's dropped down to 74%. So I like to say a number is more in play and when it has a 60s in front of it, but they're still feeling pretty good about July, but not so good about June.
Stephanie Kelton, very quickly before you go, we were with Michelle Girard earlier, and she pointed out that there's a CPI number coming next week that may be more important on this. I'm sorry, CPI number coming next week that might be more important. What do you need to see there?
Well, we'd like to see continued progress. I think, this idea that we've got a couple of bumps in the road, January, February, would be really nice not to have another bump in March, or it starts to look like more of a hill than a couple of bumps in the road. So we would very much like to see the wage pressure give us indication that labor market is accommodating new entrants without much pressure on wages. Productivity growth is there doing its thing, and we'd like to see that number come in line with expectations and no downside surprise.
All right, want to thank our panel this morning, Netta, Stephanie Link, Stephanie Kelton, Rick, and Steve. We'll see you guys later.
Okay, coming up after this, a look at how the Fed may take the latest jobs number into account when it is time to decide on interest rates, as we've just been debating. Former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard is going to join us in just a little bit. Stay tuned to hear his perspective on all of these numbers and what it means for the Fed's next big decision right after this.
right, welcome
All
back
right,
to
I'm
Squawk
back.
Box. Let's
I just had to make a
digest what
cup
we
of
just
coffee.
heard. You got that March employment report from the government. It showed a gain of 303,000 jobs. That was better than the 200,000 that had been expected. That's an increase of 50%. You saw initially the market sell off, the equity market sell off on concerns that maybe the Fed's not going to be cutting rates as quickly as expected. You did see Treasury yields pick up. But now you've got the futures back. Dow futures are actually higher than before this number was reported, a gain of about 116 points. Maybe people are realizing that good numbers are good numbers. It means the economy is running strong right now. You do have the 10-year yield at 337. That's about 4 basis points above where it was before we got the numbers. The 2-year is now yielding 4.7%, and that's an increase, too, of about 4 basis points. So we'll continue to watch this. But again, stronger than anticipated economic numbers, stronger than expected jobs report. What that means for the Fed is anybody's guess.
And that is the question of the hour, and we've got the perfect person to answer that question about what could impact the Fed's rate path ahead. Joining us right now is former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard. He's now Dean of Purdue University's Mitchell E. Daniels Jr. School of Business. We appreciate you being with us this morning. Just your immediate reaction to these numbers, Jim.
Yeah, this was a strong report, and unemployment ticking down. It looks like the economy.
There he is. We
going
haven't
pretty
seen Bullard
hot.
in a while.
So I think
There he is.
that's good news, I think, for the
He
economy.
left to
I
go
do
to
think
Purdue. He
that
left the Fed.
policy
I think
rate
he's
is,
teaching or something at
too high
Purdue.
right now for the current situation because inflation has come down some 200 basis points from where it was last year. If you look core PCE inflation, which is the Fed's favorite measure, it was 200 basis points higher last year at this time. So I think you somehow have to have a moment where the Fed can take that on board, the fact that inflation has come down, but you need your moment. And January didn't provide it with the hot inflation report. February didn't really provide it. This report isn't really providing that moment. But I do think that the Fed needs to get down a little bit lower based on the data that we have on inflation.
Yeah,
And we can talk more about it, but that's
and
that's
jobs.
what
Yeah,
the
he's
basic
what he's not saying
situation
is
is.
how
Okay, so
he
but just
talks
play
to
it
corporate
out for the
America
rest of the year.
and that they're laying off.
When
You
does
need to
that
get ahead of
moment
it.
come? And
You do it when there's
at
a
the
problem,
moment,
then you're too
is there going
late.
to be 3 opportunities to create that moment?
Yeah, so I think that the inflation reports that are upcoming, if they can show some disinflation, the continuation of the disinflation trend that we had, especially in the second half of last year, that will give the committee comfort to make this first move. And I do think there's the notion that the first move is more momentous than any subsequent moves because you're kind of
All right,
setting
so
a
Netflix,
direction,
I would look
and
for a
so they wanna be
pullback off the
careful about
bell.
exactly what moment they would choose. So,
But if things are as strong as they are, why do you think? I mean, look, there's a lot.
Because
of
you
hype
have to
and
get
I
ahead
can
of it,
give
you
reasons
dumbass.
why
Stop being
you
stupid. I
wanna
hate
lower,
this
given
dude
just
at
what it's going
times.
to mean to interest rates in this country and what it's going to cost this country to service our debt and everything else. But you could also just argue maybe do nothing. I mean, this has been the argument that a whole
No,
bunch
what do
of
you mean,
folks
dude?
made, and
That
also
ain't the
folks like Jamie
stupidest shit I have
Dimon
ever
basically
heard.
said that inflation is
Do
gonna be
nothing.
stubbornly high. By the way, Steve Cohen
well,
said it too today.
certainly, I think that the idea, what's the rush? My former colleague, Chris Waller, that was the title of his speech at one point. What's the rush? And certainly, with the economy performing pretty well, there probably isn't as much of urgency.
Let's just not do nothing. Let's just go from 0 to 5.
They're too high.
Fastest
by
we've ever
most
done it.
metrics. If you think the policy
And,
rate was at the right level last July when they
expect
made their
that
last rate
there's no
increase,
lag effect.
why do you think that level is still the right level today? And core
hilarious.
PC inflation is 200 basis points lower.
All right, let's get
you've gotta
down
take that
to the
on board
nitty-gritty.
and bring
All
bring
right,
the policy rate down. But
so
there are other considerations. Because
Netflix,
it's
I might trade
policy
that
move,
today. I'm not sure,
and you
though.
don't want to move on news where inflation's moving in the
Boeing,
wrong direction.
I would
you
look
know,
for.
I
doubt
that's
you'll get
the-
up
the
there, though.
trade-off here right now.
Okay, but as you know, we are in an election year, and there has always been a view that as you get closer to the election, that there might be some hesitation about making any moves, frankly.
Yeah, I
No,
think you
I
can make
think that's
25
stupid.
basis point moves
think
or
that's
anything
stupid.
that's rationalized by the data that as it's
I guess he
coming
didn't see
in.
the Powell 60-minute.
I don't think that
He's
25
such an
basis
idiot.
points
He's
one
always
way or
he
the
always
other
goes to the
changes,
he always goes to
election
the political
outcomes.
route.
The median voter
Like,
isn't watching this program. I don't think so. I don't think you can win an election based on whether the Fed zigs or zags, unless they did something extraordinary. But ordinary monetary policy would not affect the election. And I don't think that committee really takes election into account because of that.
When you look at these numbers, though, how would you grade our economy today? We were talking about this piece that Greg Ip had written yesterday in the Wall Street Journal about how strong the data, the numbers would suggest our economy is.
I
and
cannot
yet,
wait to clean my
how
charts up.
disconnected it appears the polls about people's
I
feelings
cannot
about the
wait to
economy
clean these
seem to
charts
be.
up.
Yeah, I read that piece. And
So
I have
you guys
my own
ended up
response to this.
catching what I was saying a little bit ago.
A chart I saw anyway. I'm going to
See if you guys can implement that today in your trading. And
average hourly earnings have
see if that
come up
doesn't
over
help.
the last couple of years about 13%, but inflation or the price level over the last couple of
Nice
years
little
come up
double bottom.
18%. So a typical
What do I wanna
worker
focus on
is
today?
looking at that and
What
they're
do I
saying,
wanna
hey, I'm
focus on
down
today?
5% over the last couple of years. They don't like that.
If you guys
That's
have
real
ideas
income down
or
for
know of any
them.
upgrades, downgrades,
Unless
really
they have some other
anything,
source of income somewhere else,
throw it
they're
in the
worse
chat.
off, and they're
If you
reporting
guys
it
have anything you guys want to
beautifully
cover,
saying
just
in
look at
surveys,
any
I think I'm
questions.
worse off, and
One good
I don't
trade
like
today.
it.
One good
So how would you
trade.
grade our economy then?
That's it. All right. One
On
good trade.
traditional measures like growth, it's really great to see the good growth. It's great to see these jobs coming back. I would mention one thing about jobs for viewers here is that non-farm payrolls haven't
Hold on,
really
guys, I'm just
returned to
trying
the
to-
trend line that you would have drawn
right.
from before the pandemic. So maybe it's not that surprising that you're still adding quite a few workers here if you think the pandemic was this, very large.
Come on,
but
man.
ultimately
Sorry, I'm
temporary
just trying to get my.
disturbance, you should be
Yo,
able to get
that's
back
so
to that trend
crazy.
line. That hasn't happened yet.
You guys, it's
So,
seriously
great to see the
insane.
jobs being added. It's
That's
great
so
to see the
funny.
growth. I think there is
Just looking at
plenty of
YouTube.
innovation.
Not
going
not
on in
mine.
the economy. So from the traditional
all right,
macro
so Tesla.
measures, I do think it's a
Tesla, we said
economy,
yesterday to go long. Yesterday I was looking for a long on Tesla. What time is it? It's fucking 9 o'clock. I gotta get ready. Nice support level here. Really nice support level right here. No. All right, what is that? So this is 170. It's 169.90. All right, 169.90. You can see we're getting a nice little reversal off of here. What I would do and what I would suggest is look at Tesla and it's pulling back. All right. What are the Qs doing? They're pulling back, but they're above yesterday's close. Tesla literally does the opposite of the market. Yesterday, the market pulls back, Tesla goes higher, and I said that's a whole nother reason why I would love to have Tesla as a long to 174. It's jokingly saying that it does literally the opposite of the market. So everything else is above for the most part, outside of the IWM and probably the Dow. No, even the Dow's up. So there's relative weakness there. All right, relative weakness, relative strength. Well above yesterday's close. You see how this level was on the majority of those indexes that I just showed you? Well, Amazon's well above it. So there's some dip buyers coming in there. All right. So Tesla. Old Tesla. Tesla. Let's go here. Let's do our work. Yesterday's pullback was really nice actually for this. So I would look for, depending on what the markets do. Here's the thing though. Here's what I would expect. I would expect a pullback off of yesterday's low, which it's already trying to do that now. Look, it's already trying to do that. Okay, we have a nice support level right here, actually, too, at 169, 170, 170. We made it support.
Technologies in Northwestern Medicine to expand patient care through AI innovation. That's Cell
City Research. Tyler, your point is that
DELL.
this is going to lead to
This
lots
sucks.
of productivity growth, but the downside is it's going to mean we need a lot less.
So this was yesterday's entries. I made those for yesterday's entries. I hate this chart. I really do, guys. I really do. I would look for not yesterday's close, but I would look for this. You know, if you start to get down to like the high 160s, 168, 169.90, 170. All right, it's like a $2 area. All right, I'll give you guys a box right now. But right here is where you want to see Tesla hold. You want to see Tesla hold this level right here. I don't know what happened there. But like right there. So my stop loss would... See, I don't want my stop loss there because you could also end up holding this level down here. But you know that you're going to lose too much if you're playing options. To even if it does rebound, you're still be in the red. So I think 170 has to hold. I think 170 has to hold on Tesla. I need to get... Meta has a real good support right now. Does it? Yeah, there's a few that have a good support. Yes, very nice. There you go. That is nice. That is really nice setup right there. It is a nice setup. That is a very nice setup.
Smaller cap names that maybe don't go into the pink sheets. MongoDB.
Yeah, I'd say that's a little larger than smaller cap. We're talking 30, 40 billion market cap.
All right, so for Meta, we can cover Meta real quick. So what did I just say for Tesla long?
You have things like vector databases on the rise. We think MongoDB
170, 168 area.
capture a lot of that increase in spend.
Okay, Tyler, I want to thank you for your time today. Really appreciate it.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Final check on the markets as we get things ready to hand things over to Squawk on the Street. You'll see that
Just give me 1 second. 170.
positive territory. Dow futures now up by 63. So I guess,
ACGL, Arch Insurance.
But it's relatively weak, so you have to remember that. You took back the majority of the move yesterday for Tesla, which I'll go back over. So, Meta.
Monday. Right now it's time for Squawk on the Street.
All right, let's get in here. All right, so if Meta is up here at what is that? 516. 516. I think Meta's going to be tough. I got to be honest. You're going to have to see what the overall market does. Yes, that's a nice support level. Here's the thing. You want to see this thing pull back. I would want to see Meta pull back. Like you want to come 9:30, you want to be down here. If you're not and this thing just rips and rallies, then I would look for a short right off the bell on Meta. For a scalp. Well, you could consider it a scalp, you know.
EGIO.
It's a nice setup, yes. Like, okay, you know, if you can make that area support, but the thing is you're fighting all your other indicators. So here's the thing as a trader, right? You can't use one. You need to come up with as many reasons on why with as many reasons for the bull case and the bear case, for the long side and the short side. Right now, my short case is that we open up with this gap up. We're going to be oversold on every other indicator for the most part in the morning. And then I would expect that pullback off the bell if we don't do it now. If it doesn't now, then that changes my mind to saying, okay, 517. Let's see here. You know, because you got to watch that level at 517.67. You got to watch this level right here. Let's say 515. And on the daily chart, I think we're at all-time highs on Meta, aren't we? Yeah, we're at all-time highs. So that was an all-time high on the daily, and you reversed it. So you tried to make another all-time high, and it reversed it yesterday. And the overall markets did too. All right. So I think we open up. Let's see where we open up here. Like, if you're up, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I would look for, if you're still up at like 520 or so, I would look for the pullback on Meta right off the bell. If you're up there, but you can tell it's struggling right now, then I would look for a pullback. And then I would decide, you know, what are the overall markets doing in comparison to Meta, all right? What I would also say is that, you know, make sure there's no downgrades, upgrades, and all that fun stuff, all right? Because, honestly, I would like to see this thing up higher, and I would like to take the short off of the bell back into that area. You know, really, I'm going to be honest, your support level is honestly down here at 505. That's your support level. But, you know, this is a nice break, retest, but you need more than that, right? You need more than that, because you can see here that pivot low from yesterday is trying to act as resistance right now. You just made a new all-time high, and then it flipped it and reversed it on you. You had some nice volume at the end of the day. Come in. Excuse me. All right. I think you get a little bit more upside. I would look for Meta to be a short right off the bell and look for it to pull back into this area. And then from there, see if, you know, I think in order for me to be bullish Meta right now, it's going to have to pull back. That's all I'm going to say. It's got to pull back. It's got to pull back. You know, I mean, it's still overbought just on, like, especially if it opens up. It's just going to be, it's just overbought. Did an amazing pullback yesterday. An amazing pullback. Yeah, that's not, yep, it did. It gave just about a lot of its gains yesterday. And I wrote down yesterday that, like, you know, I wanted to be long yesterday till 174. I had a really nice watch list yesterday. And pretty much, for the most part, everything played out. I got to hurry up. I got to get myself a trade. I got to get myself something here. So, fucking Tesla. I don't know why I'm trading Tesla. Let me look here real quick, guys. I'm sorry. Let me refresh this. Biotech outperformance, Morgan Stanley, IBB. Because that is the other place that I mentioned yesterday. What area of the market are they going to be buying? Like, what area of the market as a group, like the whole entire market, how can we continue to bring this market up higher? Well, you got some healthcare names that could do some rising. Like biotech. Biotech is still on its lows. If they're going to cut rates, biotechs could be going. Let's look at IBB real quick. I've never traded this. Not really doing anything. And you can see. No. Alright, fuck it. Nvidia. So, we have Nvidia here. So, yeah, look. Tesla, guys. I would look for this level. I would look for, what is that? Wednesday's high, possibly. But if the market's going to go higher, Tesla's going to pull back. Tesla's below yesterday's close. It's just showing you relative weakness. All right, it's showing you right now. It's got some relative weakness with it. So I would look to maybe take Tesla back down to 168, but that's not a trade. That's not enough for me to put risk on. I'm going to need a bounce. All right, I'm going to need a bounce. I'm already getting upset about my watch list right now because I'm taking too long. Bounce. Yeah, Tesla could just consolidate today. I got to be honest. I think Tesla consolidates, and I don't think I'm going to be wanting to look at it. Maybe Meta. That might be a good one, like you said. But for me, right off the bell, I would like to see Meta a little bit higher. I would like to see Meta up here at like 520. And then I would like to see Meta pull back off of 520. Or if you get a pop in the 520, then I would look for that to be an entry point for a pullback right off. You know, like early in the morning pullback. That's it. I'm not looking for, you know, a big home run 2, 3, 4 day downside because it's at its highs. It's relatively strong, right? Just like Amazon. All right, you guys can see here, look at this 5-minute chart right there. That's going to be our rejection point. Oh, shit. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this right there. So Meta, 518. I want to hurry up.
Speaking of autos, Jim, we know it's an industry heavily influenced by Chinese exports, and Yellen is on the ground in Guangzhou. Sarah's going to talk to her Monday morning. This take about
You might be able to get a break above it. It feels like it's just going to sit here, and what that's going to do is it's going to weaken everything. It's going to weaken all of your give me a run for my money.
how bad the real estate market is. And a lot of countries say, listen, don't wreck our country because of your real estate market. I think that y'all will be forceful that I can't wait to see what she says to Sarah because she's right in their face. I mean, and then typically I'm speaking with
Just give me 1 second. 516.75. 516.75.
These guys are just outlaws right now. And she's going to the kingdom and basically calling them outlaws. And I think it's much more disruptive than people think. We look forward to Sarah's sit down, but in the meantime, take a look.
Yeah, I would look for this thing to kind of consolidate right here for just a few minutes. You need it to sit here up until 9:30. Let it bounce, and I would look for that 5. I'm going to look for 518 to 519, or 518 to 520 even, to see if we can get a small little rejection off of that. And what I would ultimately like to do with this is get, let me pull up a 15-minute chart. Ultimately, I would like to get this thing, like, actually back down to this gap fill down here at 507. And you're talking about a move from 516, 520 down to 507 for the long, because you have a nice gap fill here, right? But I feel like Meta needs to be up here at like 520. So what I'll do is I'm gonna make this my entry points here. 518 we wrote down, and then I'm gonna write down 520. Okay, and 520. These are going to be the two. You know what? It could be up to 522 as well, but not really, because we broke that support level there. These are my two entry points. All right, these two dotted lines, bang bang. 518. 520 rejection. Now you want to have the markets on your side, and again, you know, if we end up pulling back. All right, I will look to make sure that you know, the markets, what I want to see what the markets are doing and such. Shit, sorry.
If we go back to what Phil said about used cars, you're seeing at a certain level people misjudging, and this is why I wanted to see employment be okay. Lamb Weston was a stock that was down horribly yesterday. And I mean, I'm talking about really bad stuff.
Yep, I would like to see a break of 510. I would like to just get this gap fill. All right, that's your support level right here. Your support level is at 505. So this could be a really nice move, guys. I do. I really think that. Again, it will still all depend on how we open up. It'll depend on how we open up. All right, so semiconductors. Let's look at ARM because I've been already looking at that, and Reddit. So Reddit and ARM. What are my targets though? So my targets, obviously, 510 take profit. Okay. Take 510. 510. The gap fill. You have this gap fill here. So if I can get that short up at 520, 518, 510. All right, 510 is going to be the first take. Second take will be at like 505 and a break of 510, like, you know, 506, 508. I'll have an order sitting out there. 505. And then ultimately, you know, I kind of, that should be the move. So that should be the move. We'll have to see like if I put this here, like if we get a rejection up there, what is this, like 2.5%, and that puts us right at that gap. All right, so I'll just be taking profits 514, 510, and then possibly 505. All right. All right. All right, look, we're making that support now. So we are climbing higher. We are climbing higher. You're trying to make 516 support now. 516 is a little area you want. I don't want to be putting a whole bunch of lines, but I will say I would like to pay attention to that. All right. Let's keep it moving, man. We got 10 or 20 minutes, not even. 15 minutes. What did ARM do yesterday? It also sold off.
As a builder, it just makes sense. When we decided to take our old days down, we knew right away we were going in the longevity.
Fuck, man. Yeah, when you have a pullback like that, that's not a really good sign. You know, you want to be able to hold those rallies. If you know, once you take back a move like that, it's just not a good sign. It's never a good sign. All right, so what do we come up with for a long? What could we come up with for a long? We need a short, we need a long, and it looks like Reddit might want to try to bounce here. I think Reddit's probably the best looking trade for a long so far. So far, I gotta be honest. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that level there. Let's go to the hourly chart. See, it takes time, guys. You know, and at least analysis, in my opinion, takes a little while. I mean, I guess you could just sit there and use pre-market and after hours, but you want to also take into consideration what's going on without pre-market and after hours, because this is the real liquidity from 9:30 to 4. That's the real liquidity. All right. Come on, bro. All right, you know what? I'm done with that already. I already feel like today is just not going how I wanted. I've been focused on too much shit. So if Reddit can somehow pull itself back to this low a day yesterday and try and hold it, you know, I want to see if we can get a long off of this. All right, or you could, you know, you may come in with that 46.50 rejection. Also, that could be a potential level to pay attention to, depending on how we open up. All right, so let me take it here. Let me hurry up. Let me just hurry the hell up here. All right, so where are we? We're trading pretty much flat. That's not good. I don't like to trade flat. Okay, so we're going to open up down at this level, and I want to see if we can get a pop off the bell. You know, I would look for a pop to $50 on Reddit. Right? Take profits up there, 46.50 going into 47.48, yesterday's high. And that could be your move. All right, you could look for a bounce back into like 47.48. AMD just stopped moving for some reason. Nvidia, I gotta log in real quick. Nvidia is got a nice support level up here. I would like to try to get back to. You have a gap there as well. Gap right up there. I would like to see a bounce on Nvidia. That sucks, bro. It's a rejection of the 20-day. Nice support level here. What is that? 860. 860.
Now, last time we had this and he got out, was on the show, boom, sold a lot. Now, there's always this: how much is really trying, how much is like promoter. But I didn't think that I don't think this had anything to do with Nelson. I think people kind of felt that, you know what?
I would look to see if you can pull it back. See, we've already pulled it back. Gotta break 870. Gotta break 870. All right.
Jim mentions the discussion about how ego played a role in the proxy fight in his chat with Nelson Peltz yesterday. Take a listen.
See, it's like an area.
The ego in the room didn't allow for it. And you've seen that over and over again, as I have. And once people get ego in check, good things happen.
Yeah, let's see if we can pull it back off the open. You know, and come in down there at yesterday's close on Nvidia.
Never allowed his ego to get the best of him.
Hold on, I'm logging in real quick.
Wound up to be great friends.
All right.
The company did phenomenally well. It went
Come
from
on.
70s to 160 while I was there, and while he was CEO. So
All right. Yeah, Nvidia. Small pullback off the open, and then I don't know, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes into the bell, after the bell, see if we can't get a nice little rally. So that's what I'm going to look for on Nvidia. What I would like to look for. All right, so we're going to open up here at, like, you know, hard to say. Look, if it does it right now, that would be cool. That would be nice. All right. A nice little buy zone down here at 864. You guys, though, please be careful to watch the SPY and make sure that, you know, the markets, that you have the backs, you know, the market is to your back. All right. If the market, the SPY cannot get through Fed Day, then that's going to be a problem for all these names. Okay. So my target for Nvidia would be this area here, at 88888, 88888. All right, 88888.
Meanwhile, Pivotal today takes Netflix to a stream high 765. You know, Apple plaything, Amazon plaything, Disney.
What is this? So this is...
Countdown to the opening bell on this final session of the week. As we said, coming up in about 10 minutes, NEC Director Lael Brainerd.
159, 160. So we're up 7 points right now. We're not really moving, man. I need something that's moving today, guys. Let me look at the scanner real quick. Airbnb, Datadog, CRM. So it looks like... Okay, so SOX is moving. GLD. Alright. I feel like I'm forgetting a name. Coinbase. That's what I want to look at. Coinbase. Let's look at Amazon real quick. Coinbase. We got 10 minutes. Alright, so let's go to the daily chart. Always got to go to the daily chart. So that's a nice pullback. Nice support level there at 180 on Amazon. Nice pullback. Bang.
Get your business online in minutes with GoDaddy Aero.
You know what's brilliant? Boring. Think about it. Boring is the unsung catalyst for bold. What straps bold to a rocket and hurls it into space? Boring does.
We could be looking to come down to this 20-day, guys, so be prepared. That 20-day lines right up with where? Look at that 20-day support level here on Amazon. Look at that. Look at those prior pivot highs here at 177, and that 20-day is like right up there with it. Bro.
It's simple, really. For bank has had one goal: to be brilliantly boring with your money, so you can be happily fulfilled with your life, which is pretty unboring if you think about it. Thank you, boring.
Sorry, I had some things going on here on the side of me. All right. Nice flat top resistance. You can see flat top resistance right there. I know you didn't see it, so damn, that sucks. That sucks, gang. Looks like you. Here's what I would expect. So all these stocks are lining up for a small pullback off the bell and longs, right? Meta, pullback off the bell. See if we can't find the support for the long. The thing is Amazon looks better than some of them. Like if I pull up Meta, yeah, I like Meta more so for the short than I do Amazon for the short. Amazon they're not the same. They're not the same. There's nobody here, so I'm not going to get into a great big lesson on why, but let's see if we can pull it back. All right, see if you can pull it back, and we'll look for where do we want to look to be a buyer on this thing. We could look for the obvious low from yesterday at 180, 180, 181. So that's our long. Okay, Amazon 180. Let me see real quick. All right.
This is an extraordinary moment where they just stopped caring after making incredible claims.
Yeah, I don't have to do that.
I don't know what to say. This Stacy piece is this may be the last nail.
You know, 180.50 might be the area, but I would look to hold 181. And look, it's going to try to. You'll have to watch. Look. They're gonna mess with you. You're gonna have to wait. Don't get sucked in on the long. Don't get sucked in on the long yet, because I think it's gonna pull back. I think you'll be able to get that pullback, guys. Bro. This girl is something else, y'all. My cat, yo, she's something else. She purposefully just like goes into stuff to get me to get up, and you know, I just can't play with her right now. All right, so Amazon, where are we at right now? We're at 182. So let's see here. Let's see if we can't get a pullback off of 182. It should pull back into yesterday's low. You know, see if 181 holds 180.96. Oh no, this thing, they're just gonna yeah, watch out. You gotta look for a pullback. You gotta look for the pullback on the bell. What's Meta doing? What's Meta doing? It's not moving like Amazon. You see the relative weakness, guys? See how Amazon's moving? And Meta's like stuck in the mud. AMD. Now, why did that not save? Why did that not save? All right. I don't have nothing, man. I don't know. Oh, Coinbase. That's what it was. Coinbase. I wanted to watch this a couple days ago. Where are we? So we're pulling back to 242. 242. Let's see here. All right, 242. Boom. We have just a few minutes left. 230, 240, 230, 50. Alright, so Coinbase, I know you guys can't really see it, but Coinbase has a really nice support level down here. Come on, man.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen, a leader in income, alternatives, and responsible investing.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. It's just...
Taking steps to ramp up its cardiovascular portfolio. The company's agreed to acquire medical device maker Shockwave. $3.35 a share, $12.5 million in cash.
Yeah, 240. 240 long. 240 long on coin. I'm upset I did not get that Tesla long yesterday, bro. That was the winner chicken dinner. Alright. Let's go. Look, they're already getting ready to try it on us. Let's go. Watch. Keep your eye on, dude, look at all this. I have so many freaking lines here. I hate it. 255. Oh, fucking God. Target would be 255, 250. Alright, I think we can get through 250. Let's see where we open up at here. Bro! Here it goes. No! Stop! Fuck! Dude, this fucking thing just keeps fucking with me. Alright. Sorry for yelling in the mic. I should have turned it off. But, bro, I don't have time to sit here and just fucking piss away fucking time. Alright, look for this pullback into this 240 level. See if it can hold. You got to watch Bitcoin. Watch the overall markets. Watch tech. I'm watching 240 for a long on Coinbase. It's not really moving right now. Let's find out what has volume, guys. Find out what has volume today. Apple, Netflix, they were all in the news this morning. Hopefully today isn't a screwed up day where there is no volume at all. We don't have any data at 9 o'clock, I don't think. So some of these names have... So there's CrowdStrike. Could be a nice little long if you can get above 312. Yeah, Datadog is... Datadog's been on the scanners consistently. At least in the mornings it has. MU is one of your strongest semiconductors, just so you guys know. It is a really strong semiconductor. It's one of my personal favorites. Alright, so keep an eye on the NASDAQ. I'm gonna get this. Alright, so we'll have that. We'll do QQQ, bang, chart, 3 minute. Dude, no.
There's the HubSpot stuff. There's the debate about whether charging for AI search is good or bad.
They got the worst one. They got the bullet. Gemini is so boring. It's like it's a PowerPoint.
Square was in the news yesterday, wasn't it? And I said yesterday we could look for a long on Square. That's what it was, wasn't it? I thought we said we could look for a long. Like, it looked like Square was setting up for a nice long.
Well, if they could tell the story and if they let you know how well the NFL's doing, if they stopped running pictures of cats in the fourth quarter. That's what they did in the commercials. They run pictures of cats. I like cats. I was once Purina's cat spokesperson, so I'm all in cats. But I mean, really, is that what they did?
Fucking Kramer's losing his mind.
CBS is charging
Bro, come on, bro. Please. Please just hurry the fuck up. Hurry up. I'm sorry, guys. It's a frustrating morning because let me just breathe. Let me breathe. I wanted to trade NVIDIA today. Sorry, just being on the stream knowing I need to do better. I don't know. Alright, so here goes NVIDIA. There goes NVIDIA. Bang, right there. Nice touch of the pre-market. Nice touch of that pre-market low.
The cauliflower lip Bernadette is incredible. But that doesn't mean you're like racing to buy this.
Yep.
No, I gotta let's get through this stupid weekend. I mean, it's terrible.
NVIDIA. Come on, Vid. Come on, baby. Yeah, let NVIDIA pull back, guys. So if NVIDIA gets down here to 860, I would like an 860. I'd like an 860. Don't fall for it just yet. I'm telling you guys right now, don't fall for it. Unless it consolidates for a little bit. Okay, unless it consolidates, then, then, you know, just let it pull back. Let it pull back. You guys see why I get upset? Look at this 15-minute chart. This shit is way over there. Like, come on, bro. I just saved it. And look, what did we say? That was the lesson. That was the lesson.
Would that be necessarily equity bullish? You know, I hate it's like human life versus. Yeah, it would be.
All right, let's see. I'm not. All right, so I have the chat there. The chat's live. I want to have a great day. I want to have a great day today. I do. All right. See if we can get a bounce on Tesla here. Tesla, take this. All right. I'm really thinking about a Tesla long here, guys. You know, I still think a 174 is probable. It just doesn't do it. See, it's consolidating right now. It's opening up below. You know what? Yeah, see, everything is just... I feel like Tesla is just, you know, and what did we say? We said to 168, right? That dotted line. We said it's like $1, $2 area. I think you got to try and look for a test of the 20-day moving average. I think, but the thing is like, if you're going to trade daily options, you have to understand that it may not do it when you want it to do it. Right? So make sure it's giving you the momentum. You know, I think we can bounce. I do. I think we can bounce. See if we can get some buyers to step in here. It's Friday. They're not going to want to pay you guys or anybody on weekly premiums. Please understand that. Okay. So just make sure you guys understand that. All right. Make sure you guys understand that things could get a little tough. All right. So I got the SPY up. I got that up. Boom. What's up, Chris? Sorry for yelling, guys. All right. So where would a support zone be for Tesla? It would be down here at 240, which I don't think it gets down there. I really don't. I think you're going to have this little fake out, and it looks like, 247. No, we're way down there. So we are, okay, so we're at 244. Oh, this is Coinbase. Shit. Yeah, Coinbase. Dude, how are these things not turning around right now? This is wild. One good trade. What did we say with Meta? Did we say a downside off the bell? 520 rejection? What did we say? Can I hear it in the chat? What did we say with Meta? What did we say? You gotta watch, guys. Okay, so here we go. We had to wait for the open. All right, nice. So I think you have to look for the pullback. Look for a pullback on Meta. If it gives it to you, in order for me to be a buyer of Meta, I got to look for yesterday's low into yesterday's close. Okay? I got to look for yesterday's low, yesterday's close. And look, he just made that area resistance. Boop. Here it goes. See if it pulls back into yesterday's close here. It's just not giving you any continuation. That's the only issue. And you're taking back a lot of that move. Alright. Very nice. Very nice. The only part I don't like about Meta is that, other than that there's no volume, it's just not moving right now. Let's see here. You gonna get a bounce? You gonna get a bounce here? What are you gonna do? I'm being patient, guys. I'm being patient here. It was up. I went over the news pre-market. You're at the support level for AMD. I think you need to look for a bounce back to 175. In all honesty, you're down at a support level here. It's just everything is doing the same thing, Chris. Are you starting to notice that? Wait for the pullback. This little pullback. AMD did it. And let's see what sectors are going up. Let's actually go through the. Let's go through it real quick. Apple. I gotta look for. I gotta look for longs, guys. Today. I just hope that the markets move. We have like no volume, and I told you guys yesterday they might have just got everything they wanted to do out of the way. Look at Microsoft. Microsoft's going. Microsoft bright and early. No real volume here. JP Morgan, GS. Oh, what's the Dow doing? What's the Dow doing? Let me go to the charts real quick. Okay, the Dow. Dude, come on, man. We gotta find what sector is doing, has the volume. Okay, look at the IWM. The IWM just got some nice volume there. Let's see if that starts to show in other sectors. Qs. Nice little volume pop there. Off the 50-day moving average. Alright. The SPY, remember. 514. This area right here, 515 is your Fed day low. You've regained the Fed day. All right. Let's see here. SPY, Meta.
Not so much data today after the jobs number, but plenty of Fed speak yet again. Collins already on the tape barking. Logan
Okay. Let's see here. 520. Dude, this fucking girl, man. Why did I just want to have a good day today? And my cat just going nuts. She has food. She has everything she needs. Bro, it is just not meant to be. I need to hang it up, y'all. It's just one of those days. It is just one of those days. All right. So AMD. Let's see here. Nice reversal there, guys. That's a nice reversal on AMD. You know, I think you got to look to try and get back up there to that level. Up there at 175. Wait a second, man. Fuck. Amazon. Bro. Oh, damn. Yeah, nice job, man. Nice job. Nice job. What the fuck, bro? Look at the volume. See, we gotta call that shit out. Look at the volume on it. The volume's not that crazy either. Nice job, man. Nice job. AMD is gonna fuck with people. I'm telling you guys right now. I think AMD is gonna consolidate for a little bit. Watch, it's gonna pull back here. Let's see here. Yeah, look, it's getting ready to come up into a resistance area. Let's see. Damn, it has some really nice volume today. It does have some nice volume. Let's see here. Alright, if we can get a pullback on AMD, I want to try to get long AMD. I'm just going to go for it. I might even just go with next week calls. Hopefully this market doesn't fuck with me today, just like everything else this morning.
This is amazing. I know. It is. Yeah. Do more with your money. Hi. Save 50% today.
Okay.
It's a lot of money.
It's not going to give me the pullback. It's not going to give it to me. Alright, so I want to look for 168. I want to look for 168.
This morning, joining us outside the White House today is National Economic Council Director Lael Brainard. Director Brainard, great to have you back. Good morning.
168.
We've covered
168. 168.
I imagine you're happy not just with annual wage growth near a 3-year low, but participation highest since November.
168.
Yeah, I think this is a really very encouraging.
What are we up right now on AMD? It's up 2%. Keep an eye on the Qs.
The labor market in a really balanced way. We've now
168.
surpassed the 15 million new job milestone since President Biden has taken office, and we're doing it with unemployment down below 4% for over 2 years. Inflation.
Nice job, bro. Nice job, man.
Over that time.
Nice job.
As I said, the labor supply has expanded. Labor force participation.
Yeah, I mean, wait till you know whatever you know. What I mean, you know. Wait till you see something. You know, if you don't see anything, make it the last trade. You know, trying to like that's what I try not to do is like no, you made money, be done. You have one good trade. That's what I'm trying to go for today. So let me see where I want to be. See.
suggests that the U.S. economy could continue
168 is also 15-minute VWAP. So here's the thing. We could sit between VWAP and the 9 EMA on AMD.
Yeah, so as we're very cautious to respect the Fed's independence.
Where do I want to go? Where do I want to take this? That's the question. Sorry, guys. Do I go with next week's? Do I go with today's? Let's see, 1232, 1232. Yeah, kind of got to go with the 170s.
So that's the kind of economy where
153, 160. There it was. They just went up 10 cents right there.
there's every reason to think with productivity as high as it's been, with business investment.
It feels like it's going to go. The volume's coming in. Fuck, I just missed my shot right there. I feel like.
The economy can continue expanding, creating jobs and opportunities.
All right, daily chart. Daily chart. Sorry, guys. I'm not really looking at the chat right this second. Yeah, man. Just lock it in. Just lock it in. Bro. And here's Abby back at the door trying to just scratch on and climb on stuff and just to get me to go do something. She's got food. I know she's got water. She's got everything she needs. She's all right. I'm not I'm not missing this entry. All right, so you do have the 100-day down here.
High technology, semiconductors. So the broader picture, as you say.
If it goes without me, it goes without me. But I need that entry point. All right, I need this 168 entry point. I need it. I need it to give me the
How do you perceive it when it's so politically loaded right now?
Well, look, we are seeing.
You know what I mean? I need a trigger. Like I need like a 168 test. Let me see what charts are looking like here.
Middle class that are inclusive of but don't require a 4-year degree, and so there are good opportunities. Of course, immigration.
Just give me a small pullback. Please, just give me a small pullback, bro. Give me that pullback. Just give me the pullback.
Pathways to legal immigration that are so important for our labor market.
But will you please disclose how many work permits you've issued?
It's gonna go without me.
Economists don't know. We also don't know
It's gonna go without me.
because the Census Bureau has not accounted for immigrants properly. Can you give us a sense on work permits right here, right now?
Yeah, so I can't give you any specific numbers. I'm looking at the jobs market from this morning. You're looking at the same numbers.
Amazon's really strong.
Is that the employment
Look, AMD's not gonna pull back. It's not gonna pull back. What an asshole. What a whole asshole, man. Like, this thing didn't even move, and those contracts went from 150 to 170. And this thing didn't even move. So, I'm going to see if I can set a trigger here. Or a,
because those paychecks are better than they've seen. So all those things bode well for the continued expansion in this economy.
Finally, Director, I'm sure you know that oil's gotten the market's attention. Year-on-year gasoline retail prices no longer a negative.
Oh, it won't let me make it wider? Are you serious?
Options like jawboning or the strategic reserve.
Are you serious?
Yeah, so gas prices at the pump are so important for American families, and a big focus of President Biden. We are pleased
Bro,
that
come on.
prices have come down by $1.40 relative to that peak that was caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But as you say, we are watching carefully to make sure that those gas prices at the pump don't go up, don't squeeze Americans. And, you know, we're going to continue monitoring and making sure that we see the continued strong production here.
How do oh my gosh.
For that important price
S&P
at the
futures
pump
getting a small
in the
pop
months
here
to
Whatever. I'm not even going to do it. I'm not even going to do it. Not even going to do it.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Alright, there's the pop on Tesla. There's our pop on Tesla. This was one that I liked, guys. For a 168 to 170 long. We got to get through 170. Got to get through 170. I'm going to miss everything. I feel like it's already 9:53. And it keeps wanting to type in. So Meta hasn't moved. Amazon. Microsoft. Microsoft's getting ready to... Microsoft might start to reverse here.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just right. That's why I love Red Income Recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
JP Morgan. That's what I wanted to see, was a pullback to prior day's low close. That's a nice setup on JP Morgan. UNH, Nvidia, the vid. There we go. It needs to pull back though. I'm just scared that, like, it's not that I'm scared. It's just I don't think, I'm just like really curious to know if it's going to give us a pullback or not. I don't think it will because of the volume and the relative strength. It's just upsetting, man. Like, I could seriously just get sick to my stomach, yo. I need a pullback. I need a pullback. And in times of relative strength, it doesn't give you the pullback. You know. Let's see what happens here at 180. I just wanted to end the week strong, man. Nice job, Chris. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be kidding me, bro.
When I hire, I look for character over experience. Because I can teach you to trade in our training.
She's done. Amazon's done. That was a nice exit. Nice job.
When you apply, I'll do better than free trading. I'll pay you while you learn. Apply today at joinairtemp.com.
And there's the tail. That's the topping tail.
Let's get the gym and stuff training. Talk about things like Eaton looks good and Merck's best look good. Here's what they don't want. They don't want PepsiCo. Jeffries comes out today next to the franchise pick. They basically say, look, it's never been this cheap.
We might be able to get our Meta. Meta might still be on the table. We start getting Amazon and some of these other strong names that start to pull back here. Meta might still be on the table. It might still actually be on the table here. So let's go look at the heat map real quick. Gotta hurry up, hurry up. I'm fighting time right now. I'm fighting time, fighting time, fighting time. Fighting time, fighting time, fighting time. So insurance is up really nicely. So software application like Uber and those names are up nicely. Semiconductor equipments, AMAT, ASML, Net, which is Cloudflare, is up nicely. Let's see. I don't have Uber as like a trade idea or anything. I think it might be done. I think it might be a little bit past. I think it might have overstayed its welcome. Damn, Meta might actually go to high a day. It needs a pullback though. It needs a pullback. Desperately. Yeah, Meta might end up going to high, like yesterday's high, I'm sorry.
In 2022, over 73,000
All right, AMD, are you going to give me my pullback, buddy? You going to give me my pullback? Come on, bro. Please. Give it to me. Give me my pullback. Oh my God, I need to take it right now. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait. I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait, and I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait, and I'm going to be patient. $169. So that's like a $4 move.
Go to TommyJohn.com for 20% off your first order.
So again, everything's telling me at like this 168.50 area.
Even space-age technology can't prevent accidents at work. So talk to your agent about workers' comp insurance with Pi, or visit PieInsurance.com. Safety first, then Pi Insurance.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds.
Let's do it. I'm going to take an AMD call right here. Hold on. I'm not in it yet. One last thing before we pull the trigger.
And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly. CNBC's equity and opportunity, voices and visibility for all.
Let's go.
Immigrated to the USA, began in one single bodega, and now is proud to own 24 supermarkets.
That's it. Wait. Oh, it's underneath the 1 minute. Look, there's meta news coming out right now. Bang, that was it right there. Fuck, we could have got the 120, 130, and they're already up at 50 cents. Fuck. Fuck me, yo. Yo, they just went $20 a contract right there, guys. Fuck. I just missed it. I had to go back and look. I had to go back and look and make sure everything was good. That's crazy, bro. Come on, man. Come on, gang. Come on, gang. Where's the SPY? Where's the S&Ps? Where are the Qs? Bro, look at that. That's crazy. These options are going insane right now, guys. Insane.
Planning tool has affected its ability to fulfill orders. Shares there down 2.6% right now. Apple laying off more than 600 employees.
I'm just being patient for a second. I'm being patient.
Projects where jobs were being cut. The move comes weeks after Apple canceled a long-running project to build an electric self-driving car.
Look at that. I knew it. It's got to pull back.
$12.5 billion in cash, or around $335 per share. Move will give J&J access to Shockwave's portfolio of products, primarily medical devices used in treatments for.
All right, I took one. I took one there, guys. I got in, grabbed a couple. Fuck me, I shouldn't have done that. I'm gonna have to.
Carl used there, crush, trounce, round. I call it a big gain in jobs in March and a huge beat of expectations that leading to doubts about how much and when the Fed may cut rates and whether it needs to cut or should cut at all non-farm payrolls. 303 versus an estimate of 200,000 and up from the prior month at 270. This is towards the top of the range that we were talking about the last couple of days. Would make the Fed concerned that the job market was not loosening up and in fact was heating up along with the economy. Unemployment did tick down. It was right on the estimate, but down a tick from the prior month. Average hourly work week up 0.1% to 34.3 hours. Participation rate also pretty healthy at 62.7. Richmond Fed President Tom Barkin on the wire in just the last few minutes, calling it a quite strong jobs report. I think that's a pretty good characterization. Net revisions to the 2 prior months, adding 22,000 jobs, boosting the 3-month average to a pretty red hot 276,000. Jobs were concentrated though. Healthcare 72, government up 71. The biggest chunk of that was local government. Leisure and hospitality has been a big job adder since the pandemic, and construction up 39. I think that's a large jump that reflects government spending on infrastructure. It was all sort of in specialty contractors, non-residential. The debate around this number is whether it's inflationary or if the rise in the labor force means there are enough workers to fill the demand for labor. The monthly gain was solid at 0.35% when it came to wages, but the 4.1%.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
Is the smallest that we've seen.
Let's go, baby.
June of 2000.
Let's take a piece off right there. Just because that volume's starting to dry up right there, guys. Very nice. Nice little trade there. Those options were going nuts. I got a couple pieces on right here. I want to see what the SPY does. All right. See how the volume kind of is drying up here? It's bumping into the 1-minute 9 EMA. But this is a nice entry point on the 3-minute. But look at that increase in volume that's trying to come in here. It's still low. So the trade is still valid. The stop would be, you know, a break. And you start closing. And look, there we go. Come on, man. Come on. If I get up to like 150 on these, I'm taking the rest off. If we get like a nice quick extension, look at the volume drying up. Man, I think I should take it now. I want to wait. I want to be patient. I just don't know if I'm going to get a second entry or not. That's what I'm like going through my mind right now. I've got some nice profit off on this thing. That was a nice profit there. I got in at the low. It's like $1. I know I got in at like $1. I don't know, $1.06, $1.07. There we go. Let's go. Give me an extension. Let's try to get high a day. We get up through high a day here. Let's go. Give me a nice extension up here. I want to try to get to like 150. 150, I'm golden. But look at the volume here. Just to the buy side. Let's go. The candles are getting smaller. I want like that. I want to get like an extension. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Come on, man. This thing hasn't even moved and they're paying, bro. Look at the volume. It's not there. I'm out. Yeah, that's it. The volume can still come in, guys. Look, like right here, it can still come in, see? But that's okay. I'm good. I'm good with that for a second because I want to see if we get another lower entry. Now, look at this. So, why did I think we were going to get that pullback and I was so patient? There's a few different reasons why. And this is why I want to get you guys a book that you guys can have to start reading the freaking markets correctly. All right, I would like to be able to build a studio and bring a few traders on. So as soon as I can get this book done and finished, I can get it printed in a softback. All right. I think we get our pullback. I think we'll be able to take AMD again. I think AMD is going to present itself again. I think it needs to pull back again, though. I just think AMD needs to pull back. I think it needs to pull back. That's just my opinion. I think it needs to pull back. I'm going to leave it at that. If it does pull back, look, and there's our 145. We didn't get quite 150. That was nice. That was $50 a contract. I mean, well, for y'all, it's like for me, that was like $28 to $32 a contract. And then about $20 on the first take. So I'm cool with that scalp. These things are paying. They're so liquid. They're paying, bro. This is why it's important to know not only setups, this, that, the third, but what options to be in. You guys see this? These things going from $1 to $1.50 in like this 169 to 170. They're literally going 50 cents on a dollar move. All right. So yes. When I get in, I'm out of this trade. I want to see if I can get back in it. I think it needs to pull back. I think AMD needs to pull back some.
The real reason you worry about the Fed doing little or nothing, I think, is if you think the macro data.
Here's what I do, okay? I told you guys, I don't know if you guys heard me, but I drew my Fibonacci and everything. I said 168. All right. Well, what happened was at 168, as time went by, when we started to pull back right here, this level is now like because time has passed, the buy trigger is now at 168.60. So as we pulled in here to VWAP, okay, I should get a buy trigger here. I went, I bought, bang. You know, I'm looking for a run to high day. Whenever I buy options, just so you guys know, whenever I buy anything, whether it's the stock itself, I always take a piece going into the high of day. That is a must. You gotta lock some in. If you're going long on pullbacks, you get the pullback. You go into high of day. As it's going in there to high of day, you take profit. Manage your risk always. Always. Don't just sit there and just think you're going to just try and hold it. Your job is not to try and catch the whole move, because we could get a headline right now that says Argent or whatever the hell the country is was just hit with the bomb from Iraq. Bang, this shit is it's going down so fast, your head's going to spin and you're going to be fudged. All right? So the first take profit is always through the high of the day. My first entry is through the high of the day. I just sat here and said the volume is drying up. If we can get a push up into the 130s, I would like the 150, but we get that push higher, I'm going to take my profit off because the volume is drying up, and I would think we could get another pullback. I think AMD is still going to have another pullback to give us a second entry. I still think that. Yes. And look, we got in at $1. They actually hit 90s. They went to like 98, 96 cents. Right? I took some off. It was at $1.22. I took the first one off at $1.22, and then the second was off was like $1.38, $1.39. So I want to try to get back in it though. That's some nice volume there. You might just start to try right here. Here it goes. It might try. This could give you another one last extension high, unless it's going to suck people in here. It's either going to break or it's not. I feel like it's not, but it could. They could just come in at any minute. Bro, those things went from 98 cents to $1.45, $1.47 in like 5-10 minutes. Not even 5 minutes. All right, let me go shut my window real quick. I hear somebody cutting the grass. I don't want all that shit coming in here. It's warm where I'm at right now. All right, so look, here's the SPY pulling back. The SPY actually has some volume. So, all right, let's look for Meta. I'm going to look for a pullback now. Look at that volume on the SPY. It's going to have to come back with some really nice volume to the upside here if it's going to hold. The SPY just brought in some serious volume. Okay, it's across the street. God, I was so happy with that. That wasn't a good trade for me, though. That's not one good trade. I want one good trade today. One good trade. One good trade. I made some money, but I don't think that was a good trade. I feel like I could have sat... I feel like I could have... I don't know. I guess I traded my plan. Because I know... Here's the thing, guys. I think AMD is going to pull back. I think we have a pullback coming. The thing is like, it's not going to look that good on a 15-minute chart if we do get that pullback. Can you guys feel how AMD is just running out of steam right now? Can you guys feel it? How it's just like not giving you that extension higher and stuff? It's going to have to start to do it now. Right? It's going to have to start to try to do something now. Because it feels like the volume is really drying up quickly. Are you going to get some buy triggers in here? You see how I say that when I'm saying it out loud to you guys and now it starts to rip? Do you guys see that? The timing of You know what I'm saying? The trade. I can't explain it. I don't know. It's, you know, like it's gonna have to do something. It's gonna have to do something. Either pull back. Look at the volume. It's still kind of. The puts are.
Intensely focusing on every tenth of a percentage point in CPI or core PC, whatever it is, as if.
There you go. There's the 140, 150.
Exactly. I mean, I get it. If inflation's 9%, you got to do something about that.
Okay, so there's a SPY, low volume bounce.
I mean, it doesn't make any difference to people's lives so long as it stays steady, slowly coming down.
I gotta pee, but I don't want to.
That's fine. You don't need to have an abnormal monetary policy if that's where you are. And
Alright, so let's see here. Here's probably what I should have done. Look, Nvidia's not making new highs. Nvidia hasn't made a new high yet. ARM's doing pretty well. MU, it's down. Coinbase. Look, look at Coinbase. This is one that I liked for a long. I wasn't sure how she was going to do today, though. Coinbase, nice long here. That's a really nice long here for on Coinbase. 255 would be the target.
Jay Powell very much wants to get to consensus, and one thing I think will happen in June is there's going to be a split vote because what's happening is these Fed presidents are
Nice, man. Just ripping them off. Just keep ripping it off. So yeah, that's about mine. The first take was like 20%, just under 20%, and the second one was like 30%. So not really. And look, those AMD is still going. It's at $1.60 now. That's a nice bull flag on top of that. That's what made it tough, man. This was a little tough, man, because like I think AMD is still going to go higher. I think AMD needs to pull back. I think AMD needs to pull back just a little bit. I do not want. I know liquidity is about to be done with. They're about to leave. TikTok legislation. TikTok legislation. TikTok legislation. Just coming through. They're talking about TikTok with your little Meta, Snapchat. Let's see here. Do they start to get a pop or what? Nope, not affected. Not affected yet. Rum? Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Alright, AMD. Fuck me, man. Those things are up at 80. It was really hard for me to hold it. That was such a nice entry, man. I fucked that up. I just thought we would get another pullback. I thought AMD was going to do some, was going to fuck around and kind of do some fuckery, I guess you could say. They got it. Dude, if nobody's taking profit up there on that extension high, because it's just like everything early. I guess it does have a little room. I'm an idiot.
Cataract surgery has taken another leap forward at Delaware Eye Surgeons. We're excited to bring you the latest advance, the light adjustable lens. This lens is unique. 3 weeks after surgery,
we couldn't have timed that entry any better, though. That was a sick entry. I'm happy about the entry. I'm not happy about the exit. I'm not happy about how I felt.
the future is here at Delaware Eye Surgeons. Let our team help you maximize.
Yeah, that thing's gone now. It's.
I'm sensing an underlying issue.
It's T-Mobile. It started when we tried to get him under a new plan, but they unexpectedly got right with their price lock guarantee.
Fuck, man. That was the trade right there. One good trade. One good trade. Again, the target would have been up there to the daily 90 MA at 175. I should have just held on to this thing. And again, I bought a daily. Watching the SPY with an increase in volume. Looks like the SPY might be trying to put in a double top here. Just be aware. Just be aware. Doesn't mean that it is.
So far
Let's go look. Let's go look at the Qs real quick.
So, Carl, it's not just a good year to date so far. At one point during yesterday's session, we got to some of the highest levels that we've seen in terms of value for the sector.
Let's see.
Going all the way back to the dot-com era in 2000, 1999. So if you take a look at the communication services sector overall, that
Apple.
move, again, eclipsing some of those peaks that we saw.
I think Apple had.
Going all the way back to the dot-com era. So it's something to keep a close eye on with regard to communication.
And here we go. You see, if you start getting the Apple. Come on, man. Microsoft. If you can start getting some of these names to pull back a little bit, they're just going to grind higher. Microsoft's headed for that 425 level. 424, 425.
On a year-to-date basis. So again, consequential to the move, but it really comes down to the market cap victors, I guess, if you want to put it this way. Check out some of these names. It's Alphabet, the parent company of Google. It's Meta Platforms, and it's Netflix. These are the three biggest stocks by market value in the entire sector and carry the most weight. And then for Alphabet, it's up 9%, and that's been an underperformer. Meta, meanwhile, is up 48%, and Netflix is up 29%. Helped along this morning after.
All right, so here goes Meta.
Street high $765 price.
What do I have written down?
If you want to pick out one stock that's really been driving the gains, it's got to be Meta Platforms, the second most valuable stock in the sector, up 48%. The real fuel, Mike, behind that move higher in communication services. I'll send things back over to you.
Thanks. Yeah, we'll pick it up right there with Meta, an outperformer this week as well as for the longer span. It is up over 5% this week, trading at an all-time high dating back to its IPO, of course, in May 2012. Our next guest named the stock one of his top internet long picks. Mark Mahaney, Evercore ISI, head of internet research, joins us now. So, Mark, you have a buy on Meta, price target of 550. So, which raises
Okay, CrowdStrike actually looks pretty bearish here.
You're up around 25 times earnings. They've announced their first
Look at this setup, guys.
Is there anything left for the market to get
Let's see if you get a rejection up here, and let's see if the SPY starts turning around. I may try to look for a.
The move that we've seen year to date over the last 18 months. This is one of the biggest pivots
I may look for
career. A stock that corrects 90% and then comes back to all-time highs. By the way, I
a rejection up here at the at the 50-day moving average for CrowdStrike. I mean, it is up at highs.
multiple, Mike. I think 22, 23, 24 times earnings, something like that for an asset that I think can sustain.
You got some sellers already starting to step in here, too. Support, support, support. Broke on volume. If the SPY starts to if the S&Ps start to turn around, we could see a nice little pullback here on this name.
It must mean that you think, there's at least 10+% upside in each one of them because, Netflix is
Palantir also coming up with the same type of setup.
Well, you remember what last
Right? You can see here it's at the 50-day.
the South Korean drama thriller.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I forgot what that was. Anyway, it's coming again. We're going to see it again this year. So, that's just one thing. But this really just strong stock growth. Look, step back on Netflix. This is what's happening. You're getting back to 20 million a year.
Okay, let's see here. It was a rough morning, but you know what? I made some money this morning. I'm still ready to attack if we get that entry again. If I get the that sucks. That really hurts. The fact that I just had these contracts at $1. That hurts. That hurts. I gotta be stronger than that. I gotta be strong next time.
And just be more modest in our long positions in tech.
Mark, earlier this week, I was at the SOM conference where I sat down with Josh Resnick of Jericho Capital. It's a long-short equity fund that participates in the TMT space, Tech Media Telecom. He really likes Meta, and the reason is he thinks that their kind of AI-targeted advertising monetization
Apple.
potential is just superior to their peers. And I'm curious, based on your channel,
Apple's got a nice little bear flag right there.
ability for AI to pinpoint certain ads at certain times of day, knowing the colors
That's a crazy little bear flag there on Apple.
user might like and be more
See if it's a failed breakout right there.
certain
Anybody else see that bear flag right there? Bang, that's a failed breakout. Let's see if it starts to pull it back. And I would expect Apple to, if it does go to the downside, there it goes. I would look for a target of like 168.80, guys, on Apple. I would see if that level can... Oh, look, and that takes you right to prior lows. 168.80. I would look for that level there. That's funny. It's too ironic, isn't it? That's the level. That's so funny. Oh shit, I gotta look at Tesla. Got all these names we gotta look at. So we're stuck in the Fed day right now. We're stuck with Fed day. Bro, I wonder if we just had a small earthquake. I swear to God, I just moved. Swear to God. Swear to God.
Mark, really appreciate the time this morning. Thanks very much. Thanks, Mike. We'll be right back. S&P up about 0.5%.
I'm trying to see if I think we just had like a little earthquake where I went. Not like an earthquake, but like the ground literally just moved. Swear to God. Swear to God. My monitor, like I thought it was me at first, cause like I felt it like I felt it like, you know, the ground move and everything move, and then I waited, like I'm sitting here in a second and I'm like, was that me? And then my monitor, it was like forward and backward. It was just like, I'm gonna text my girl and see if they felt that too. It definitely was. It's done it before. The last time I was with a friend of mine in the truck, not too far where I'm at right now, and like we thought somebody jumped in the back of the truck and was like jumping on the back of it. So I know that, like, you know, here on the East Coast we can still get like tremors, I guess you would say. Yeah, definitely, for sure. That second one definitely was like, I just sat, watched my monitor, and it was just like back and forth, like really, like I thought it was me. I'm like, wait, am I like losing my mind here? So look, here's a pullback on the Qs, and then my monitor was in, because I have a pretty big monitors, and you know, it doesn't take much for it to move either.
Stock symbol NTRB is on the path to commercializing Aversa, a revolutionary abuse deterrent transdermal technology that can help prevent the abuse of
Yeah, that was definitely a shift in the ground. All right, so let's keep it moving. Yeah, she did. They did. Yup. Yeah, Chris, she did. That's funny. Like the IWM short. The IWM short. Okay.
How do you continue to push yourself? Ambition is the foundation.
Can I come in with a counter offer?
Our role here at NASDAQ is to connect ambition with capital.
I'd like to come in with a counter offer if I could.
Welcome back. A flurry of financial corporate
I
governance
think.
news this morning. We want to tell you about proxy advisory firm Glass Lewis
I
joining
think.
ISS and urging Goldman Sachs to separate its chairman and CEO roles.
I think this. I think it may sit here.
With only 16% supporting the split,
But you could get a. I think you might want to look for a bounce. Unless the volume's really telling you that. Unless the volume's telling you, you know, to be a buyer. That's what I would be a buyer. I'd be a buyer, Chris. That's my counter offer. All right. I'd look for prior day's low if you get it. But right here in this area, to see if you can't get a dip buy. I mean, you are underneath a VWAP, so it may just consolidate. Hold on one second. Scanners now, guys. Yeah, it was an earthquake. It just came on the scanners. Yeah, it just came on the scanners, guys. I knew I wasn't crazy. Sorry, I was just talking on the live stream. Sorry, I was on the phone. Yeah. What is it saying on X? Told you guys. I told you guys I wasn't crazy. Okay, so you guys know it's official. I am not crazy. Okay, I am not crazy. Just a little bit, but I am not crazy. Should have been here. You should. That's why you got to move to the East Coast, Chris. That's why you got to move to the East Coast. You don't have to wake up as early to get to the markets. You know. Let's see here. Let's see here. Let's see here. All right, let's get back to work. Let's get back to doing it. Let's get back to doing the thing. So look, it's things like this that could cause the NASDAQ to kind of have a power outage. You know what I mean? At any time, anything can happen. So that's why we take profits going into the high a day, through the high a day, or a new high, whichever you want to do, and then you can sit comfortable in the trade. You know? Now CNBC's talking about it.
Northeast of Lebanon, New Jersey. It happened during one of our guests, I think it was Mark Mahaney, and we kind of all gave each other a look, as did the traders on the
Yeah, see? Listen. Alright, so... Shit, come on. Oh, they're both... Yeah, guys, so look, I definitely moved forward and backwards, and I'm like, is that me? Am I going crazy? But then I look at my monitor, and my monitor was moving.
We did too. The U.S. Geological Survey reporting an earthquake of 4.8 magnitude, about 5 kilometers northeast of Lebanon, New Jersey. It happened during one of our guests, I think it was Mark Mahaney, and we kind of all gave each other a look, as did the traders on the floor of the exchange.
Yeah, a conversation about AI can have that effect.
You first thought subway, fly over, and then it was this whole building is moving right now. Yeah. So as long as there's no damage to Yankee Stadium, it's the home opener this afternoon.
Empire State Building says it's okay, so I feel like Yankee Stadium.
All right, so there was the counter offer to the
Meantime, let's get to Bertha Cooks
long
and get the
on
rest
the
of the news. Morning,
IWM,
Bertha.
Chris. So sorry for getting off track there.
I've read it on the news. Oh, well. But here's your CNBC News update. The Israeli military dismissed...
Yeah, I felt it. And then I'm like, okay, hold up. My monitor will be the sign. And then I start going forward and backwards. I'm like, and I'm looking at my monitor move, and I'm like, okay, yep, bet. That's definitely a tremor or an earthquake. And I know we get them here because they've done it before. I was at a stoplight and a friend of mine in the truck, and it felt like somebody. We both turned back because we thought somebody jumped in the back of the truck. And so yeah, at first I didn't know if it was like just where I'm at, the house or what, but all right, cool. Just had to flex. Mother Nature just had to flex her muscles a little bit. So now I know I'm not crazy. Now I know I'm not crazy. It's official. All right, let's get back. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. The monitor was, the monitor was the tell sign though. I'm like, okay, I'm moving right now. Am I? Is this like? Am I going crazy or? Look at the monitor. The monitor will tell. Well, the last time it happened was it's just like a tremor. Like it's just like move. It's you can't explain it. It's just like it's nothing crazy. That's why I got quiet for a little bit. I'm like, wait. I think we just had a tremor. The last time was like 5-6 years ago. Like we don't get them, but it's not like we get them all the time. It's just, you got to think, man, it's a massive land, and it's just like, even if it just moves the slightest, you're going to feel it because of gravity. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you have had them, and you just, like, people didn't even know right now. So I made a phone call, and they were like, yeah, we just walked out, we came out of the office and asked if anybody else felt that. And you know, so yeah, it's definitely official. But like you have all this land, and like land moves, and you may not feel it at times, but that was just a little tremor. The East Coast is where it's at though, but you got to go to warm weather. I don't know. At least, you know what, I will say this, as long as you're in the United States, you know, we can all, you know, it can be crummy at times, but we got to realize there is still opportunity. All right, back to work. 15-minute chart. 15-minute chart on AMD. I was looking for a pullback. I still want to try to catch a bounce. Just be careful in case we have another tremor and the Nasdaq breaks down. This is why we always take profits. This thing just stopped moving, man. I knew there was something with AMD. So this is telling me right now that we stopped moving, that okay, so Israel, they're saying that it will definitely come. A strike against Israel will definitely come. So, okay. Whatever you say. And look, there goes AMD. Let's look at the SPY. SPY's pulling back off of that. Not off of that, just 169. Okay, what's going to happen here? I'm really curious. I'm hoping to see if we can get another one, man. That was kind of cool. Like, I can't explain it, guys. Like, it felt like it doesn't move like you can, it makes you second guess. Like, wait, was that me? Was that, you know what I mean? I guarantee you there's a lot of people that didn't even feel that. The only reason I did is because I'm sitting here in the chair and I'm like, yeah, it is cool. I mean, kind of. If it doesn't break shit, then it becomes a hassle. But, I don't know. That's just, listen, I'm crazy, alright? I'm a nut. I'm crazy. Sorry that I, like, when little things like that happen in life, say I'm an addict. I'd like it to do it again. It gave me a little bit of joy, and it took my mind off of things. So, I can't just have one earthquake. I need two. I need to feel it again.
Well, I think ultimately what we care about is PCE, but most of the information about PCE release comes.
Alright, so AMD is kind of just stuck here. Alright, NVIDIA is... Let's see, is this going to be the buy trade? What time is it? Okay, it's 10:41. Volume has fallen off. All right, so I'm thinking about taking. God, I want to take another long on AMD, but I feel like it's overdone. You may try to get. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I think that was our buy trigger right there. So is the Nasdaq gonna like stop in case it happens again? I wonder if what protocol is there. Like, do they kind of just like? I mean, they can't stop.
Quick programming note, a conversation you don't want to miss on Monday. Our own Sarah Eisen live from Beijing with Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen.
Yeah, that's what I'm on the cusp of too. Like, let's look at Amazon real quick. I might have another little last leg in it. That would be a trigger right there. The volume is starting to fall out of bed here. It's 11 o'clock. It could just sit here and consolidate. That would be another. It could be another option there. Man, this thing just struggling at 185, isn't it? It just like cannot get through it and hold it. Keep an eye on Apple, United Healthcare, JP Morgan, and crew. Okay, look, this is a nice bear flag on Apple. See if it starts to break down here or break up and out. But I think it'll break down. Like, look, you guys see this? Look at that. Bang. That's a beaut. That's a beaut of a bear flag right there. Here it goes. Come on. And look, you're starting to see right there with that last candle, that increase in volume. There it goes. What I say. It's a buy trigger or sell trigger there. Just don't know if it's going to give you. I think again, I would look for 168.80 would be the target. 168.80 would be the target. But a lot of these names are oversold. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. A lot of depending on the charts that you're looking at, you have, it's either going to tell you that it's oversold or it's overbought. So that's where you get this consolidation. Depending on what it is that you're looking at, it's going to tell you two different things. And that's why you see Apple wanting to break down right now, because some people are seeing it as a breakdown, and then some other people are like, wait, no, this thing's overdone. It needs to be bought, not sold. So now you're going to start getting this fight between, do we go up or do we go down? Do we go up or do we go down? Or do we wait for a catalyst? Because depending on what it is that you're looking at, these things are overdone. Not Apple, but I mean, again, short term, it's not overdone. This thing could pop here, guys. Actually, yeah, Apple's really nice for a long. That's actually would be a nice trade right here. Try to take an Apple long, but it rejected up there at 169, 170. That's what I don't understand, man. The Apple should be going higher. All right, never mind. I was about to say, if they weren't $1.40, AMD, that's a nice buy there. You should try to get that extension and make a new high. Let's see. Let's see right now. See if it extends to a new high. See if AMD can just make a new high. Look, told you. Look at the 1 minute. Look. Come on, you can do it. I know you want to. You know you want to. Come on, I need to find. Let's see. Let's go look. This man's still walking? Damn. Pete, you still walking, bro? He's still walking. Every day we can, in the morning, you just check in, he's still walking. He's vision sun dances with his bride, okay. Okay. Incredibly hot, but we're less likely to get rate cuts this year. What the fuck?
Industrials every day I keep putting up at the NYSE, General Electric and Eaton and Parker Hannifin, Caterpillar, global demand for their
holy shit. Holy shit. Long Island, Lebanon.
Technology is lacking. Apple's down, Intel's down, Cisco's down, yeah, Nvidia's up, so it's a little bifurcated. Healthcare's been a real disappointment.
So Meta. Sorry guys, Meta. Yeah, the TikTok news, that's up almost 3%. GE, everything's turning around somewhat right now. You can see AMD is the leader, so that was a nice idea there. Intel is still down. It's getting smoked. Tesla's... See, it's just consolidating. It's not moving. I'm going to go look at small caps real quick. Let me look at this scanner.
But look at the moves here. The main S&P Energy Index is up 16%. Everything. Oil refiners, I keep putting all those up, like Valero, up 16%. The exploration production companies, the bigger ones, ConocoPhillips, for example, all having a great year. And even oil services, the Halliburtons and Schlumberger, and they usually lag because it's very capital intensive. They're up about 12%. So this group is underowned, underloved.
All right, that's right. I forgot about
buy stuff that is.
All right, I'm gonna look at some small caps right now, guys, because
Nvidia, Meta, Amazon, it rebalances.
it feels like the overall markets might be a little done. Like the volume may start to subside. EJH is going right now, by the way. EJH. EJH is trying to go here. Just got to pull up this daily chart. Alright, so the first thing is first. On this daily chart here, you're above the 50-day. You have support, and you should have that 200-day. 450, 460. $5. Yeah, look. Big increase in volume. I think this thing is just junk. Yeah, $4.50 would probably be the target that I would look for on EJH, but it looks like you're getting some volume that's coming in, and you don't want to increase in volume on the down, on the pullback. You don't want to increase in volume on pullbacks. MDIA is another one. I'm not sure. It's just small caps are going. I can look real quick. But small caps this whole week, the past 2 weeks, they've been going. There's actually been like, yeah, there is news with biotechs, like they've been getting upgrades and stuff. What was the ticker? EJH? What is that? Home households? Okay, shares rose 15% to 267 during Friday's pre-market. The market value of their outstanding shares is $47 million. No news, it looks like. Y-Star Surgical. Other stocks from Thursday, mid-session. Friday's pre-market. Oh, this thing's been going. Look at the volume. So it's just a continuation play, it looks like, and they'll start to take profits. This thing's probably done. So I'm not sure. There may have been. Fuck. That's a nice move on AMD. Moderna's moving. I haven't traded that in a while. It's at high a day.
There are no hidden fees. What do you guys think I said?
Oh, TickPick. I thought you said.
You heard right. TickPick, the no-fee ticket site.
I mean, Moderna could get up to 105.50. This thing loves to just hold its support and resistance levels, like to a T. That's why this thing is a fun stock to trade.
Today's Money Mover. Insights from Citi Global's chief economist. His take on the job.
And it likes to do what the SPY does.
Strategies for your portfolio. Carl Quintanilla, Sarah Eisen. Money Movers. 11 Eastern. CNBC.
So many law firm commercials. How do you choose the right firm? You need to choose a firm with record-setting results and a great reputation. Let me tell you.
All right, so that 104 right there. So that 104 should act as resistance. on Moderna. Fuck, man. I don't know what to trade now. Look, and now here goes AMD. Back to 180.
Do they have the results? Do they have the reputation to prove to you that they could fight for you and win?
I think that's it, guys. You know, I'm going to wait for the afternoon and maybe I'll play the overall markets. But feels like AMD, like, in my opinion, is going to start consolidating. Right? To grind higher. Like, I think that's your target. 175 is your target, like, for sure. In my opinion, that's where it's headed. I just think you need, like, it's hard to buy it up here. You know? We'll see if we can get a pullback on it. It's a nice little cup and handle.
I strongly believe that this doesn't only hurt these American firms. Ending these unfair practices would benefit China.
Yeah, there wasn't any news on that stock, but
That's the Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen not mincing words about Chinese competition at the American Chamber of Commerce
Report
in
that the
Guangzhou.
FAA has
As she
implemented
kicks off
ground
meetings there with
flights
economic
bound to New York
regulators. Of course, she's
JFK
going to be
and
talking
Newark
with Sarah Eisen on Monday. Let's get to Megan Casella in the meantime with the latest.
they said that they're stopping flights to New York and JFK because of the earthquake, which is crazy because, I mean, that's smart in case you land and they have it again, but I would expect that to be it. Square call out. What did it go higher? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that
Chinese state media has pushed back on this before Yellen's trip, calling it a double standard. Yellen, meanwhile,
I should have. Oh my God! I wrote down SQ, and I didn't write down any of the levels. But
tough talk on China aside, Yellen is making clear that the U.S. wants to keep the bilateral relationship going.
President Biden and I firmly reject the idea that the United States
they had a downgrade yesterday, or like somebody came out with a downgrade. I just felt like it was either yesterday or the day before. It was yesterday. Look at that volume. Yeah, it's just for landing. I guess they don't want a plane to come in and land, and then there be another one, just in case there's another one. And then because the ground is shifting and you're coming in at 500-600 mile an hour, 2, 3, or hold on.
But they're really trying to manage the relationship. They're clearly on firmer ground with China than they were just a couple of years ago. So they want to make sure they keep talking. They're staying firm.
There was just another. I don't know. I would say that they're worried about them landing or even taking off, and it happened while they're landing, and because when the ground's moving like that, and you start to get wind underneath those wings, and it'll start to get the plane rocking and going. You know what I'm saying? Once it starts, it could. Yeah, pretty much. And I don't think we're going to get another one. I feel like we would have already felt it by now. Maybe we get one later on, but I don't know. I think like this is how it was last time. It was just like a little tremor. Like you could just feel the ground moving. That's all it is. And then it goes away and it doesn't come back for another 5-6 years. You know what I'm saying? So, and we also did just have a lot of rain. Remember how I told you guys I haven't like really left the house and to get a haircut and stuff because it's been literally raining for like 2 weeks. So I wonder if that has something to do with it, with the ground being soft and everything. I wouldn't be surprised if that also has something to do with it. I don't know if we have a full moon or anything with the thing that's coming up. I know it could affect the tide, but I think it could be because of the rain. We've gotten a lot of rain so far. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the cause.
It is done in the same day we
But it was felt all the way up into Vermont. And there it goes, you fucking bastard. $2.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style. It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation.
Yeah, I think they're worried that we're gonna have another one. I think it's done.
And no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-991-1794. That's 800-991-1794.
Bro, I literally listen, Chris, when I tell you it moved me, I was going forward and backwards. I'm like, what? Wait. I'm like, it's not, that can't be the house, because it wouldn't literally like move me forward and backwards. And I'm like, so it like came, like I felt like I moved forward and backwards, and I'm like, and I think to myself, I'm like, wait, was that me? Am I having like an out of mind experience right now? Like, is it me? And I'm like, look at the monitor. Look at the monitor, see if the monitor is going to tell me if it's moving. Then it hit again. And then it was like, then I was like going forward and backwards. And I'm like, okay, the monitor's moving, so it's not me. It's not me. And that's what, I knew it. I knew it. And I'm like, yo, guys, I think I just had an earthquake. I thought we had just had a tremor. I mean, the markets are a little oversold here, man. It is what it is. You know. So, here's the thing, like, this might be it. This might be it. Might be. They're buying the dip. They're showing us they're buying the dip. I think we still have a little ways to go. We should start to pull back here, though. I think we pull back here. We should start to pull back off of this level. Like this time, I promise. I gave you a counter offer on. Yeah, that's see, it was like it was just like the same as this. It wasn't like crazy. It just, you could just feel that you were moving. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, it's weird. It's like not, like, I don't know. I can't explain it. You know? But yeah, that, you know, you start feeling moving. You don't know what to think because you don't get earthquakes. So it's like, sleep, then they just get awake by earthquake shaking everything in the room. Yeah. Oh, I know. Think about the people on the West Coast. They're probably just used to it, you know? I'm still waiting to see if, like, we get another, like, little one or something. Like, it's crazy that massive, like, think about the amount of land that, like, has to move from Jersey to where I'm at all the way up to Vermont. Like, it's kind of, like, unfathomable, like, to feel, you know what I'm saying? Man, I wish I had the camera on today. The day I don't have the camera on, you guys, we could have seen it on the camera. Wait. There's something going off. You can hear in the NASDAQ, there's sirens going off on their phones. Steve, listen. I'm going to play it. I don't know if it's just like a warning. You guys know how New York is.
Rate hikes. Talks about immigration and innovation having supported the supply side of the economy. That's the good news here in this speech, suggesting we could be at the beginning of an era of strong productivity growth.
See if
saying
another
that
one's coming or
a
not.
particular metric is
You'll
skewed
hear it
to
on
the
the phone.
upside, or the good news, with AI being a potential source of
Hear
that.
it?
She says it will soon be appropriate for the Fed to decide when to slow
You
the
hear that?
runoff of the balance sheet.
So
or
I
support
wonder
slower
if it's just like, you know, if there's something, if there was another little one, or if they're just late on the warning, like, oh my God, we had a little tremor. Like, don't make a big deal. It's fine. Like, relax. Stop being so democratic about it.
If you have a change in this data, Carl, it's maybe, and you have these reactions, it's easier to see where they stand.
Yeah, it is a good week for that. We'll look forward to that chart, Steve. Thank you. For more on this blowout March jobs report and what it means for...
Okay, so we're back out of the Fed day. Let's see if we can pull back into this Fed day here at this level and try to make this level support at like 517. See, we're above the 20-day right now. Come on. Unless that was previously recorded too, that could be another thing. But they're late. They're definitely late on it. They wouldn't be able to like... It could be for the airline. Could be for that. I don't know. I don't know why New York would send out an alert like that. I really don't know why. The Qs are pushing up on the 20-day right now. That's why I say I'm going to look to get short here. I'm going to look to take a small short position here on probably the Qs. Yeah, look, it's already pulling back off of it already. It's doing it now. Tesla. Oh my gosh. All right, Tesla's coming. Oh my God, like everything hitting at once, bro.
Tesla has canceled the long
Shit.
inexpensive car that investors have been counting on to drive its growth in the
Fuck.
market. Automaker, according to 3 sources,
Damn it.
with the matter and company
Come on, man. Come on, man.
that's Tango Sandy Lima Alpha.
Where are we going? 166, 165? 165? What are they? These options probably already went up. 24 cents. Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's go for it. 165. Let's go. Trade. Fuck. Hurry. Fuck. I've already paid up a lot more for them. No, I couldn't. No, they just doubled. Damn it, I wasn't fast enough.
Again, Reuters reporting that Tesla is scrapping its plans.
Oh my God, guys. Gotta be quicker than that. We could have just got 100% trade right there. Fuck. God, that hurt. I was literally, guys, you know why I didn't get in? And I probably would have got filled at 40 cents? Because it said, weeklies are risky. Bro, I'm literally going to call E-Trade on the phone with you guys and say, yo, listen, if you don't fucking get rid of this stupid fucking message and fucking me up getting in and out of trades, because when I push this fucking button, I want it to go through. I don't want to sit here and have something stupid come up here. All right? And I don't want to push the button and then the notification not come up. So I don't give a fuck about what you got to do for these little teenagers, these little 18, 20-year-olds who lose their money all day long. Send it to them. I don't want it. You don't have to tell me the shit that I already know. Look, already at 83 cents, guys. Fuck. God damn it. I was so close to getting that, guys. I was so close to getting into those fucking 165s to 25 cents. As soon as I started clicking, I'm watching my time in sales, and then I look down in my phone and I'm not filled because it says it wants to tell me that a weekly option that expires in 4 hours is risky. 2 hours, I'm sorry, like 3 hours. Like you got to tell me that. You got to tell me that. Jesus Christ, man. And there was that resistance level on the Qs. Like right at Xpeng and everything else. Look at Li Auto, Lucid. There could be sympathies there, guys. Li Auto. Look at Li Auto spiking. Neo. All spiking now. Fuck. Yo, I was so fucking close to having one good trade, bro. I might even have to smoke a cigarette. And I don't smoke, really. I might have to smoke a cigarette after this one. I might call E-Trade on the phone. I might call Morgan Stanley right now with you guys on the live stream. Like, I might get nasty. It might get nasty. I knew that this was a good, solid fucking trade. It's $1 now, bro. 25 cents. I said, let's get to 165s. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. They were 20 cents to 25 cent bid. And then they jumped to 30. And I'm like, I'm not in it. I'm not in it. I'm not in it because it wants to send me a message of the fucking obvious that I already know. Oh my god. The risk to the reward on that would have been worth it, guys, because you're talking about being in the money with volatility. That's unbelievable, bro. I am so close to fucking calling these motherfuckers right now.
Sticking with jobs, as the influencer economy continues to grow, more companies are turning to lesser-known content creators to promote their brands. Kate Rogers has a look at the demand for micro-influencers in the next installment of her Help Wanted series. Hey, Kate.
Hey, Carl. Good morning. The creator economy, with a total addressable market currently estimated at $250 billion, could nearly double in the next few years, according to research from Goldman Sachs. And increasingly, there are these opportunities for smaller creators to get in on the action. Cities and states, public awareness campaigns, and even major brands like Lipton Teas are activating work with nano and micro influencers, some of whom may have under 10,000 followers, for a more authentic message.
We believe that you don't necessarily need to go to the biggest celebrity. We believe leaders in the community and local influencers can have a lot of impact. And so our strategy is to really go for authenticity and to focus on people who can carry a message they really believe in.
27-year-old Sonia Mata works in higher education but has just started monetizing her social media presence with user-generated content to make money on the side. She's done campaigns from skincare to public health in New York State, choosing to work on things she says that resonate with her, but also not feeling the pressure of celebrity influencer culture.
You don't need a large following to be able to get into the tech world. I think that was something that was a misconception for me earlier on, which is why I felt like discouraged, or I didn't even realize that I could make money off of creating content.
Now, both Sonia and Lipton are working with Zomad, which is an influencer marketing agency. Its founder, Rob Perry, tells us that these user-generated content campaigns are really becoming increasingly popular as brands spread out their ad budgets across nano and micro influencers instead of just one major influencer. The reach is broader, and it's aligned with how Gen Z in particular wants to be targeted. Back over to you.
Hey, Kate, two questions. One is, what kind of compensation are we talking about here? And then, are they still sort of platform agnostic? What would happen if TikTok were to be sold?
Yeah, Carl, great question. We asked several of the influencers that we talked about. Certainly able to kind of move these campaigns from platform to platform, and many of them are on both TikTok and Instagram Reels. For example, some even started on YouTube. So I think while the followings may be different on different platforms, they are kind of nimble in that sense that they're able and willing to move. But there's no denying that if TikTok were to be banned, this would be, a major ripple effect for this industry and the capability of these creators to make money.
Guys, they're in the money. Look at this. They're $2 fucking from 25 cents. You see why I'm angry? You guys see why I'm mad? Because I knew we could get this thing in the money with that news. You see that? $2.50 off of a 25-cent entry. Yes, damn. You see why I'm upset right now? You see why? You see why one notification stops me from getting in? When I want to push the fucking button, I want in. I don't want to say, oh wait, is this notification going to come up or not? I don't give a fuck about Obama. I don't give a shit about Trump. I don't care about Biden. Turn the fucking notification off. I don't need you motherfuckers to tell me in 2 hours that this thing expires, it's out of the money, and it's going to go to zero, that it's risky. I don't need you to tell me that. I don't need it. I'm pretty sure I know that. especially if the account's been with you for damn near 10 years, you probably don't need to do that. So it's probably time for me to leave and just go ahead and take the rest of the money that I haven't already taken out and put it in IBKR. That was a hit. 287 even on a bounce back. $3 on a bounce back. Stop it, man. Don't fuck with me. I knew it. That's why I said, yo, it's on. It's on. Let's go. This is the start. The risk to reward is worth it. I'm willing to lose it all, even if it doesn't work out. I have a 90% chance that this... Look, $4 already, dude. $4. So that's why I was trying to be quick and say, guys, 165, 25 cents. The news has hit. It has not priced it in yet. 165, 165 puts, 165 puts. I literally pressed and pressed and pressed and pressed. But because of that fucking notification, which goes to the top of the screen, I was not able to get in. And then I get upset and I get like, I wanted 25 cents. I want 25 cents. I'm not going to pay $3 for something that expires in just a few minutes, even though it's in the money. So right now you're $2-3 in the money, bro. Like, that was a hit. That's what we call a lick. We got it nice and early. They didn't price in the options. The options for that were still 65 cents. Or 25 cents. 25 cents. 25 cents. One good trade. One good trade. I was there. I was in it. I'm pressing and pressing and pressing. And I look down and I'm not in it. And I got a notification that says weekly, or I'm gonna read it off to you. Let's look at it. Let me go click on, make sure that it doesn't get me in something. Let's look at like a 149. Let's go to 149. Okay. Buy open. Okay. Select price. Preview. Okay. Please note that you are opening option position on expire day. What? I don't even know what the fucking expire day is. Which carries expiration and asset and assignment risk. More information related to options expiration and assignment risk may be found at the disclosure library. Listen, suck my you-know-what. Sideways at that. Bro, but it comes in at the top of the screen, so it's like you have to click it. Please note my nuts in your mouth. I don't mean to be ignorant, but this is this is upsetting. Guys, this is this is free money. This is a 25 cent option that is now at even at 250, we'll say 250. What is that? That's over 1,000% in just a few minutes. This is where the anger comes from, and I'm done. I think I'm done. I think I'm going to call them. I'm going to call them and say, listen, I don't know what you guys need to do, but go to my account, and I need this little notification that you guys keep telling me. I don't give a fuck. If it's for everybody and you're going to keep doing it, guess what? I'm gone. So if you can't fix it, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to catch y'all on the flip side. Because I can't I get a fucking headline news, and I need to hurry up and run my ass over there and get going with it. And you got to make me do a bunch of extra steps before I take the position. We got problems. I can't. I don't need that. I'm going to go somewhere that offers me a direct, quick entry in. Bang. I know the risk. I know what the fuck I'm doing. I don't need you to tell me that this option expires today. I'm pretty sure that I know that. I'm pretty sure that I know if I don't manage my money, I'm going to be out the game, and I'm not going to do well for myself. Alright, I don't think you need to state the obvious there. Unbelievable, man. Did anybody get that, though? We got that news really early. We got that news early, man. Bro, those things, I honestly can't believe, guys, that those things were still 25 cents. And you know what that also tells me? As soon as I was clicking to get in, they went from 25 cents to 40 cents, that other people were doing the same exact thing, trying to hurry, and you just seen them literally like flip. So, and even these 165s, the volume was really nice. And you're starting to see the volume increase as the further it goes down, because nobody wants to spend any money on it on a daily. And people are also selling too. Don't get it twisted. There's a lot of people selling in here because they know it's not going there. Like, it made its move. It's probably done for the day. Well, it's not about feeling fast as fuck, but it's about what you pay. It's about what you're going to get. You're going to pay commissions to be able to get filled at decent prices. All right? You know, if you're somebody that, I mean, I wouldn't worry about it unless you're really going to use it. You know, unless you're like, I would use, like, that's what I need to do. I need to just trade on my Lightspeed account. I just been sticking to this because it's on my, it's just what I've been doing. It's just what I've been doing. So that's that. That's that. I kind of just started it when I was on the stream, and I just, you know, I'm a person that, you know, just does the same thing over and over and over. But I'm gonna switch everything over. I think after I make a phone call today, if I got to keep dealing with that, I'm just taking all my money out of there. And then, you know, the stock price can suffer because of it. And the new CEO, you know, there's been a CEO change with Morgan Stanley, and you know, I think I'm good. I think I'm gonna make the transfer. So I have money in an IBKR account, in an Interactive Brokers account. I have a Lightspeed account. I have an E-Trade account. I have this account. I have Thinkorswim. But the only time I would use this, like, I opened Thinkorswim for Forex and futures, which I could do that also on Interactive Brokers, but I haven't called Interactive Brokers because I initially didn't set it up for a futures or Forex. But I'm sure with a phone call I could easily change that. Fuck, man, that's so bad, guys. That could have been the day there. Bro, $100 at that? $100 at that Tesla? Even something small just to get a piece of the action? You're talking 3, 6, 9, or let's say 2, 4, I don't know. Let's see, 25 cents on $100 times 10. You know, that $100 would have brought you, I don't know, $1,500 to $2,000, $2,300 in just a few minutes, even at $2 from 25 cents. That's a nice gain there. That's a really nice gain. I mean, that's over 1,000%. I guess what, 25 cents to $2.50 is 1,000%. 100 is 50. So what, 50? I'd have to do the math. Fuck, man. I needed this one to... Listen, if I would have gotten this one, I would have... I would have went into this weekend feeling really good. Went into this weekend feeling really good. I still have the fucking order. I don't have it up now, but I still have the one order up. But I'm just like looking at it like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, yes, I should have taken it at 48 cents. But seeing at 25 cents, paying 100% more, it's tough, man. It's tough. It's hard to do that. That's
just announced recently that they're moving more towards a hybrid approach. Look at the companies that have benefited the most from a stock price perspective in Autoland. Toyota, Stellantis, BMW. These are flexible architectures. Particularly Stellantis and BMW are the same line.
Let me see here. I can't really see what did it peak at? $3.80. Just under $4. We got that news early, guys. I think that's the first time. Listen, that's probably the first time in 2 to 3 years that the Benzinga Squawk Box has done anything good. It's garbage. Like, I'm not going to say it's garbage, but it is. It's not, like, you're not... If you're looking to be the first to get the news, it's not... I'm not going to say anything. Because it gets reported before... So, in order to, for some of these Squawk Boxes, all they do is go to Reuters and the different news outlets where the news come from, and then they themselves report it. So it has to be reported for them to report it. The news was that they are canceling some type of thing that they were making that was highly... Look, right here. It was highly wanted low-cost vehicle plans. They're scrapping that. So, yeah. Tesla scrapped its plans to offer an inexpensive car, Reuters reported, citing 3 sources familiar with the matter and company messages seen by Reuters. Market chatter is derived from conversation, blah, blah, blah. So somebody obviously had inside information and went out of their way to fuck with Tesla, which is bullshit because they keep doing it. So, familiar with the matter and company messages seen by Reuters. So there's an editor at Reuters and is in touch with or friends with or someone went out of their way that works at Tesla say, hey, look, guys, they're saying that they're not going to make this anymore. I'm just letting you guys know. Like, come on, dude. I don't know. Do they get paid for it? Maybe they do. I don't know. But, you know, so low-cost vehicle isn't happening because that would bring in more money. But anyway, that the low-cost thing, I don't know, man. Look, 355. It's just wild, bro. Like, I was there. I was fucking there, man. The fucking OK sign from E-Trade, bro. I'm not gonna dwell on it. But that was a nice lick. That would have been a really nice lick, man. That would have been a nice lick. What is that? 5? Let's see. 25. Yeah, it's 5. You'd have to do the percentage math on it, guys. I'd have to go to the calculator. But 25 cents even at $3. Let's see. Percentage calculator. Percentage calculator. Wait, hold on. 25.25 into 3. We'll just do $3. So that's 1,200%. So that's 1,200. And this is just one. So, you know, 1,200 on $100 would be $1,200. That's 25 to 3. And it did it in just a few minutes. I was ready to let that go to 0. That was the point of that. I was ready to lose that $100. I made it back on AMD. Look, it's already at $4 now. I think it's going to just continue to go lower, and there's still a good portion of the day left. Damn, it's already down at the low 160s. God, that looks so good. Okay, cool. What is it? Nothing? Well, you're not having it. It's not yours. You're not having a baby. Oh, okay. All right. Little late on that. Sorry.
The U.S. Geological Survey reported a preliminary magnitude of 4.8, causing buildings to shake from Maryland to Maine. A group of New York inmates will now be able to see Monday's solar eclipse. They sued the state over its decision.
Yeah, they better watch trains and stuff for the railroads.
Violated their constitutional rights to practice their faith.
Fucking $4, Chris. I can't look at this anymore. I can't look at it. 425, 430. Guys, I think you're going to 159. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. That would be a take right there. Bang. Take it.
P&G says that could pose an issue for children or other vulnerable people if they ingest the pod or if it breaks open on their skin or near their eyes.
That's absolutely insane, bro. I don't want this to happen next week. This ain't happening next week. We're done. We're not letting this shit happen anymore. So whatever I gotta do, I'm gonna get this. Like we not letting this happen anymore. I'm done. I can't let that shit bother me. I can't let it. That's just wild. And the Q's told us that you know, that rejection up there was coming, and then the news came out. But give it up, you know, give it up to Benzinga because they were quick on it. And again, though, I think that's I'm gonna be honest here that was the first time in years, like 3 years that they've 2-3 years that they were like the first to report. And that's people get that. You know, I feel bad for people that, you know, spend a lot of money on it and don't understand exactly what it is. You know, they just report what's been reported already. So if you could just do it yourself and make accounts to the places that do report, and you guys can get the news first, right? So take notes of where all the news outlets, like where it comes from. Locate the news outlets like Reuters. You could just use like CNBC, but CNBC is going to be late. You just have to use different ones like Financial Times, Wall Street Journal, Reuters, and, you know, get that news first. You might even be able to use Bloomberg, but...
If you don't know us yet, you should. Supporting the biotech that could cure aging. Mizuho is there. Championing clean energy in Hawaii.
Let's go back to AMD. I'm going to get this shit off my screen.
Lead the charge on that electric vehicle IPO. Also us. So if you're making your next big move, now you know our name. Mizuho Americas. A name worth knowing. Am I still on target to have enough for a
So those AMDs are just hanging. See how it's just grinding slowly up to the upside. I feel like that's what it's going to do all day, and you're just going to look. Can we get another one here? Can we get an? Is it going to? An acquisition of where? Is it good, bad? 96. 47's too much. That's not big news.
We tackle the cause of weight gain, not just the symptom. When you have good metabolic health, weight loss is
Cloudflare announcing the acquisition of Baseline.
Come on, man. Let's get an afternoon filled with news. I'm ready for it. And another one, EFX. Come on. Nothing. Just give me 1 second. I'm just going through something here behind the scenes, trying to. This one's gonna stick with me, man. This Tesla trade's gonna stick with me. This one's gonna hurt. I'm gonna be carrying this one over the weekend. It's 11:30. It's only 11:30, and these things are up 440 now. That's how far they're in the money. Like, I felt very good about getting those 25s, even if they were to go to 0 and that thing reversed. I was like, I'm willing to take the risk because the probability is great. Look at that reversal there. Uh-oh, news is coming out on Tesla. Let's go. Hold on. Bro, that's a crazy reversal there, guys. Shit's about to get crazy right now. Elon tweeted. Eden tweeted. Reuters is lying. Fuck. Alright, so these were, the 170s were 30 cents. See if you get a pullback. They were just 30 cents for the 170s. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I really don't.
Shares of Tesla now spiking off the lows, 165.47.
Up, guys. I just took it. Bro, wait. Yo, it did it twice? Bro, it did it twice. It said that I could not. It said that, yo, this shit is risky. You better watch out. No, it did it before it did the fill, too. All right, let me take it off there. It's 75 cents. It's a nice little move there. Got above VWAP. Bro. There we go. Okay. At least I got something. Bro, are you serious? It fucked me on the fill. Bro, it said, no, we don't want to fill you. Are you kidding me? You're going to do it twice? So it said it once when I hit preview. I go to hit preview again, and I have to hit OK. That... Yo. Yo, you're kidding me. Yo, I'm done.
Is really the first line in the sand.
completely rail the Fed if we go to 100 and just kind of sit there. I think once we start creeping past 100, that's when the market's going to start pricing in.
Yeah, so those 170s were nice. I ended up getting fill. Listen, I got fucked on the fill, guys. I got fucked on the fill. I had a chance to get in at 40 cents. It ended up filling me at 50 because, like, I pressed OK, and then I pressed to get my order, and then I'm, like, looking at the screen, and yet it's saying it again. It's saying it again that to like, officially fill that order. Fuck. Hold on.
Meantime, more details on this potential Skydance bid from Paramount. Our Alex Sherman had a piece out a few moments ago, Alex, in which you talk about sort of the unique dynamics behind this offer.
Yeah, some new details on this offer right now that I can bring to you. I'm told about a 45 to 50% stake would be owned by the Skydance Consortium. That is Skydance Media, which is run by David Ellison, and its private equity partners, KKR and Redbird Capital.
There you go, guys. They're $1. See, I was a little more hesitant because I still feel like they're gonna like pin this thing up here. But that was the trade there to try to get it back to the low. You might be able to get it back to high a day. It's gonna be hard to tell. Yeah, I would watch trying to do that stuff, bro. I mean, I don't know where the double bottom is, but 160 is your support. That's what's up, though. It's a nice Friday here. We're getting some news. He said, "Yeah, Reuters, you lying, dog. What you mean?" You know what Elon does, guys? If you guys don't know this, they set people up that have like access to stuff that they don't want public. What they'll do is, like, when they send copies, they'll do different spaces and different locations for each email that's sent out to people, and they'll say, okay, this was reported. Okay, they'll get to the email that was leaked, right? And then they'll be able to go through that email and say, okay, this goes to Chris. He had a double space on the T, or he had a misspelled word. This was Chris's, this is Mark's, this is Jay's, this is John's. They each have their own, like, specific encryption, as in, like, whether it's like double, triple spacing, a caps, like a words, like they it's what they do. So they'll be able to find out who sent the text messages or what the emails or messages over to Reuters. They'll be able to find it. I promise. Especially from someone that let's see if Reuters answers back. It says that Reuters seen the messages. So let's see what happens here. This is going to get nice and volatile. Listen, volatility pays, guys. Volatility pays nonetheless. So those 170s are back down at 150. If Reuters says that they've seen the messages, I would think that this may come back down. And look at those. Wait, we were looking at the 165s, right? Yeah, they were 25 cents. So I think this thing still pulls back because Reuters isn't going to come out and say that they did not see the messages that they weren't going to do it unless they saw the messages that they weren't going to do it. Because there are public. So when you have a yeah, I hear you, man. That's what's up. And that's a huge trade too off of that level. So in publication, you have laws that you have to abide by, right? Like you can't report on some things if you're like a Wall Street Journal, a Reuters. You know, you have to have confirmation bias when you go to report something, especially something like with Tesla. So I'm sure that they've seen the messages, and if they didn't, they could get fined. And the publishing company, you know, the state or federally, whatever it lies under, you know, they'll have to pay a fine. They could, and just like Financial Times, right? The editor put out, you know, people were talking about with the banks and going out to, you know, when these banks started to go out and try to raise money. Well, Financial Times reported that the one guy from Financial Times reported that like so-and-so bank had just met with the lawyer to, you know, try to raise money or to see what they should do. And then the bank comes out and says that that's not true. And I think the person lost his job, and that, you know, because there's a fine line that they have. Like, you kind of like have your license. Like, if there's anybody that knows anything about publishing and publishing and how that whole world works, feel free to chime in, because, you know, there are certain guidelines that they have to abide by. I think, I'm going to be honest, I think Reuters isn't wrong. I think Elon is just saying that because, you know, this is another hit piece. This is another hit piece. I think, you know what? Here's the thing. Reuters could have seen it. Someone could have showed it to them. But who's to say that it wasn't made up? Like, I'm just going to say like AI, right? I'm just going to use AI as an example. But why would a person that works from Tesla, that's the thing, Reuters is going to know if that person actually works at Tesla, actually gets messages like that. Then you have to say, then you have to think about the credibility of the person that's giving the information to Reuters. If they really work for Tesla, are they going out just to start shit? Like, you know what I'm saying? Are they just doing it to stir stuff up and it's not true? You know, I think Reuters saw the messages. So, and because they would have to have a belief of the conversation that something was happening. It's just whether or not the messages that they were shown were real or fake. So it's, you know, it's anyone's thing. So we could look at these 160, 250, 160.
Considered sale could fetch about $8 billion according to sources. The chain has held talks with Blackstone, BLX, BX.
I'm thinking about the 160s. I know they're nice and cheap, but fuck, I'm gonna miss it. I knew it. We still have a long day today, guys. I know it's way far out of the money. Where are we at now? We're only up 3%. We're down 3%, 4%. I'm looking at that. I'm looking at it. Wouldn't they have to confirm some serious news like that before putting us? That's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. The person that showed the messages to Reuters, it's all up to the fact that whether or not whatever it is that they showed them, was it made from like AI? Like, did the person make it themselves? Because they obviously have to work for Tesla. It's like me going to Microsoft right now or like anywhere, Midjourney, and saying, make me an email message that's you know, X amount long that states that we're not going to make these cars anymore, from Elon to Chris and Bob and Bill and Joe. Like AI can make that. It's just whether or not, you know, it comes down to the credibility of the person. That's all. And like, you know, I would think that they are telling the truth, and that Reuters believes, like, to an extent that they're telling the truth because of what they saw. Damn, I'm thinking about trying to get it now. I don't think this is over. See, look, now they're already up 5 cents. Do you guys know what I'm saying? Here it goes. Fuck, I missed my opportunity. They're already 33 cents now, so. Fuck. Alright, so I have. And now if it tells me to hit it twice, I'm going to be pissed. Alright, so the 160s, I have the 160 puts up. We still have a lot of time left, 26, 27. I still think, let's look at the daily chart. Man, you just got to watch for those reversals. You got to be ready to lose the money. All right, these are plays you want to make small, whether it's $100, $50, $20, whatever you can afford to throw on the roulette wheel, and whatever the probability is. Yeah, that nice little double bottom back down there. All right, so we're back above this 9 EMA. I think we're going to get some more news that will come out in service here. It's just... Yeah, here's the thing. It's not, but it's not right. But the thing is like Elon could be... It's hard to say who's telling the truth here. Reuters just reports on what somebody gave them. I'm really thinking about the short here. But I don't see why Elon would come out as a, like, here's the thing too. How about this? Here's what you got to think about. Because this happened before. What if they set this person up? Because they thought that they were already giving out information, and Elon and the board and people that work at Tesla already had proof that this person was the person that continuously is going to news sources and reporting stuff, right? Good or bad, right? So what they did was they could have also set this person up and said, yeah, we're not going to make this out, to see if they would go to Reuters or somewhere, Wall Street Journal or Reuters, to report it. And then here comes Tesla. Yeah, nah, this information isn't true. I'm not going to say it publicly, but this person just got set up. We just set them up. We just sent them some false information to see if they were, to see if they would go ahead and report it. They did. Now we have justification that we can fire them. So, because they've done this before. There was somebody that was going out of their way, overcharging Tesla or they're selling, but like it was costing them X amount of dollars to make. So they found out who it was. They brought in another person. They're like, yo, you got to be selling these cars for more. And the person that was selling the cars for the price that they were selling at were trying to take Tesla under. They were not profitable or breaking even. They were actually going backwards when they were selling these model cars early on, because the person was being spiteful, like trying to ruin Tesla. They found out, a couple of the guys came to Elon and they're like, yo, you can't be selling these cars for this much. You got to be selling it at this price, or you're not, you're going backwards here. But again, Elon has already came out. There have been stories again with emails, right? Each email sent to people that have access to information, there will be a spacing, like whether it's a caps or no caps. There is inside of that letter, there is a specific thing done to the email that goes to each person. So if this is the email that gets out, they get a hold of it. They're saying, okay, this right here, like on the second sentence, there's a comma instead of a period, right? That went to Chris. And you get caught with, you're like, oh shit. Yeah, everyone else had a period except you. And then you have an instance where, like, for me, there is like an extra added quotation marks, like and or, right? That's not in the other emails, right? Or a double spacing, even just as much as a double spacing, a double space, right? Or a double enter where like the width of the sentence or the font size, right? The font size is different. Each person is labeled through each email. That's to the extent that Tesla has had to go through to find out who is giving who has a how should I say this? Who has a motive, right? And to find out if somebody's getting paid to go to the newspapers to make money or to put out bad hits on Tesla, that's how they figure out who's doing it so that they can fire them and just run a fucking business. And It's sad that they have to do that, but they have to. There's just been so many occasions like now. Like, why would somebody else report that? Because they want the stock to get hammered, and they want Tesla to go under, right? Whether they don't like them or not. Why else would you go out of your way to say, yeah, the company I work for, yeah, we're not going to do that. He said we were going to make, these cheap cars. Nah, they're taking it back. Here are the messages, right? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just say, okay, all right. Like, why would you go out of your way to, because you're trying, you have a motive there, right? There's a motive. Whether that motive is to put out a hit piece on Tesla, or you're trying to make a few $1,000, because the editor, right, of that. It's not just the media. Listen, Chris, no, not specifically the media. It's on an individual case, right? Like, people in the past, like it was when Tesla was starting out, right? It's not the media. It's just individual people, whether they don't like Elon or they get mad. It's just individual people. There are, because if you have access to certain information, especially like Tesla, right? Elon's always talked about people want to know what's going on, like the Cybertruck. For instance, Grand Theft Auto 6, right? That is something that is just heavily like viewed upon, and if it makes headline news, right? So if you're a person that works at Tesla and you're just in your bag, or you have an opportunity where an editor comes to you and says, hey man, here's 25 grand, 50 grand. Do you have something for us? Like, so now you have to make a choice. Do you take pretty much half of your salary at one time and just to say, yeah, we're not, we're going to go do the German Gigafactory, or we're not going to go open up the Gigafactory in Germany. So it's like it's just it's not the media in and of itself as much as it is a personal individual hate for Tesla from somebody, right, that worked there or done. I mean, listen, they've had numerous cases. You just saw it right now. Why would somebody go to Reuters and show them text messages or emails? Why? Because they have a personal vendetta either against Elon or Tesla, or, they just want to just get paid. It's one of the two things. Yeah, it's one of the two things. Either you want your money, or like you have an opportunity to like make half of your salary, or you just don't like Elon and Tesla and you're mad. You just woke up one day and you're just putting out a hit piece. So it's not necessarily the media, but it's more so on an individual basis, like on a personal basis, for whatever reason. Again, early on when Tesla was starting out, a lot of their models, like the Model S or whatever it was, they had somebody that was pricing it deliberately low. Now, whether he works for Saudis or Lucid, or like he worked for another, or he wanted another company to succeed, he had a personal vendetta against Tesla, and he was selling the cars, and he was in control of how much do we charge for how much it costs us to buy the material, put it together, the man hours we got to pay to put it together, the maintenance, just how much does it take to put this car together versus what we sell it for. And that person was going out of their way to sell that car less than what they paid for it to make it. And all this time, Elon has a lot of stuff going on. The board's unaware of it, right? Until the board and Elon started getting wind from other financial analysts, like, hey, hold on, you're paying this, and this, and you're selling it for this. You can't be selling it this low. You got to raise your prices. You're going backwards. You're losing money. And that person was fired because he was confronted and he was asked. Like, if you go on YouTube and look it up, there's videos on it, and what is that person's, like, is that person getting paid from GM, Ford, the new, like, is it just a personal, he's not getting paid, and why they are doing that, I don't know. It's either because they just don't like Elon and Tesla, or they want another company to make it, or they're going to get paid from the news media. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to say why one does it. But again, it's not like a media going after them as opposed to a person and their personal interest, you know? Yeah, go on YouTube. There's a lot of videos. Like I said, they have had to go to the point where the emails that are being sent out to employees, they all have their each encryption. If it's something that's like newsworthy, or how about this? If it's something that should be confidential, right? And only so many people have access to it, right? Like you have to be, whether you worked at Tesla for 10 years or you're just you're an accountant or a lawyer or something, and you're brought on, and because you can apply for Tesla and they don't know if you go to them and you are offered a job. You can put on a front where you're all about Tesla, you're all about Elon, but they don't know you, right? Me and you, we could both apply to go to Tesla and get a job. We could move out there. And then we could just say, hey, man, this shit's going on. And we could go to like Reuters or something. And we could have our own personal beef. And Elon and Tesla, the company, not know about it. So once you start getting to those higher levels, though, of like whether you're a lawyer, an engineer, or something, and you're getting emails and notifications about future things that are going on, they don't really know if you have a personal thing. Like right now, Elon and them, they're trying to find out who the fuck sent these emails, right? They already know what they're doing. They may already know that they set this person up, right? Because maybe they caught wind that somebody has been like going places and doing things that they felt as though they were trying to, deceive them. So they set them up. They're like, let's say that we're not going to make this or whatever. Let's say we're not gonna make a new, like, I guess that's the one thing that they came up with was like, the low cost vehicle. We're not going to come up with it because we believe that Ben over here has been going to the news press about everything we do, and we have a firm confirmation to believe it. Let's just send him, the only person, that message and see if Reuters, Wall Street Journal, if any of them pick it up. Let's see if it's him. And that, you know what I mean? So they kind of set him up. But then again, it could be true. It could be very well true that they're not going to make it. And now Elon and them are pissed that somebody just said it or Reuters found out. And now they're going to try and locate who told Reuters so that they can fire him. Like employee joined the company just to be able to... Yes, Chris, that's what I'm saying. It's happened multiple times, over and over. This is a steady problem with Tesla, that people get hired and they, look, I'm going to show you. There's plenty of them. Like there's a whole bunch of like where people get hired and Elon and them have to figure out who keeps deceiving them.
But even David Powell himself has talked about jobs. Jobs are not the number one thing that they're watching.
Let's see here.
It may have been what they watched a year ago because they thought it was going to have a more important.
Like there's a bunch of them.
I think is the right word on where inflation is going.
Like FSD can't happen, right? There's news about FSD. Exposes Elon Musk. Like, there's always people that go after him for whatever reason. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's been a bunch of them. Between the robots, the cars.
Yes, he's the chairman. There's a lot of people on this committee who are saying more hawkish things. Having made that side note, the two things that were worrying me, Scott, you just kind of put your finger on both of them, is if you saw fractures in the labor market. I mean, for all of us who are bullish on the economy, bullish on the markets, we're bullish on profits. And you're not going to be bullish on profits if you see the labor market falling out of bed.
Let's see here.
Giant battery factory. It's in a desert industrial park outside Reno. It's really the middle of nowhere, and it's one of the biggest buildings in the world. We spoke to some whistleblowers who worked there, who
See,
had some
there's
crazy
always-
stories about what went on.
Such as
He was really angry that anyone would leak, and
Yeah, see, like, people
There's
are
no-
always trying to leak
It is-
stuff about
Yeah,
the
actually-
latest thing that they're doing.
It is a tangled up story, indeed, Matt. There are some.
Shorts. Because, look, I want to show you guys. Like, there is, I got to watch this stock because I'm thinking about taking the, I'm thinking, okay, what is it, down to 13 cents right now? So, look, I just want you guys to know the 160 put. I'm looking at the 160 put, 53,134. Okay. Is that another VWAP rejection? I don't think this is the last that we hear of this. 3-minute VWAP. That's about a 50% retracement. So we're in between the move from yesterday's close to the low on Tesla. Yeah, NDA right. What is that? They probably already make them sign stuff.
Congress.
Okay, Tesla email. So look.
Somebody tweeted at Elon, they go, hey, Elon, back in the day, somebody was leaking internal company data. They kept leaking it to news outlets. It was bad for business. And then you found them. I'm curious, how did you find them? And he goes, actually, it's an interesting story. We sent everybody in the company the same email, but with one slightly different space somewhere in the email. Between this period, we would either do 2 spaces or 1 space, but it was a long email, so we were able to create like a unique fingerprint for everybody in the company. We sent them all a slightly unique email that was like sort of like binary proof that this was your email that got out, and that was the best way to do it. And then they caught the person immediately, and he's like, we asked them to pursue a career at another company. Somebody tweeted
you
at
guys
Elon,
can
they
see
go,
that
hey,
this
Elon.
happens all the time. I mean, there was problems with
And now I'm.
like just because people want to know what's the because they are creating new technology that you know, people are always wanting to know. They're always wanting to know what they're doing next, this, that, the third, and you know, it's just the only way that, you know, they're just attacked. You know what I mean? You know, Tesla's big. They're always, there's always somebody trying to take from you. Oh, I'm sure they already do, but if Tesla's their employee, like, what are they going to get from them? You know what I'm saying? What are they going to take their house and their kids? Elon and the board ain't going to do that. Like, you what are you going to sue them? Like, they're making $100,000 a year. They don't have a lot of money. Maybe they make $200,000 a year. Like, what are you going to? They already lost their job. That's enough. Like, they're just going to. Like, as a company, it's just something you don't do. Like, because, like, if you're working for them, you obviously are dependent upon them, or you don't have much of anything else going on. I'm sure they can be, like, now here's what I'm saying. If it's somebody that has some money and means something, then yeah, they will sue them. Absolutely. You know? Like, just because I sign a non-disclosure agreement doesn't mean that I won't go do it. And what are you going to take from me? I don't have really nothing anyway. And I just got cash for the shit that I sent to Reuters. And that shit is stuffed in the backyard buried. Right? Like, it's not on paper. You know, it's like, it's a tough thing, man. I mean, and as a company, you know, you're already a 15, I don't know, whatever it is. A 20, I don't know what the market cap is. You bring in, you know, $4 to $5 billion a year. I would assume that's what they bring in. Let's see what the market cap is. So market cap is 520 billion. So that means every quarter they bring in, and I was thinking it was 100 and so, I was thinking 80 to 90 billion. But they'll bring in about 110 to 98 billion depending on the quarter. They might bring in 150 around Christmas or summertime or whatever. So 520 billion. That means they bring in every quarter, let's just say $105 billion, roughly. $108 billion, something like that, $105 billion. So if you're bringing in $100 billion a quarter, you're probably not really worried about somebody's yearly salary. You know what I'm saying? So it's a little hard for you to even legally get away with it. Because, you know what I mean, you're managing them, you're bringing in enough money that just shits and dwarfs on them. So, look, these things are already at 11, 12 cents. I'm so ready to try to get back in these. Just give us some more news. I wonder if this is the end. So I didn't see it on Elon's Twitter account, but it was definitely... Press the search button to see real-time customization news for Creative Grok. Reuters is dying. Oh, maybe I had to... Reuters is lying because Reuters is dying. 18 months, -9.
I think that's right. And if we think about the Fed maintaining status quo, then where I come out is I'm not enthusiastic. Even though I can make a decent argument and say, you know, earnings are going up and interest rates are coming down, I'm not enthusiastic. I'm confident. I'm confident that I don't think we'll collapse.
First flight for next month. This thing is crazy, bro. Like, you see why it's always talked about, because they're doing things. He's doing stuff like this, and you know, there's always personal gain to be had. You know, look at that shit shaking. That's wild. The command center is shaking. That's so sick, man. Can't even fathom how big that is. Like, seriously. Can't even fathom how big that is. Look at that cloud. It just dwarfs everything around it. Like, it literally is in this, it's like as tall as the clouds. That's so insane. That's so cool. That's so cool, man. That's so sick.
Upside for tech this year, and that earnings are going to be one of the major catalysts to push it there. But you can say, okay, earnings are going to be a catalyst. We've talked about some of the others. Do you agree with Ives? I mean, he obviously is talking his book, but he's not the only one talking that book.
Look, I think tech will go higher. I don't know if it's 15%, because actually that's a lot for 9 months of the year, but I think what we can all agree on is that the best earnings growth is going to come.
That's so wild.
That we can all agree on. Where, you know, maybe there's some difference of opinion is where we should invest in the market, because while tech maybe goes up 10%, folks, over the next 9 months, you may...
I mean, that's a good point, Chris. That's a good point. If they want to get their lives ruined and locked up and stuff, I mean, you got a point there. You got a point. Look, they bend and move. That's sick. That's sick.
Find all sorts of cyclicals at 8, 9, 10 times earnings, where the earnings growth actually...
That's crazy. And this is why. This is exactly why there's always somebody wanting to know what's going on next. Because they're leading the, you know what I'm saying? They're leading the, they're technically on the forefront of technology at the end of the day. I mean, I don't see Apple doing anything like that. You know. First time. That's so funny. Oh my gosh.
But at some point it does have an impact.
That's what I thought. It was something like that. All right, come on, man. We can do this. We can make it another good day. I didn't get the first one, but I got the second one. It's a good thing I was looking at it because she started ripping, and you get a flip and a reversal like that, they run that thing right back up, you know. And those 165s are still at 80 cents. So that would have been a real nice winner. All right, 160 puts are still dropping like a dime. 9-10 cents. So if you do get any type of like pullback, you got to get out quick, guys. I don't unless we get news, unless you get some type of news here. I want to keep it up. All right, I've already pressed OK. So I've already pressed OK that I want to take this order. I don't mind losing, even if I bought 10 of them. I don't mind losing the $100. If I buy 5, I don't mind losing the $50. If I buy 1, I can lose the $10. It's okay. It's all right. I don't need you to tell me that this is going to expire worthless in a few minutes or in a few hours. But that's a valid point, right? If you set an example, I think it's still hard to say because then you could influence some money to say, all right, well, he might sue you here, but I don't know. Look, so why is everybody getting notifications? And I'm not getting any. Maybe because I have my settings off and I don't want them. Look at the SPY. After all this, the SPY is still ripping. AMD. After all that, AMD is still higher. We were looking at the 175s, I think. 170s. Look, yeah, the 170s are at 250 now. It's 150%. And it's only lunchtime. I should have, I fucked that trade up. Not really. I profited from it, but I should have just relaxed and stayed in it because it's like, you know where AMD's going. It's going to 175. It might pull back here, kill premium, and then start to go back up to the upside. Nice day today. Nice day. So this weekend, I will be cleaning these charts up. Like, there's way too many levels, and I got to clean this thing up a little bit. Yo, if we take back everything that we did yesterday, yo, holy shit. You know how many people tried to go short here? You know how many people tried to go short right there at 437? I'm trying to tell y'all to you know, unless we have a reason to not be bullish, you got to be bullish and buy the 50-day. Look at that reversal. Wham. This is a real fight. This is a real fight here. One saying, yeah, I think earnings are going to be shit. I think the Fed's doing too much. I'm going to start taking some profit. And the other saying, nah, bro, I still got cash on the sideline, and I need to put it to work. So we're getting a fight here, man. Look at this. We've already taken back half of what we did yesterday. This ain't no joke. Look, actually, you know what? That is the area we needed to retest to go short. It's really hard to get short in a bullish environment like this. I would say see what we do at 443. That's so crazy. All right, I'm gonna grab something. I'm gonna grab some water, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you asked me maybe 2 months ago, you said, has it really changed now? And you've asked me that a few times over the years, and I've kind of been like, it's still squishy, it's still.
That's so crazy, bro. There's probably so many people that just lost money because they don't know how to read the markets, and they think, oh, we broke this level. Let's look for this level to be resistance. 438 resistance on the Qs. Let's look for that to be resistance. Nah, bro. You got to read the markets. Got to read them. Got to read it. All right. AMD, semiconductors, NVIDIA, down at the lows at support, bounce. Right? Microsoft looking to bounce. Like, just, I don't know. That's why I don't believe in just one type of like style, I guess you could say, like or using like one indicator, like Mark McGuire, whoever commented that. Well, you can look and see that last week all we did was went down to the weekly candle, and then we parabolic moved off of it. Okay, well, what about the daily candle? That's it. You think the markets just trade off of that weekly candle? That's it. If you start to think like that, you are not going to make any money in these markets consistently. I think just about every day this week, I have read what the markets have told me and did what I was told, and I made money. I just think, break and retest, head and shoulders, cup and handle. Like, you can't just use patterns. Like, you want to use patterns along with indicators, and like, you want to put everything together. There's a story being told. You can have a probability right now that, like, right here, you see how you broke that level? How many people you think just went short there? Oh, we got to go short. Look, because that was Wednesday's close. That was that prior support. Now we make it resistance. Okay. I would say that this is a low volume bounce. I would say that. I would also say, on the other hand, even though it's low volume, you've just taken back 3/4 of that move from yesterday in the same amount of time as you went down. It's lunchtime right now, and we're already back up over half of that move. We are right at that close from Tuesday, so we're going to find out. Let's find out what we do here. I still think, you guys want me to be honest, I think you get a small pullback here that kills premium, and then we extend higher. That's what I think. I think we're headed up to 444. I would say the Qs, I think we close at 443.50, in between 443 and 444. I think we're closing up here. That's where I think we're closing. We're going to pull back to the 20-day, and then we're going to continue to grind higher. I truly believe that. So, just be careful out there. I can be wrong. Listen, just because I have a plan, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. That's what Tyson said. So, we'll see what happens. We are getting a little overextended. We're getting a little overextended here. I'm still going with it, though. So, what I would say is, I think, like the Qs, I think we could pull it back to this 20-day, this 441 level, get a little consolidation up here and kind of just trade sideways and just keep grinding higher. I think you got some buy triggers on today, and we're going to start grinding higher. Or we're going to continue to grind higher.
get to our calls of the day now. Uber, that price target gets raised to a new street high, $100 at Jeffries. Jenny, I'm going to go to you first.
Yes. So do you remember we bought Uber initially at 22. We had a 3% position. That thing's grown and grown and grown, and we've trimmed and trimmed. Do you remember maybe 6 months ago, Brad Gerstner was on, and I said,
Okay,
Brad,
cool,
how
man.
can we
Yeah.
really grow past here? And he basically told me my imagination for what the top was.
I'm with you. I'm kind of just waiting to see what happens here. Just to see if opportunity does present itself. I'm just trying to get a quick bite to eat real quick. That's all. My mouth is dry. Let me get a quick bite to eat. We'll have some fun today. It's Friday. We missed the 25 center, but we got the reversal. That was, if I didn't have Tesla up, I wouldn't have. When I saw that candle, I'm like, yo, bang, it's like something's going on. And then finally it came out. And then I started looking real quick, and I'm like, Anyway, yeah, let me eat this stuff real quick, and just give me 1 second.
What do you think?
It's not a big position. I wish it were. I can't add to it up here. I was getting very excited in the sell-off the last few days that I'd probably get to buy more, and I didn't. So I wish it were bigger, but it's not. There are going to be two winners in streaming. Amazon's already cut back in production. It's non-event. They don't need to have streaming, have content for you to join Prime. So it's going to be Hulu/Disney, and it's going to be Netflix. That's it. Nobody else can afford to spend on it. So those are the winners. Netflix will be the major winner. And so that's why I think you have to stay there, because streaming's not going to go away. And that will allow them, by the way, to cut back on what they spend on content. So I see increased profitability there.
Jimmy, what about UNH? The target of United Health gets cut to 584 from 618. At Morgan Stanley, they do reiterate they're overweight. They are taking their estimates down, though, ahead of earnings on the 16th of this month.
Yeah, the earnings report is pretty important, Scott. And the reason is because of this news from the Center for Medicare Services that Medicare Advantage payments in 2025 are going to be a little bit lower than what expectations were. Now, when I say a little bit lower, I'm talking about 1% lower. The stocks, and this includes
Guys, let's
CVS,
see if we
Humana,
get a reversal
Medicare
here on
Advantage
Tesla
have just been pummeled
at
this
168.
week. Everybody's looking to these earning reports, though, to say, what's the real impact? Because remember, these are insurance companies. They can deny claims. They can cut costs elsewhere. It's not like it's that big of a hit to begin with, 1%. And we don't know what the mitigating offsets are going to be. So that's why this earnings report from United Health is pretty important.
Amex, Jenny, upgraded at Mones. Quote, getting off the sidelines, price target is 245.
Right. So I think it's funny because they say, hey, we'd be a buyer after yesterday's sell-off. It sold off by like 2%. I think I like their point, which is you should be a buyer. Yes, you should be a buyer. You don't need it to sell off 2% to be a buyer. It has by far the best credit quality in the industry. They've got earnings growth ahead of 14, 15, 17% for the next 3 years. It's a little expensive trading at 16 times earnings, but this goes to your point earlier, Jimmy, when you're saying, like, what do you like? You like things with it's okay if it trades at 16 times, if it has mid to high teens growth.
Absolutely.
That's a nice combination. It's in the financial sector. And by the way, their delinquencies
Kind of funny
are
that
like
we have a Fed member
1.9%
speaking
versus Discover
right as
that
we
are
come up to
3.9%. So
resistance.
it's just a really, really great company.
At
with great
12:15.
Weiss, give me 20 seconds on Vertiv. Outperform at OPI, 96 the target.
This is
Tesla,
the
what you gonna do?
valuation I never thought we'd see.
What if
So,
will
I'm
Reuters
not
come
gonna
out and say,
sell
"No, we can
It's still
confirm
a
it"?
unique,
Here's the
public
email.
asset in terms of
What do you
very,
think
very
Reuters
focused
does?
on the data centers as a standalone play? It should keep going. 'cause
I'm really
nothing else
curious
is
how
going, but
Reuters
I'm not
answers
buying
back
up
with
here.
this.
All right, let's get these headlines now from Fed Governor Michelle Bowman. Steve Leisman, what do we know?
Fed Governor Bowman, speaking in Manhattan to the Shadow Mark Committee, says her baseline outlook is for inflation to continue lower and for rate cuts. But she is talking about substantial risk to both sides of that comment, both the lower inflation and the rate cut. She says it is still not appropriate to lower the policy rate at this time. And she sees a number of upside inflation risks. Let me go through the ones that she details.
You see the hate?
It's unclear if the supply side improvements, which have been the bulk of the improvement we've seen so far in inflation, will continue. Notes that the boost in labor productivity.
Elon is putting Tesla into the ground. Elon's not even running it. He's worried about SpaceX. He's not even worried about fucking Tesla. I mean, he's not like. It's not he's not worried about it. It's just his focus, I guarantee you, is SpaceX. And there's other people that are doing it, that are running Tesla. Like this here is just a whole. Like that's a hit piece.
Versus course. She keeps saying that. I said that before. Says it again this time. But ultimately, she says if it should eventually become appropriate to gradually lower the funds rate, if her base case becomes to be true, which is that inflation moves substantially towards the 2% goal. Finally, she says the baseline outlook is that inflation will decline further with the policy rate held steady, and the labor market will remain strong. So, Scott, it's been a week where the Hawks have maybe left the Aries or so, or their nests, and then now they're a little bit more bolder to fly around.
Apparently, some of whom are non-voters. Obviously, Bowman is because she's a governor. This sounds like both Bowman and Powell are on pretty much the same page in terms of the kinds of things they talk about as base case, and that's the most important thing I hang on of what you said. Base case, inflation down, rate cuts coming.
Yeah, but when I read folks, Scott, I read their base case.
Hop off.
The risks that they're talking about.
Hop off.
I believe that they cling to their base case, but the extent to which they tell us
This
what
can't
they're
be true.
worried
No,
about
it's true.
are
No, it
things
can't
that
be
are
true.
also
Is it
worth
confirmed?
focusing on.
Hey, can I get a confirmation?
Powell doesn't talk
Man,
about
hop
the
off
potential need to hike
the
rates,
deck.
If inflation reverses.
Hop off
Powell,
the man's you know
does
what.
not necessarily
Hop
make a
off
whole long
Tesla's
list
you know what.
of risks to inflation to the upside. These are things that really mark Bowman as more hawkish than Powell in my estimation. But you're 100% right that the base case is kind of the base case across the FOMC. What separates them is what they're worried
Why
about
would
and how
somebody
much
show
weight they're putting
this?
on those worries.
Yeah, great
Why?
insight as always, Steve. Thanks for the reporting and that. We'll see you in a little bit. That's Steve Leisman, our senior economist.
Why is the helicopter?
Bertha Coombs. Hi, Bertha.
Sorry, hold up.
Commander of Iran's revolutionary.
Why? Just so the family of the person that this happened to has to see it all over the world if they have kids and shit? Why? I'm serious. Why? Why?
It's in session today because Jenny Harrington is going to the head of the class. We're going to find out how she's navigating 3M's health.
That was in Florida yesterday, if you guys didn't know. The crane collapsed. I hate when people do this, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Just let them die in peace. Let the family be in peace. Like the bridge, right? They're trying to show a bunch of video stuff. Like, it's cool, all right, whatever. Show the bridge, but, like, make sure that little Johnny ain't sitting on the boat with half his body hanging from him. Right? In between the bridge and the boat. This was in Florida. Like, yeah, let me look at let me get a driver's side angle to the car that this just happened to the people that just died. Because people did die here. People did die. There's a hole in the bridge. And a few got hurt. I think 2-3 people got killed. So let's make sure we get a driver's side video to show everybody the person that just got killed and this just happened to. So the friends and family can see it. You know, they're dead. What do they care? What do they care that we post it? But yeah, that was in Fort Lauderdale. Uh-oh. Let's see. No, we don't want to see earthquake quakes. You know what we want to see, Miley. Molly, whatever. Yeah, that was me too. See how it's moving? See how shit's moving? Oh wait, it was moving prior. That's exactly my feet. I'm like, is that me? Am I going crazy? That's not what we want to see though. You know what we want to see. Just go ahead and do it. Just do everybody that favor. Just do everybody that favor. I'm trying to get it, guys. Hold on. I'm trying to get Bowman's little...
Some job market figure tied to part-time workers and immigration expects slower progress in cooling inflation this year. Expects more declines in inflation amid strong economy. So it says not yet time for US.
Let me see here. Let me see where I can find where she's speaking at, and I'll put it for you.
Cutting rates too soon risks rebound in inflation pressures. Those comments from Vince Bowman.
The committee's dual mandate, price stability and maximum employment, when structurally low interest rates and disinflationary forces kept inflation persistently below the committee's inflation target. There was also a concern that the federal funds rate, the FOMC's key policy rate, was too close to the zero lower bound, and that this proximity could limit the committee's ability to respond effectively to an adverse shock by using our primary monetary policy tool of lowering the target range for the federal funds rate. More broadly,
all right, let's see here. We're going to start to get this rejection or what? 4 cents? What do you think, guys?
Lower interest rates due to a variety of factors,
for protection,
including demographic changes.
I have to back out of the order.
Lower potential
now look, that one I like. Okay, that one I'm not going to argue with.
Greater investor demand for safe assets like treasury securities. At the time, the FOMC assessed that downward risks to both employment and inflation
you guys can hear me.
were likely to remain prominent
So,
due to the proximity of interest rates to the zero lower bound. In August of 2020, the FOMC significantly revised its statement on longer-run goals and monetary policy strategy to reflect this assessment. One notable change relative to the initial statement, adopted in 2012, was a change in the language addressing how the FOMC...
What should we say? What should we mess with them? What should we say?
The new statement noted that the committee would seek to mitigate shortfalls rather than deviations of employment from the committee's assessment of its maximum level and deviations of inflation from its longer-run goal. By replacing the word deviations with shortfalls when describing employment, the committee's reaction to changes in employment relative to estimates of its
let's see if it pisses them off.
The committee indicated that it would not preemptively...
It's got to... Somebody gonna get mad, watch.
Based only on the the perception of labor market tightness.
Oh shit.
Another notable change to this strategy statement.
It got quiet. The room got quiet.
Of what some refer to as
Are my
asymmetric
calls cooked or
flexible
not?
wage inflation targeting, or temporary price level targeting. Specifically, the new statement noted that in order to anchor longer-term inflation expectations at its 2% goal, the committee
Just
seeks
think
to
about
achieve
what this
inflation that
place here,
averages 2%.
Manhattan Institute, is for like financial
Following periods when
places.
inflation
Like
has
it ain't never seen on. You get all these meme traders all in one place.
monetary policy will likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time. The revisions to the FOMC statement focused on monetary policy in a world of structurally low interest rates, disinflationary forces, and an apparent insensitivity of inflation to low levels of unemployment. Although the revised statement reaffirmed the commitment to these inflation
They're bums too.
it did not describe how the
I might
committee
retweet them just to remind them.
inflation were to run persistently above its 2% goal. Given the timing of its implementation, the revised strategy guided how the FOMC responded to one of the largest shocks experienced by the U.S. economy in recent years, which was the COVID-19 pandemic. This shock, combined with the policy responses of governments and central banks around the world, disrupted many of the dynamics that had influenced the economy.
Tesla, I feel like, is either going to pop here or it's going to break it.
2008 financial crisis.
That's a perfect level from that double bottom. Will it hold?
These impacts will affect how we
Nope.
think about monetary
Nope.
policy.
It's going to turn it into resistance.
But let's first put the
Look, there it
COVID
is. There it
events
is.
and
Look,
our response
watch it start to get volatile.
So I'll
167.40.
turn now to the COVID shock in monetary policy and our response.
Watch, you should start to see it get a little volatile here.
The latter part of
Wait,
the
67.40.
FOMC's monetary policy framework review.
Yeah, right there.
In March
Bang, there's the
2020,
entry point.
pandemic created
See if
an
we can get some volume to come in
unprecedented
here.
shock to the global economy.
And see if you get a pullback to VWAP.
Widespread economic lockdowns and social distancing, combined with other pandemic effects, caused the swiftest and deepest contraction in employment and economic activity since the Great Depression. Many critical parts of the U.S. financial system experienced significant disruption, or they completely ceased to function. The Federal Reserve responded forcefully to mitigate the financial market turmoil and the economic effects of the rapid shutdown of the U.S. economy. And I'll have more to say on that topic later. But as a part of its response, the FOMC quickly lowered the target range for the federal funds rate back to 0 to 0.25%, and we began purchasing large amounts of Treasury and agency mortgage-backed securities. These purchases were initially designed to support the smooth functioning of securities markets and the flow of credit to businesses and households. Later, the purchases provided additional monetary policy accommodation to support economic activity and labor markets. Following the return to the zero lower bound, in addition to conducting asset purchases, the FOMC used forward guidance to provide additional monetary policy accommodation to keep both short and longer-term interest rates low. In its March 15, 2020 statement, the FOMC noted that it expected to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 0 to 0.25% until it was confident that the economy had weathered recent events and was on track to achieve its maximum employment and price stability goals. Following the release of the revised framework in August 2020, the FOMC revised the forward guidance in its September post-meeting statement to be more explicitly outcome-based and state that the target range would remain at 0 to 0.25% until labor market conditions have reached levels consistent with the committee's assessment.
Somebody just sitting there hitting the button.
And inflation had risen to 2% and is on track to moderately exceed 2% for some time. In its December 2020 post-meeting statement, the FOMC added forward guidance regarding its asset purchases by noting that it expected that the current pace of asset purchases would continue until substantial further progress has been made toward the committee's maximum employment and price stability goals. This explicit outcome-based forward guidance, like the revised monetary policy framework, was very focused on supporting the economy during the COVID shock amid the risks of persistently low inflation and disinflationary forces with structurally low interest rates. The guidance
Oh
also
shit,
quite
the internet is
restrictive in the
fun.
criteria for slowing the pace of
Shut up, you got.
especially since the FOMC would
What did you
stop
say?
asset purchases
You got noodle arms.
would raise the federal funds rate. One could argue the December forward guidance made it much more difficult for the FOMC to react to new information, suggesting that risks and
Oh, they got me.
uncertainties
Oh, 29 seconds.
challenge changes in the economy. Other uncertainties, such as the accuracy of real-time economic measurements, also presented challenges, as did significant supply-side disruptions and the uncertainty about the timing of progress toward their resolution, which I'll discuss next. So turning to the post-pandemic economy, the resurgence of inflation, and the rapid tightening of monetary policy. In the early phases of the pandemic, fiscal authorities around the world implemented support programs for labor markets and households and businesses. These generous policies, combined with very accommodative monetary policies, bolstered private sector and state and local government balance sheets. In particular, compared to what has become known to as excess savings, which are above normal household savings from extraordinary levels of
Does anybody even care? This lady is putting everybody to sleep, bro.
due to economic lockdowns, supply chain disruptions, and other pandemic and recession-related
Bowman putting everybody. What's her name?
In 2021, novel medical treatments, reduced social distancing, and
So they are going to talk about capital requirements and stuff like that.
restrictive pandemic environment led to a sharp rebound. Strong demand, supported by stimulative fiscal and monetary policies,
Damn
a
it.
reduced labor supply due in part to early retirements, childcare responsibilities, concerns about COVID, and a mismatch between available jobs and workers, all contributed to a very tight labor market. The unusually rapid rebound in economic activity, pandemic-driven shift to consumer goods spending, supply chain fragilities, and manufacturing component shortages led to crippling bottlenecks for a number of industries. These supply and demand imbalances, likely amplified by fiscal and monetary policies, led to a sharp rise in inflation over a period of just a few months. By the second half of 2021, inflationary pressures intensified and became more broad-based. Labor markets to assess the true extent of the tightness, given the decrease in labor force participation and the mixed data signals that we were getting at the time, which were all later revised. Of the many difficult issues the committee faced, one of the most important was whether inflation would persist or would resolve as supply-side issues eventually eased. The September 21 SEP showed the median FOMC expectation for PCE inflation of 4.2% at the end of 21.
I don't really give a shit. We know what's going on. They're cutting in June. June or July. Okay, give it a month or two. March, April, May, June, July. May, June, or July. I don't think it matters on the long term if you cut May, June, or July. What will matter is if you don't cut. Because if you don't cut, here's the thing. This is... The news comes up with shit. Like, they just come up with this whole idea that, like, okay, well, rates are off the table. No, rates are not off the table. You think these people are stupid? You think I'm stupid that I'm going to listen to you? If the Fed says that they're going to wait and not cut just because everything is okay, then right then and there they're disregarding the lag effect that they talk about. They're disregarding the lag effect in GDP that I show you guys all the time. Right here. There's your lag effect. Give it 2 years, guys. Right here. There's your lag effect. Look, 2 years prior and during the cycle. 2 years after. It takes time. It takes time. Give it time. Right? They got to give it time. But I will say this. If they wait to cut rates when something bad, like once you start getting a really high ticket unemployment, you're already seeing the labor market soften. You're seeing companies come out and say that they are starting to lay off. Apple's finally doing it. And this specifically this month was the start of the tick up in initial jobless claims. Like consistently. We had a 5 to 6 week consistent where we had 1 week where it pulled back to like the low 200s, but then it went right back to 220s. So you're seeing it. You're seeing the labor market soften. My cat needs to be fed, so I might have to put that lady back on, or I'll just put the panel back on. What do you guys want? You guys want to watch the Fed lady, or I don't think she's going to do much of anything, or it's going to matter.
And last year, 13% of their EBITDA came from diamonds.
I would just watch your levels. All right. I'll be right back in 2 minutes.
So we see copper up about 8% year to date to $4.22.
Yeah, she's a bum. She ain't doing nothing. Ain't nobody listening to her anyway. And if they, bro,
Those lab-grown diamonds, not a good thing for you.
and if they do trade off of what they say, oh man. I mean, you can trade the volatility, but I think I think the Fed's cutting this summer. Powell already told us that in the Fed meeting. He already said that, and he said, remember, the balance sheet runoff, they're starting that now. Or not balance sheet runoff. The balance sheet, they're done with the runoff. So quantitative tightening is pretty much done. If you ask me, we haven't had it. And we haven't even had it.
You had Super Bowl. I mean, average daily room rates were through the roof, and everything was booked, and everybody's gambling and eating and everything. Win is where you want to be right now.
Okay, what about Kohl's? Do you want to be at Kohl's? It's down 12.5% this week, Jenny Harrington.
I think it's probably a decent entry point. So the reason it's down 12.5% is not anything company specific. It's because earlier in the week, PVH, which is Tommy Hilfiger, Calvin Klein, had a really ugly announcement. And that stock then traded down 22%, dragging the rest of retail down. So you saw Kohl's down 12 and change, you saw Gap and Tapestry down 10-ish, and then things are a little bit more removal, like Nordstrom, Ralph Lauren, Macy's down in the 5 to 6% range. So it's not company specific, although you could say the warning from PVH, which says the consumer is spending less and is weakening, is kind of concerning broadly for retail.
I mean, it's down 11% year to date.
Kohl's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not company specific?
No,
Well,
actually.
that wasn't down. That's not down
flat.
with PVH.
Yes, it is. It was flat before, right? Now it was down 12%. So before PVH.
No, I know, but flat.
Yeah,
Flat
but all the
in an up
retailers
market.
were. I'm just saying, like, that's retailers in general. You know, so if you don't want to own retailers, like, don't own retailers.
I guess that's kind of what I was alluding to.
Okay.
Is that do you want to be in those stocks?
The RTH is up 10% in the year. That's not bad. 9%.
You got to be choosy, though.
Okay, you do. And we've seen Lulu get crushed. We've seen a lot. But I think you can look at companies like Kohl's, where there's a 7 and change yield, a reasonable multiple, and you can say this one I'm comfortable with, which is what I do.
Final trades are next.
and make it count.
All right, I'm back. I want to know what it takes and how to get.
Professor Jeremy Siegel joining me today on Closing Bell. What a day to have him. What a week, too. Can't wait to take you through this final stretch.
Dude, it has been a week. I want to go look at Coinbase and a few other things here going into the afternoon.
I feel like somebody should be pointing out that Amazon is on the cusp of an all-time high. I'm sort of surprised we're not talking about it, but there you go.
Come here, girlfriend. What are you doing, crazy butt? Come here.
Look, it's come back nicely. I still think it's got a long way to go.
All right, Jenny, what do you got?
Pfizer, decent earnings growth ahead, 6.3% dividend yield.
All righty, I'll see you on Closing Bell. Cannot wait. The exchange is now.
It's going crazy.
Scott, thank you and welcome to the exchange. I'm Deirdre Bosa in for Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead on the show. Another strong jobs report, and one of our guests just changed her rate cut forecast because of it. She's here to tell us why and what she expects from the Fed going forward. Plus, a check on the consumer and one retail.
All right, so
every single nickel that we lost during yesterday's market sell-off with today's big rally. The S&P's up.
That are rich. They are scooping up properties in one market in particular.
I don't know what I was saying.
We're one of the power brokers behind some of those big deals. But we begin with today's markets and Dom Chu.
I know. How do I get 30,000 people, 20,000 people to watch?
All right, so Deirdre, to your point, it's strong green across the board right now. So strong that we've now put yesterday's downside volatility squarely in the rearview mirror. And by that, I mean the S&P 500 is currently trading at 52.21. We closed on Wednesday's session before the sell-off on Thursday at 52.11. So we've now gotten back every single nickel that we lost during yesterday's market sell-off with today's big rally. The S&P's up 1.5%, 73 points. That's the session high right now. Even at the lows, we were up 10 points. The S&P 500, again, a key focal point there. The Dow Industrials up north of 1%, 424-point gain, 39,021. The NASDAQ Composite, 16,320, up 271 points. That tech-heavier trade really starting to advance things, up nearly 1.75%. Now, a big part of that story has been with regard to interest rates, especially in light of today's jobs number, hotter than expected. We did see a tick higher in yields by about 7 basis points for the 2-year benchmark note yield at current levels, currently 4.71%. And that kind of nearer term upside that we're seeing here has been weighing on markets, but stocks seemingly shrugging it off right now. Rate cut prospects again in focus. What has happened earlier today as well, after snapping a 7-day winning streak, are prices of gold, which hit yet another record high in today's session, currently trading at 23.46, up north of 1.5%. And
yeah, I was kind of wondering. Well, I was thinking it could be time. I didn't know if I said it. I wasn't sure if there was even anybody here. Chris, I didn't know if anybody was here. That's why I kind of got quiet.
And then a stock to keep a close eye on for that tech-heavier trade today is what's happening
you know,
with Tesla shares.
at the end of the day, I've only been doing this for probably, I don't know, 6 to 8 months. It hasn't even been a year.
Earlier today on reports from Reuters citing sources
and I think time and maybe videos, I need to start making actual videos, what I thought about, but I'm just curious on what it takes, because I've seen some of them, and I'm like, what are the people watching for?
Trying to shake off yesterday's big sell-off. I'll send things back over to you.
Don, thank you. We're going to start with today's stronger than expected
hang out? Do they actually want to make money? Do they actually want to learn how to trade? Because some of these places, like,
it's green across the board. I actually have this exact shirt in green,
they
and
don't,
I chose this morning.
At least from what I've seen,
the markets are
they don't
higher.
like.
Okay, I'm not going to sit here and comment
I don't
publicly
know.
on your
I don't
outfit.
know.
It looks fine to me.
Maybe I'm wrong because I haven't really watched them, but the little bit.
The markets don't care
sorry,
about jobs data, or
the little bit that I did watch, it's like if I said, if I said what I think, right? Like Coinbase today, I thought Coinbase had a nice little upside chance. I don't know. I just think I don't know how to say it. I don't want to say it without saying it. But they don't even trade. That's it. I'm just going to say it. They don't. You know what I mean? Oh, I bought 4 shares. Yeah, I'm long. I bought 4 shares, or I bought 5 shares, and I'm like, and even this isn't one particular person or anything. It's like people say that options are a scam, but yet you're here trading in the markets. If it was a scam, why? I don't know, man. I don't know. I need to just worry about myself and figure out how in the hell, just if I went to YouTube and I just typed in the markets, right? Live trading. Okay, 21,000. This is about it. This is about it right here. Okay, this is about it. And that was 2 hours ago that I guess it ended. 193. Okay, we got a couple charts here. Looks like you have a message board at the bottom. I mean, this little chart here, you got to think about people being on their phones. Why is your chart not like the whole screen? People that are at work or at other places, they can't see nothing with it. That doesn't. I can't even make out the numbers there. All right, Bloomberg 3K. They're talking markets. They're not trading. That's an ad. There's Bob Pisani. Okay. Okay, there's us. There's only 3 people. Here's what looks to be a guy with a can of soda, a video game. This guy, he might have played baseball in his younger years, but didn't make it to the MLB. And then this guy looks like he used to work on cars and said, you know what, I'm retired. And you got 2.2 thousand. Okay, and these 2. We got mustache. I have to leave the little bit that's underneath of my nose a lot longer than everything else. Because I want to look cool. I want to look weird. I want to look like, you know, I do weird shit. Because at night when I'm alone, I do weird shit. And this guy's like, yeah, this fucking guy's weird. Anyway. Okay. He's looking at the U.S. data. We got, okay, I feel it. I feel it, little homie. Feeling a little, got a little fire going. Okay, we can see the charts. Do not pull up a book map. Don't pull up a book map. Okay, cool. He's got the joint. He's letting you know. He's like, yo, I'm going to just let y'all know. I got it. I got it. We know you want it. I got it. That's 100,000 subscribers. Okay. So we just going through some charts. We got the little window with the other window. We got the little background with the like steel bolt thing. Like we're on a ship. Shit going hard, I guess. That's the subliminal message. I personally would have chosen, maybe it's because it color matches. You know what it is? It's the freaking, this circle thing is actually Thinkorswim's chart. It looks like Thinkorswim's chart. That's what that background looks like, the dots. Anyway, let's keep it moving. Let's keep it moving. Okay, sponsored. Okay, the Canadians. Yeah, we know y'all are up there. We know you guys are here. Okay, Josh. Still haven't seen your face. Still haven't seen it after all these years. Okay, we got the high-low ticker. We got this. Okay, Elon. Oh, fucking Ricky. Get the fuck out of here. You're such a fucking cornball. Fucking Disney looking ass, NSYNC looking ass, Backstreet looking ass, mother. Just stop, Ricky. Just stop. Just stop. Join my group so I can use your money to just throw it at the wall and hope it sticks. And come back to let you guys know how I made $20,000 in 5 minutes. I took $1.2 million and I threw it at the wall and it stuck. I came out with 20 grand. And you know what? Here's the difference between me and Ricky. Here's the part between me and Ricky that indifferates us. All right, me, I can't speak. That 20,000, knowing that it came from members. If you had a crowd, pretty much, this is a crowd fund of money that goes to him, and he ain't even giving you guys a return. He just took all y'all money, flipped it, maybe not 100%, but he got his 4 or 5% on $1 million, and guess what? He didn't give y'all shit. He didn't say, you know what? Here's 1,000 for you. Here's 1,000 for you. Here's 1,000 for you. Here's what I would do, and you know what? I might just do it. I might just start a Discord because unlike, you know, Ricky, I can trade, and when it comes down to brass tacks, why don't you offer a 10% or like 5% of profits, 10%, maybe safe to say 30%. Why don't you just give it back to your members? I'm sure there's a few of them out there that could use $400 or $500. I think that might make their day, Ricky. You know what I'm saying? You say you're making 20, 30 grand, cut it in half with the taxes. That's 10 grand. There ain't no reason why you can't be giving out every green trade you make. There ain't no reason why you shouldn't be giving your members $5, $1,000, $2,000 to a few different members. Ask y'all why they don't do that shit. Ask yourself. Ask yourself why they don't do that. Think about it. If you just had 10,000 members, they all gave you $1,000, $800, $400, whatever the case. Let's say I took my few $1 million account. I just put up let's just say $500,000 to whatever my position size is for that trade. Let's just say I came out with a 20 grand winner. Cut it in half for taxes. There's 10 grand. Cut that in half. That's 5. Cut that half in half. Okay? 2,500. You don't think that you could give those fucking members $500 to $600 to each people and keep feeding the people? Seriously. You can pay hundreds of dollars to people to teach them to trade when there is tons of stuff on the internet. Yes, that's the truth, but here's the thing, Chris. This is the true matter of the fact. Half the people that are out there that say that they can teach, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. I promise you. You know what I'm saying? The one thing that I do try to do when I come on here is give you guys the game plan on where I'm taking profits, what I think a stock's going to do that day. I'll be right, I'll be wrong. The probability is going to tell me that. But even if you did pay, and this fucking backstreet looking motherfucker made 20-some grand, and you're telling me that every time he has a green trade like that, he can't give back to members a few $100s and say, Stephanie, Chris, Johnny, Ricky, Troy, I'm sending you guys $200-300. Do you have a PayPal or anything? If you want me to. If you want me to send it to the next person, I'll send it to the next person. You're making more than enough money to be able to not give back to people. Is my point. That's my point. Let's keep it moving. Let's see. Oh, this is Trader TV Live. This isn't. Okay. Earthquake. A young kid. Yeah, I went to Walmart. I tried to get this CD, and my mom said I wasn't having it. So I said, Mom, you're such a bitch. Look at her face getting ready to change. She knows it's coming. All right. And then these guys, they just talk markets. Cool. At least they're not Ricky talking about making 20-30 grand and not giving a few $100 to $1,000 back to the people that paid for it. All right, we got this guy. He's on his desk. He's on his computer. He's looking. He's looking at the camera. Do I look good? Did I shave? Yeah, I'm good. Does the background look good? Yeah. Is the mic on? Yeah. All right, is this going to go down? Oh, okay. All right, what we got? The traveling trader, but I've been in my room for 5 years, 2 years. I haven't traveled at all. I'm the traveling trader. Stop losing at day trading. Man, shut the hell up. I'll smack the shit out of you. And then we got bulk. My boy bulking up. He on that bulk stage. Eating them carbs. 79K. Live trading. Live. $4,200 in 30 minutes. I did it faster than you. 30 minutes. Live. Free FX. Is that yen? You sure you didn't make $4,200 in yen? Okay, let's keep it moving. Intraday hunter. I'm hunting intraday. This is an intraday hunter. I figure we might get, what's his name? Y'all remember what's his name who passed away back in the day? Oi! Oi, I put my thumb. You know, y'all know where he puts his thumb. Men in Black. Let's hear.
No, but it's extremely dangerous because it's the first few minutes of the trading session, and I don't know which direction Tesla's gonna pick. But as you can see,
well, if you knew how to trade, bro, if you got technical analysis, you know what technical analysis was all about. You would know the probability of the direction. Watch me make $21,000
with another gem.
I'm in a rap video. I'm making a song out of the intro. Bang. Look at my hands. Look at my hands. All right, I'm done. What's up, Matt? I'm just having fun, man. It's Friday. We made a couple bucks today, couple trades. Even though E-Trade made me really mad, I'm doing okay. E-Trade really got in the way between me and a big one today. We had this Tesla news we got pretty early. We said, hey, you know what? We think this, we think that Tesla was going to get to where? What did we say, guys? 170? I think it was 170, wasn't it? Yeah, 170. It was 170. Or the 165 puts. I'm sorry, the 165 puts. Matt, they were at 25 cents. So I said, hey, you know what? Got the news early. They went to $4 in like a few minutes. Well, I'm going to say they went to $3 in a few minutes. And as soon as I went to, like, I'm quick. I'm on the mic, guys. Tesla, I try to hurry up, give out the thing. And it was funny, and I noticed that because I was like, I'm looking at I quickly, like in real time, quickly looked at the options chain, and it started doing this. And I'm like, oh shit. And it did not price it in, 25 cents. They went to $3 from 25 cents. I said, okay, this is going to be a throwaway trade where I'm putting this on. I'm gonna throw $100 at it at 25 cents. I should be able to get in the money. That's gonna be a really nice trade. I'm willing to risk, you know, what I'm willing to risk, and I'm willing to let it go to zero if I'm wrong. But the probability of this news is telling me that we got a nice trade on our hands, and then E-Trade hits me with the old, are you sure you want to do this? Like, cause what I do, guys, is I click the options chain, right? I click on the stuff, the option that I want. I put in the amount, right? And then I push preview. So all I have to do is just one touch, bang. If I'm going to market order in, right? I want to, like, if it's pumping up higher in the resistance, I have it up, bang. I want in on that bump up to get a nice, decent fill, not look back at my phone and say, hey, yeah, are you sure you still want to do this? When I'm thinking that I already clicked and I should be in the trade, and it says that it's a weekly, that I, you know, am not expecting a message to say that this option's going to expire at the end of the day. Like, what do you think? I'm stupid? Yes, I want this fucking option. Yes, I know it's Friday. Yes, I know it ends in 4 hours. Yes, I know I could lose all of my money. I'm willing to risk that. I've been with you guys for 10, 15 years. About 10 years. You don't think I know that? Like, give it to someone else who it needs to go to. Anybody that hasn't been in the brokerage for over 2 to 3 years, don't send them the messages. And what that does, and what that is they want to slow you down in your trading. Do you know what I'm saying? They are purposefully doing it because it takes long, and if it takes you longer to get into a position, you're going to be paying more. And that means whoever's paying for order flow is going to, you know what I'm saying? The broker is helping the other side out the best that they can. If you guys know what I'm saying. If they, just like that trade right there from Tesla, that trade was at 25 cents. As soon as I clicked it and was not able to get in it, because then I had to click OK and then click again. But the OK is at the top of the screen. It went from 25 cents to 40 cents, just like there was no 30. It went from 25 to 40. And just like that, they're charging 100% more because of that fraction of a second. Right? And that's why I think they're doing it. They know that everybody knows it's a weekly. They don't need to do that. But they do it because they know that you guys try with that, you know, if you're a person that, you know, knows what they're doing kind of or whatever, even if you don't know what you're doing, it's to slow you up. If it takes you more time, it's going to cost you more money. Whether that's, you know, looking for like going in and out of charts and stuff like that. Like, honestly, it is. If they can slow you up with your trading and give you, I don't know, like even just a second, right? That is the difference between 25 cents and, say, 32 cents, right? Like, it could be the difference. And that's why the brokers do it, because they're not your friend. They want you to make money, but they don't. They want you to stay break even. So they just keep making commissions and you don't make shit. And the person that's on their side is making some money. And that's just how it works. How did you do today, Matt? How did you do today? I like that. That's a good one, Chris. That's a good one. Whoa. Is this Tesla? Hold up. Let me go back. Select price. No, they're 3 cents and 2 cents. Okay. Please note that you are opening an option position which requires, on expiry day, whatever an expiry day is, which carries expiration and assignment risk. Okay. I have to click it, and it's up above the fucking place order. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. But it's crazy, man. It's frustrating. So I'm going to call them probably later today, and I'll, you know, try and do it live over the phone. But if they're going to, if this is something they're doing, and I'm just going to say, all right, yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to transfer everything and put everything I have with you guys back into, throw it back into, we'll just ramp up that IBK account to even a bigger amount. I'll just trade from there. Let's see. I could even throw it in the Charles Schwab and or Thinkorswim. I could throw it into this account. So usually I just like to use this for Forex and futures and stuff, but really in charting, I just after opening up a Lightspeed and Interactive Brokers and E-Trade years ago, I never had a future. I just never opened up a futures or a Forex account. So I said, you know what? I want to try their Thinkorswim's platform out. So I'll make that my futures and Forex account. With Take Spy swing you had and this Tesla trade, your week would have been killer. Yeah, even just Tesla. That was a QQQ. But here's the thing, Chris. The bigger trade wouldn't have been that gap up. The bigger trade was that downside. So yesterday I had UVXY and QQQ puts. Or I had UVXY calls on and QQQ puts yesterday. But I noticed yesterday that, you know, there was no momentum to the downside. And I talked about this pre-market. Is like look at the volume. Like if you guys are ever unsure, here's just a little hint. Okay? It's going to be out of the book too. If you ever need a hint on where you should enter a position, don't worry about support and resistance. What I want you guys to worry about, I mean, obviously, you want to understand where the support and resistance is, but look where the volume is. You see where the volume is here? Where did the volume come in at? The volume came in at 466.85. So once we broke down to this level here, I knew we were not breaking it. I was hoping, because I was in the 444 puts at 10 a.m. They're still in my, whatchamacallit. I can show you guys. So I took them yesterday. I either got out here, I either got out on that extension lower or that extension. I want to say it was this one because it kept bear flagging, and I thought it was going to be a slow grind down to the prior day's close yesterday. That it was just going to take all day, and I ended up taking this off because I said, hey, let's see if we can get that bounce to VWAP, because I said this. I said, hey, the selling pressure is up at 447, 446.85. It's up there. That's where we need to be short. That's where the volume is. That is where they sold it from. So chances are we were going to get a bounce to VWAP. So from where we are down here to VWAP, once I took profits, which was very small, I held on to the UVXY puts because they were for today, right? And it was a lot cheaper, so I had less risk. So if we were to bounce to VWAP, right, I know. It was, we couldn't even get in it, Chris. So I ended up saying, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these QQQ puts off. I have UVXY calls. I'm going to keep the calls on UVXY and wait and see if we can get a bounce back to VWAP. Now, what am I looking for at VWAP? If this pink line, I want to see if this type of volume from here or there starts to show itself. Like, do we start to get an increase in volume on that rejection? Well, after a while, you went there and you didn't. It actually broke it. But where did it go to yesterday? It literally went right to where the sellers were from the morning. Look, literally to a T. You never closed above that level. Never. Never did it. Never. And that volume told me early in the morning, bro, you might be shorting the low. You might want to wait for a pop a high a day. You might get it. Or at least VWAP. Look for VWAP. If you get a pop to VWAP. So what I did was I took profits. But worst case, I would have said, look, VWAP, if we get to VWAP from down here, right, on this breakdown, and you started to go back up, I would have said, okay, if I didn't take my profits there, that's my stop loss. Because if you break above VWAP, where are you going? You know you're going here to high a day or higher, right? You know you're at least going to go here. If you're not stopping here, because you have what? You have this level here, number 1, which was support. And that's the other part. Look, double bottom, bear flag, right? You see the bear flag? Right there. Bang. You break it. You retested it right here. This was my entry. Was VWAP. I had VWAP. I had this initial morning support. So I had all these things, right? Initial morning support. I have this level. It was broken. It was broken on an increase in volume down here. So that's telling me this should be resistance. I took my entry. And then look what happens. You see these candles? Look how small they got. That's not what we want. We want to continue to see it break down for us. We want to start getting away from 446, which is this level where the white line is. We have VWAP there. We want to leave it. Like, we don't want to just sit here and hang out. That's not doing nothing. That's telling us that there isn't that much selling pressure. So you don't need Bookmap to say, yeah, there's not much selling here. I already know that. We're not leaving the area. If it was, look at this candle, right? Look at the selling pressure up there, 446. 446.85. You know there's a lot of selling pressure because it just fell out of bed. So when you go to trading, like next week, guys, locate where are the buyers with volume, the volume, right? Where is it? Even intraday. You get that bounce, right? And you see it like reject an area. Now, what you're going to notice between this and maybe another setup is where you won't be able to get another test is the continuation, right? Like you see how the candles are small and you're like, look, this is a 3-minute chart. 3, 6, 9, 10, 12, 15, right? So that's 15 minutes. Bang. It's eaten up a lot of time. And you have not moved either. Right? You left 446. You're down to, so that's a 60-cent move. And then from here to here, that's a 50-cent move. You're not moving. You want to be leaving. Like, you want momentum. So in this case, because we weren't moving, we made this resistance and we didn't, like, fall out of bed. Like, by here at, like, 10:20, guys, I know I may be talking fast, but by 10:20, in order for me to feel comfortable, I would have already needed to break that level and be down here somewhere. Like, that's way too much time to just be hanging around, not doing nothing. So that's telling me, okay, VWAP and or high a day. Like, where is the rejection? I had the rejection up here at high a day. Am I going to continue to get it here at VWAP to speed the sell-off up? Nope. What did we do? We went right back to high a day, and that's where it ensued. Because you got the confirmation lunchtime that definitely was the selling point. And guess what? I walked outside. I should have still put it on. I mean, obviously, my trade on this would have been from high a day to VWAP and or low a day. I would have taken a piece of profit off at VWAP in case it held and that level. Because in real time, I would have said to myself, we broke VWAP, didn't sit there and reject it. You didn't reject it at all. You had that one little candle, but you pretty much ripped through VWAP, and you ripped right back up through that 446 level, which was support. You made it resistance, and it just ripped right through up there. So chances are the sentiment, the mind, is probably going to say, well, now I got VWAP. I got that level. It might make it support, so let me take a quarter, if not half, of that short off. And if we do break it, then okay. I can start to, like, you know, if you buy 10 contracts, if you buy 50 contracts, whatever you buy, 100, 200, 10, 5. If you buy 5, you're taking 2 off right there at VWAP, right? And then you leave the other 2 on, you get the extension, you take 1 off, you get the extension, and then you just take the other one off. You made some money. You had a really good day. Your job's not to catch the whole day. You know, you did start to get an increase in volume here, but you don't know that that's coming because you didn't have, what's crazy about this is you didn't have a news catalyst. This was just a random sell-off at the highs. And what are we doing now? You've literally just pretty much almost taken that move back. I think we probably will have some issues here, though. I think that this is lining up perfectly to put us into earnings. And remember, Chris, what you said yesterday? You said how the volume was acting real weird. How you wanted to go short the IWM. And I said, like, just wait a minute. Like, just give it a little bit. I can't remember if you said it. I think you said it in the morning. And you were like, man, I want to short the IWM, but the volume's acting weird. And it was. The volume was really low. The volume was low yesterday. So, like, these are, like, if I'm in a trade, guys, these are the things I think of. Right? Okay. Yesterday, I got QQQ puts, and I start noticing by 10 o'clock, I'm still above 445. It's freaking 10 o'clock. I got in these things at 9:45. It's almost 11 o'clock. Why am I still only $1 down? You guys see what I'm saying? If you went from 446 to 445 and you're still at 445 and it's 12 o'clock, you're not moving. You got to get rid of it. Theta and the stock itself is telling you, yo, we're not moving. Wait until you get back to high a day. You got the high a day and it went, you know. So there's a lot of things that you guys can like use to help like make you comfortable, to help with your entries, to make more. Because if you get better on your entries, you're going to make more. You also need to know what options to be in that are going to pay the most. Like those AMD calls today, dude. Those things are crazy. Those things were pay. You would move 50 cents on those, and they were paying you $25 to $30 a contract. It was insane. I'm sitting here taking profit on AMD. I'm like, bro, we haven't even moved, and it's already paying me freaking 20-30%. I gotta take some off. You know, we could have an earthquake, and the NASDAQ shut down. So yesterday, you guys remember what I said with these wicks? Remember how I said I like that just happened? That's probably our target? Because if anybody was here towards the end of the day, I said that they legally have to fill these. They legally have to print this transaction. So there was a transaction yesterday that happened, and they're printing them, right? Which is a buy at that price. So, where do you guys think we're going? Look, we're pretty much right there. Told you yesterday that we were going to be back at 444. These wicks tell you that all the time. Those orders that pop up or that get made during look at this. Look what happened. Look at this. Right, Chris? Look right there. Prime example. Look what happened not yesterday but the day before. Look at this. You see that wick? You see that wick right there? They legally have to fill that. What is that telling you? Well, that's telling me 435 is on watch, whether it's this day or the next day. And guess what happened? The very next day, where did we go? You went right back down to 435. And then what happened yesterday? What did we do? You got the wick fills up to 444. Where are we at right now? 444. Damn near. Look at that move yesterday too. Right? So they do it all the time, and I can go over and over and over them, and they do it all the time. Like these are orders that are done. Look right there, for instance. Right? You're down here, you pull back, and look. I mean, this one you still took a little while. That's a low print of 441. It took you a while for that one, but they more times than not they do. They end up working out. So like here's another example. So even if it's like, 3 times out of 5 and 2 don't work, you still play off of it. You can still it's profitable. And all you have to do is manage your risk. What's wrong, Boo Bill? So yeah, yesterday that was my game plan, was to get back in the puts, but I had those UVXY calls on, which is if the market goes down, UVXY calls are going to pay. They're going to go higher. So, you know, I wasn't able to get back in. It is what it is. It's no big deal. So I'm going to say it now. I think the market might consolidate a little bit from now until earnings to see how earnings are going to be. I feel like we're going to wait and see how earnings are going to be. Like we're still pretty bullish. I mean, we have volume. I think, man, that selling pressure. I think that's just algorithms being kicked off. Look, in my opinion, we don't have a catalyst right yet. Iraq has not hit whatchamacallit, the one country. I don't know why I keep forgetting. I want to call it Argentina, but it's not Argentina. All right? The Jewish place. So we don't have Iraq and Israel. I'm sorry, Israel. We don't have Iraq and Israel starting to go to war. That means the U.S. and the European nation, NATO and Australia, Canada, you know, that everybody's could possibly be in a war now. You don't have a credit problem. You don't have banks talking about, you know, we need to raise money because we're going under. I think it happens, but like, you know, earnings were somewhat okay. Maybe this earnings season's the earnings aren't so hot. So I think you still have a lot of money on the sidelines. The labor market's still good. We don't have a catalyst to go down. I think we could sit here for a little bit. And I'm going to be honest, guys. I think we can go just a little bit higher, and we kind of just stay here. You are putting in, look at the volume. That is institutional sign that they're taking profits up there. But what's the catalyst to keep you down? All we did was test the 50-day, and we're right back up to Wednesday's opening price, or Wednesday's close. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you'll get these sell-off days, but once you get to the 50-day, they're buying the dip. And it's only a matter of time before so many people go short and they're not getting paid and they cover their position. And then before you know it, we are back at all-time highs, making new highs. Well, by law, if Iraq does like bomb Israel and stuff like that, that's up to Israel. By law, we will be. Will it be an on-scale war? That I don't know. You know, but they will be at the table. You know, they will be at the table. All right. It's just whether we want to do it or not, by law, you know. So I think this is, look, this is just my opinion, but it's just from the time that I've been here on Earth, we have just been in the Middle East, and we finally had a president last time where it's not that this stuff was over with, because you're always going to have terrorists terrorizing the city. But I grew up with onslaught of war in Iraq and the Middle East. Like, we were just getting out of it. Things were actually starting to be a little bit peaceful. There was a bunch of shit stirred up here at home, but abroad, we weren't, you know, the Middle East wasn't making a bunch of money off of energy and oil. Half of that shit comes from oil, and it helps fund terrorism. You know, like, once everybody's making money, it's going to find its hands into bad people eventually. That's just my opinion. And I felt like as soon as we got Biden back in office, I gave it 3 years. There was already a war. The first year and a half that he was in office, you already had Russia invading Ukraine. Now you have this. This is where these people get you. This is where politics get you. I think we just needed a reminder. I'm serious. People can talk all the shit on Trump that they want, but it just comes from a personal stupidity. I don't know where it comes from, because they worry about one single person more than they do the importance of, you know, House, the Senate, and really the administration. Okay, the president just says yes if the administration and the House and the Senate say yes. Like, it's about having Dr. What's his name? Ben Carson, right? It's about having people that don't have some crazy, like mindset that a company that was made from a couple guys in the garage, a couple guys and a girl, or a couple girls or whatever, can't be bought out by a major company, right? Well, that's what they wanted to do. That's going to change their lives. Well, guess what? You know, the people who made AI, not AI, but iRobot, they wanted to get bought out so that the people that worked there could keep their jobs. They said, Biden administration pretty much said no. And now all those people are getting laid off. Like, it shouldn't be any of the government's business, first off. Unless there's something seriously at harm. But, I mean, what's worse than having Verizon and AT&T and all those people joining together? They've already done it. Like, that's about the worst you can do. And you know what? If they run up prices, what's that going to mean? Like, that's still stifling competition in a sense. Because if you get a company to buy another company, right, and they own everything, that doesn't mean that someone else can't come in there and provide the same service at a lower price. That actually creates competition. If somebody comes in, buys out the competition, raises all the price, and that leaves open air for anybody to get some money together and to do the same thing, only to charge a cheaper price. You know, I don't know. But are you really trying to insensate Biden started or had something to do with the war? Yes. Well, are you? Wait. Did you not understand all the money that was sent to Ukraine and all the judges and stuff like that? Absolutely. This is absolutely between Obama, Biden, and Putin and the cronies and the whatchamacallits over in between Russia and Ukraine. Yes, absolutely. This is between them. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. If you're going to take a trade partner of Russia, knowing that there is going to be a problem and you continue to do it anyway, not caring for the safety of the Ukrainian people, let them decide, not you putting in the politician that is whatever his name is over there in Ukraine. I can't think of it right now. Absolutely. Why did it not happen from 2016 until 2022? Can I ask you that, Beefcake? Can I ask you that one? Why did it happen in 2009 and 2014, but not in 2016 to 2022? That is because the United Nation Alliance, NATO, and then Biden having his hands and his personal wallet, our taxpayer money, in it. Like, you can't tell me that it isn't. Here's the thing, too, Beefcake, that you might not know is... I don't want to say this online. I may know a little bit more than you might think. I'm just going to say that. I'm just going to say that. Did he physically start it himself? No, he didn't tell the Russian people to get into planes and go over there. But Putin did say, Biden, if you want to continue this, I'm letting you know, if you go through with this, I'm coming over to take Ukraine and there will be a war. You're not going to tell me that Biden did not know ahead of time that there wasn't going to be an issue caused out of this. You can't tell me that that wasn't the case, because it was the case. The warning signs were already there. They were already told. If you come in and put a new dictator in and you start taking Ukraine to NATO, why do you think we wouldn't try to come over there and take that land? It's going to start a problem. What do you think? Would you consider doing that? Would you put your hands in, or would you worry about United States? Where would your focus be? Would your focus be Ukraine and energy, corn, or whatever the whatever you want to call them, the oligarchs, right? Would you be more focused about the oligarchs in Ukraine and Russia than you would the United States? Where would your focus be? That's all I'm going to ask. Absolutely, Biden's actions and Obama's actions helped cause this. Absolutely. There's a whole this whole Middle East shit goes all the way back to what's his name? The fucking what's his name back in the early 90s. I mean, here's the thing. we took, I think what, Ukraine gave up their nukes and said that, that we would back them if Russia ever did anything years ago. But that doesn't mean that you have to entice the problem, okay? By sitting there saying on stage, I'm not giving you the money if you keep this judge in there. Why are you so worried about Ukraine and Russia? You need to be worried about the United States. That is the point. The point is, you put your hands and you get into other people's businesses when you know it's going to start something. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. You can't tell me that they didn't. That's the thing. It's not a coincidence that his son was on the board of the energy in Ukraine, man. And that they had their hands in it. Absolutely. And to think that Putin and Russia wouldn't do something about it, like, that's just being facetious. Like, nah, Russia ain't going to do nothing. Innocent people aren't going to die. Instead of, let me just mind my own business. Ukraine, if you have issues, we're here. We're going to keep our hands out of it. I'm going to worry about my country, right? I want to get us on a stable path, right? Because it's not like I'm not dealing with 20 to 35-year-olds not having families and owning homes at an all-time low. Generations getting priced out of living costs. No, let me go ahead and just sit on stage and entice a Putin and a Ukraine war. Absolutely, Beefcake. Yes, that man and Obama and the rest of some of the Democrats and Republicans helped entice that war. Absolutely. They absolutely did. Because they couldn't mind their own business. There was already a law. Ukraine, Russia invades you. Okay, we're here to help. But that doesn't mean that you go as far as flying over there, having your son on the board of an energy, whatever the oil place was called. Like, I'm just saying, there's a long little history there that isn't talked about. That should be. Because it's not a coincidence when the United States worries about the United States, things somehow find peace around this world for the most part. It's not ironic. It's not ironic that I was born in 1986, and from 1986 until 2016, there has always been a Middle Eastern war that the United States has been involved in. Desert Storm, the Iraqi freedom, Afghani freedom. All right, it's just been so on. So, listen, I get 9/11, Osama bin Laden. I get you wanted to go after him. But what happens is like things start to evolve into other things. And if you don't think Obama, Biden enticed that war, that's fine. That's cool. I would like to know how they didn't entice it. That's the question. How did they not entice it? Now we can go on. Let's go on. It's 2 o'clock. I don't think anything's going to happen. That's why I'm not really worried about the markets, guys. And if you guys want to throw articles or anything, go ahead. Like I said, if you guys, it's okay that you guys don't believe that. You know what I mean? If you guys think I'm crazy, but it's just true. Trump was basically Putin's bitch. If he told Trump to jump, he would. Okay. All right. I don't think that. I think there is a bit of indifference there on actually from reality to what happened. I think that Trump ended up coming into the United States and Trump minded his own business and told European nations, right, like Germany, Europe, China, all these other countries that, hey, you guys are continuously using us. It's not like you guys don't have capital to spend, but why is the USA continuously paying for? Do you know how much the USA pays out of NATO? The last one was about, I think it was what, 81%? I think it was close to 81%, just to put that in mind. Now you can have personal vendettas about a motherfucker. I don't care, right? That's fine. People have personal vendettas against other people. I don't worry about other people. I worry about the actions. The actions showed. You can say what you want. You can believe what you want. But the fact is, when the United States had mind their own business, the fact is, shit didn't really go down. Shit wasn't really going down. When the United States was somewhat energy dependent before Trump or before Biden got his hands back into Ukraine from doing what him and the Obama administration did back in the early 2000s. And what's even funnier is how Bush was about to sign the arms treaty with Russia, but Obama said no. What I'm going to ask you guys. Now what's funny about this is Putin did just show why he shouldn't be trusted. I think he did fuck up. Because he was almost there. Why? What has he done to prove that? What has he done that's been so bad? They talk about nukes. They talk about all these things. You know, the whole oligarch system, the communist country, that's why it doesn't work. Because it does get shady. You can't trust them in that fact. Like, let's just say, you know, there's a reason why innovation is stifled in Russia. It's because of a communist ways that doesn't work. Everybody is hungry. Everybody tries to have their hands in the cookie jar. And it doesn't get spread out evenly like it should because of self-want. But even aside from all that, where's the information that Putin is telling Trump what to do? I'm just curious about that. Where did that even come from? I mean, because from what I remember, we left NATO and said, if something happens, we can still work together. But as of do you guys even understand and know about the wine taxes and the aerospace taxes for airplane parts and all these other things that have been tariffs for years just to get money out of the United States and the United States companies? But it's neither here nor there. The war happened in 2022. The war was started and was pretty much, you know, a force was shown in 2009, you know, and you shouldn't expect anything less at the end of the day. Because if anybody was coming over here to try to talk Hawaii going to another country, you don't think that United States would have a problem with that? You don't think that if Alaska and someone was trying to, let's just say, whether you had a senator of the state who decided to go to talks with Russia, you don't think that the United States wouldn't do something about that? You don't think that there would be a problem if Mexico decided to join in with Russia and they're our neighbor? You don't think that there would be issues there? What information? I haven't given any information. I've given the information that when the United States has mind their own business that they haven't done in 30 years, things tend to get a little bit easier. This thing, like, what am I saying that's wrong? Actually, I'm curious where you get your information, Beefcake. So you don't think, so you're telling me that you're saying Biden and Obama did not have a single thing to do with this war. That's what you're saying. You're saying that they didn't entice this war at all. That they can just go in, let Ukraine come to the United Nations, and say that there's no problems. The fact that Ukraine can go to the UN but Russia can't. What separates Russia from Ukraine? Why can't Russia come to the United Nations? But Ukraine can. So what about the facts? The facts about the law being passed in the late 80s, early 90s, that once Ukraine gave up their nukes, that we said that we would protect them. that Biden's son was not a board member of the oil factory that turns it from oil into the refinery? You're going to tell me that he wasn't on the board of the refinery? You're going to tell me that Biden didn't sit on that stage and say, if you don't fire that judge, we're not giving you the money? That's not true. All right, well, let's go see right here. Let's go. Let's go take a deep dive. I know. The fact is, when the United States worries about the United States, things seem to start to come together. That is a fact. There's a reason why Biden hasn't taken back some of the deregulation that was had before Trump came into office, that Biden has deliberately not taken back yet. They slowly are. They're slowly adding back on regulation. They leave a little bits out that they think helps the economy. Biden is spending his way out of the mess that he keeps putting in people in, which is inflation, which is pricing people out of homes and families. Listen, Bloomberg just did us. What's funny about this is Bloomberg just did this last night. Bloomberg had a half-hour show last night on India and had the lady come on and talk about how from 34 to 20-year-old home buyers from 20 to 34 are at all-time lows for starting families and buying homes. 1/3 live at home with their parents. I mean, I got my facts from Bloomberg last night. All right, so let's see here. Biden, Ukraine, money, stage. We'll just do some keywords. But go ahead, Beefcake. I stated my case. Just show me where it is that I'm wrong. That's it. I just want you to show me where I'm wrong. Beefcake, you know what's so funny? The only person I voted for was Ron Paul. And you keep talking Trump fanboys. See, that's the difference between me and you. It's not about a single person, and it's about what they've done and the administration. Again, it's about the administration. This administration is, once again, lousy, and you're taking yourselves right back to the early 2000s. You're taking yourself right back to Obama administration. You're taking yourselves right back to the Middle East. You got 3 fucking wars going on, Beefcake. You can't tell me that shit just didn't happen for no damn reason. So that's it. It just happened, right? Just happens. You get 4 years, the United States somewhat starts to mind their own business and pull out. Let's talk. Let's talk corruption. Listen, you see the title? Corruption in Ukraine, but Ukraine's okay with us. Come on now. What?
And yesterday, Joe Biden, the U.S. Vice President under Barack Obama, suggested that weaker American policy towards Kyiv is leading to backsliding on anti-corruption reforms. And while Biden praised the current administration's decision to provide arms to Ukraine, he said that there are no anti-corruption pressure. Biden called Kurt Volker, the current special envoy for Ukraine, a, quote, solid guy, but without authority to prevent backsliding on reform. According to Biden, right? It's one of Ukraine's biggest challenges. The U.S. has strongly supported Ukraine since 2013. Put together a coalition.
Progress in terms of corruption. Not continue to show progress in terms of corruption. We are not going to be able to hold the rest of Europe on these sanctions. And Russia is not going to roll across the inner line here and take over the rest of the country with their tanks.
They will.
What they're going to do is they're going to take your economy down. you're going to be absolutely
Look, they're not going to
buried.
show it. But
And
this here.
you're going to be done. And that's when it all...
Because here's what they're saying. The U.S. is moving in, and guess what? So is Russia. No one is dislike. No one. I dislike both of them. I don't know, man. I mean, it's like, but why? Like, what is there to dislike? The only thing that I dislike about this man is the fact that he lies to your guys' faces and my face. All right? He does not, he believes in guilty before proven innocent. These are just typical political stuff here. Listen, Beefcake, you have had innocent families get taken outside of their homes knowing that they're getting ready to get killed. If this motherfucker would have just stayed and mind his own business, even when he came back into office, and you did not have went right back to 2009, having Ukraine in the United Nations, none of this would be going on. None of it would be going on. I promise you. I promise you, and I feel cold-heartedly about that. If he would have just said, you know what, I'm not going to go down that road. Let me just hold up and let me worry about the United States and keep the path that we're on. None of this war would be going on. You would have little things here and there, terrorist attacks. You ain't stopping that. But the fact that he went right back to Ukraine when they just left it from 2008, to 2016, 8 years, he went right back to it. Damn right shit's going to get stirred up. Damn right shit's going to get stirred up. And it's not Biden, it's all of them. You're right. But when you at least get a president administration who has the power to say, you know what? We're not going to go down that path because I ain't going down that path. Guess what? You avoid shit like this, the war that's being going on, the 80 billion again. That's how much time we gonna spend money at this? According to Biden, like, you know, it does grow on trees, so we can just keep doing what we want. We're just gonna keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it. Guess what? 5 years from now, we're just gonna keep doing it. Just keep throwing money at the war while they just keep pushing forward. Keep throwing money at the war. Nope. Get your ass up. Why don't you get Biden, Putin, Ukraine, Israel, Canada, Mexico, China, Xi Jinping, get them all in a fucking room and get it done. But nope, let's just put my signature. We'll send some money at it. We'll get some more men and women killed, and we ain't going to get nowhere. We'll just keep the war going. But I get my facts wrong. Here's the thing. If you wouldn't have went back down this path, I almost promise you, Ukraine would not be invaded right now. If you did not entice Ukraine to come into the United Nations, this would not be going on right now. But guess what? He don't give a shit. He don't care. He don't care. That is a fact. That is a fact. The only reason Russia is pushing into Ukraine is because Ukraine is going into the United Nations, or trying to attempt to go in the United Nations and be on the U.S. side. And if Russia can't be on there, then guess what? Then you're an enemy. And you know what? Putin's right. If you're not a friend, you're a foe. I mean, that's just what it is. You can work with them, but you won't work with us. Why don't you trust us? Like, so Russia would still invaded Ukraine if they wanted to. But here is the thing, Beefcake. Why would they invade? What is the reason for invading? Oh my fucking God. I'm done. Listen, as long as this motherfucker got his hands in it, he ain't going to stop it. You're right. But if he would have left the 2008, 2009 to 2016, fucking the shit that they did, you know what? It probably would have went the other way and would not have happened. I promise you, this is all to do with the United Nations. Because if Russia has United Nations on the borders, there's going to be issues. It has been said since 1990, 1994 from Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton was even asked, why can't Russia be indicted? Why can't we be on a path to the United Nations? Why can't we work together? And I asked the same question. Why can't we? If it's just because you're a communist country, okay. How about a path to a non-communist country and corruption start showing the path to success? At least give them a path. The path would be not communist country, not doing some of the shit that you do. Start fixing it and prove it to us so we can all work together. But they don't even give them that option. See, that's a realist for you, Beefcake. That's the difference between me and him. Because they know where money's borrowed, the longer they can keep the war going, the longer the money keeps flowing, the longer they can break bread. It's just, listen, I can tell you right now, if the issue with United Nations, the minute he's focused, what's the very first thing Biden did? Oh, we're going right back to NATO. We're going right back to NATO. We're going to go right back to this Ukraine, start bringing more countries into NATO. Okay, cool. Guess what? You know where that gets you. You know what expanding NATO gets you. You get pushed into territories where NATO allies are, and that causes war at the end of the day. There should be an agreed upon thing. If something goes down and you guys are having issues with Russia, Russia tries to invade Europe, guess what? You don't think we would be right there? So because of that, it's Biden. You didn't hear what I said, did you? See, here's the difference between you and everybody else that sounds like a fucktard. All right? You only take pieces of what you want to hear. Because of that. What is that? I just gave you 18 different reasons why this war could have been avoided. Because of that. What is that? Please tell me what is that. I'm sorry, I'm getting frustrated because it's the truth. If you mean that as in Biden going right back down the Obama administration path, then yes, that is absolutely it. NATO, Ukraine going into NATO, sure. Because it's a known fact it wouldn't have taken, you would already know this years ago if if the sources you read were correct, if they told you the truth. Because Putin's been saying it since the 90s. I can't rewind it. It's a live stream. I can't. Rewind what I just said. Here's the fact. One of the very first things that he did, is that it? Is that what you're talking about? Because it is. One of the very first things that Biden started to do was get back into NATO. And then starts creeping his hands right back into Ukraine. Like, it is what it is. Listen, here's the thing. At the end of the day, the board speaks for itself. And guess what? You have 3 major wars going on. Possibly, which listen, Taiwan ain't got nothing to do with none of this. China takes Taiwan. Okay, well, guess what? We'll try and fight it. Because by law, we have to. All right, that's neither here nor there. But Middle East, so what do we have? We have Ukraine and Russia. You have whatchamacallit? I can't Israel. I keep getting Israel mixed up. You have Israel, this Gaza Strip stuff, and now you possibly have the Iraq Israel war also starting, which means we'll be back in Iraq. I know. So don't tell me how all of this did not play in hand. So you're telling me Biden, sole focus, NATO, going right back into Ukraine because, him on that podium was back from 2010, I think it was, 2011, maybe even 2009. I can't remember. You guys can look up the dates. Okay. His son on the board of the refinery, leading to higher fuel prices, leading energy to get higher, leading OPEC to make more money. You don't think that again, so you're telling me that I don't get, you're telling me that when energy prices aren't higher, that money doesn't help support terrorism and it finds its way, part of that money finds its way to terrorism? You're telling me more money doesn't get thrown at terrorism when energy prices rise because energy is one of the biggest economic factors for the Middle East? You're telling me that doesn't help terrorism? That when energy and oil are higher and those companies are making more money, that isn't more money that is eventually found to terrorism, which wouldn't have went to Jerusalem? Your take sounds so stupid, no offense, but if you're saying because the U.S. didn't want anything to do with Russia is the reason why Russia invaded Ukraine. Well, that actually isn't stupid. Because what you're saying is that the U.S. politicians did not want to have a pathway for Putin and Russia to be in NATO, that he didn't take offense to that. And listen, go watch the interview. He said it himself. I mean, for Christ's sake, that was with Bill Clinton. And then with George Bush, they just about had an arms treaty that Obama and Biden said no. Okay, well, I can see where the beef is. The beef lies with the individual. It didn't happen with Bush. It didn't happen with Clinton. When did it happen? If that is what you think, listen, this is not about sources, okay? Once again, Beefcake, I'm going to go back to the board. The fact is, you didn't have 3 major wars, and a major war that started a year and a half after Donald Trump took office. Whether it was Donald Trump, whether it was, what's her name? The other one from Hawaii, who we could just make up any names. Fuck, I forget her name. The fact that you don't think that Biden himself and his choices couldn't have helped sway this war is it's even funnier than what you're saying, because it's a fact. It's a fact. If Biden would have chose to keep his mind his own business and worry about the United States and not solely focus NATO, Ukraine, but there's a reason why. This stuff just doesn't happen. I'm telling you right now. There's a reason Putin went right back. There's a reason why Obama said, I'm going to draw a red line, and Russia crossed it in 2009. They crossed it in 2011. And again, here we are 6 years later. They're crossing it again in 2022, 2023, into 2024. There's a reason why. There's a reason why. There's a reason why you and I are arguing back and forth. Because one person does one thing, if things get said, things happen for a reason, right? We're interacting together. There's an interaction between Ukraine and the energy, where Biden's son, whatever the fuck it's called, the refinery that Biden's son was on the board at, getting his deals and money from. So you can't tell me that Biden and his son weren't in on some crony money. You can't tell me that they weren't, because they were. What is he on the board of an energy company? What does he have to offer? He is not an engineer. He doesn't know how to do accounting. He doesn't know anything about taxes. He ain't a lawyer. He ain't nothing but a Wilmington 4th Street smoking crack. That's all he does. His dad's a president. That's it. Why is he on the board of a refinery in Ukraine, Beefcake? You tell me. Because things don't just happen for no reason, remember? He had to apply for that job. He didn't have insider. It wasn't just because his dad was a president and that they weren't trying to make friends and trying to move in on Ukraine. No, it wasn't none of that. Things don't happen for a reason. Anyway, it's 2 o'clock, almost 4 o'clock. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, this war and those people's death, I will partially put on Biden. Because guess what? He ain't doing nothing to solve it. All right? And that's a fact. That's a fact. And if you don't think otherwise, I feel bad for you. Because listen, I'm going to go back to the board. Guess what? There weren't 3-4 major wars going on when Trump was in office. Bush, what did we have? We didn't have that many wars going on either. Nope, there was when was Desert Storm? The 80s. You had 9/11 that did happen. That put us right back in Iraq, but that was towards the end. But as far as, intercontinental exchange, I think I was a kid back then, so I wouldn't know much. But I do know we've been in the Middle East, and we finally started to get out, and here we are right back in it. And guess what? Iraq just promised today, headline news, that there will be a retaliation on Israel. Just so you know. And then when that retaliation happens, here we go. We're right back to Iraq. But that's okay. It's not Biden's fault. It's not Biden's fault. It's not his fault though, guys. But is it his fault when he doesn't try to solve the issue? Instead of just signing, you don't think that there's some sort of responsibility to just signing your name and throwing money at the wall, at the war? You don't think a real president, a real man, will get the fuck up on that plane, gather up the crew with Australia, all the other world leaders, and say, you know what, guys, we're getting in a room and we're fixing this. Yeah, I know, I am real funny because it's the truth. Because a real president would go handle it. But guess what? Biden knows that there's a personal dislike between him and Putin. There's a personal beef there. Beefcake. I am funny, I know. But go ahead, keep throwing money at it. Keep throwing money at it, and guess what? Ukraine's going to keep losing. You know, they win a little bit, they lose a little bit, but guess what? Russia's still there. Russia's still there. They're still throwing men at it. Just keep going with it. Keep living in the Biden administration's, you know, it's not his fault. It's not his fault when they take things away, when they do things like they hang abortion rights, knowing he can't do nothing about it. But I make Roe v. Wade the law of the land. That's his commercial. I make Roe v. Wade the law of the land. You can't do it in the first place, number one. And number two, if you could do something, why ain't you doing something about it right now? Why are you hanging it over the people's heads? Just goes to show you the person that he is. But I'm funny. You can't have menthol cigarettes, let alone, not only that, you can't have AI voice either. AI regulation is coming. You want to try to make an animated video or a movie, and you want to try to use AI with voice and stuff, can't do it because you're guilty before innocent. But I'm funny. That's okay. I'll solve my problems. And if I was the president, guess what? I would say, go ahead, Putin. Here you go. Here's what we're going to do. If you want to become the NATO, because here's what I'm going to do as a president. We're going to do what we got to do to solve this from people dying, innocent people dying. And we're going to put it on the face of the world, and we're going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Because if you say you aren't this, that, and the third, okay. But if you are, it's going to show itself eventually. So, here we are. We're in a room. Let's come to an agreement. Remember that Tucker Carlson sit down you said you had, or that we all saw, and you said that there was no pathway? Well, guess what? Here's the start of the pathway. And it's right here for the world to see. Right here. It's all public information. This is what we would like to see for you to become, you know, on the pathway to accepted in the United NATO. And this is what NATO has said. These are the things that they would like to see. Are you going to start doing them? All right. Well, here's a 5-year plan. Here's a first 5-year plan. And once you fuck it up and the world sees it, now they know that you fucked it up and you are who we said you were. So, do you find it funny that they haven't accepted Ukraine into NATO, but yet they've gotten 2-3 other countries in there pretty damn quickly, but they're still hesitant on Ukraine? Why is that? What's the excuse for the other countries that Ukraine can't come in now? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Riddle me that one. But I'm hilarious. I'm hilarious because I see the war footage. I'm hilarious. I see the innocent families. I see even the men and women that are in the trenches that just get the rifle to the head knowing they're about to die. Right? I'm the funny one. I'm the one who sits here and watches the war footage every night. I'm the funny one. Because I believe a president should at least go to do something about it instead of just signing his name saying, yep, we'll just fund the war. Let's just fund the war. Continue to fund the war. Not let's throw some money at it. But we are going to get together. Putin, pick up your phone. We want to solve the issue. Guess what? Or if you don't pick up the phone, guess what? We're coming at you. Why not just go to war? Why not? Just go to war. Go practice. Go practice for Taiwan. I'm assigning you homework today. I want you to go do some research on this war and the origins, then come back. Listen, I know. Listen, Ukraine and Russia, the motherland. Russia owns part of the land. Listen, listen, you can't do research. The only thing I watch is the markets, because the only thing that gives information is articles, and the articles are opinionated. All right. I'm just going to speak for what I've seen, and what I have seen is just the same old shit happen. And it's not surprising. There's a reason why they invaded in 2009, 2011. There's a reason they did it again in 2022. And what's the two common factors? What's the two common denominators, baby? Biden, Obama. Biden, Obama. It wasn't Bill Clinton. It wasn't George Bush. It wasn't Donald Trump. And it's not just Donald Trump. Because I guess I'm a fanboy now of another person. I know nothing. What the fuck do you mean I know nothing? So then, but listen, I'm sitting here for an hour now stating things. I have not heard anything from you other than the same thing I see from people on Twitter. Look at this article. Dude, just tell me. Tell me what it is. Just say it now. Why do I have to do homework? Just say it now. It is because Ukraine wants to try to get into NATO and separate. That is what it's about. Nothing more, nothing less. That's it. Okay. Right. Russia, Ukraine, Russia owned the land. Yes, I get it. But why did Russia not invade during the 80s? Why did they not invade during the 90s? Why did they not invade up until 2011? Why? Why is there 30 years? That is damn near half of Putin's life. That is damn near his whole term. Why up until Obama? These things don't just happen for no reason. I get it. Listen, it was a while ago with listen. Russia is the homeland. Russia and Ukraine are whatever they have going on, but it was not a problem, that big of a problem, up until Ukraine wanted to go to NATO. After Biden and his sons and his friends started to come in and pick around with politics, there's a lot of shady shit. Yes, because they have. And listen, and you know what? I'm going to agree with you on this. The reason why the U.S. and the other NATO countries have not let Russia in is because they're communists and they're oligarchs. They want them to get rid of that stuff. That's one thing. That is the one major thing that they would like them to get rid of. The link back centuries. And you're right, they do. You're right, it does. You're right, it does. And it makes it even worse when Ukraine tries to separate himself into, especially NATO, because, again, Putin has stated since he became power that Ukraine joins NATO and NATO's on our backyard, there's going to be problems. So, and there's a reason why, they keep funding Ukraine, but they haven't bring them into NATO. I don't understand why they just don't do it. Listen, Beefcake, I'm sorry for that. There's a lot of things I don't know, but I see it as I go. For a president, it's not that I dislike Biden as a person. All right, he's our president, but I hate this typical politic things that they know when they do something there is a cause and an effect, right? Why rush back to NATO? All right, why rush back? There wasn't anything going on. Just like right now, Congress and the Senate continue. They just sign over 1.1 trillion, and then the 120 billion, 80 billion to Ukraine and 60 billion to for the border. Like, why are they acting like we're in a recession? They keep coming up with trillions of dollars to just spend when we don't even have a problem. Labor market is at an all-time low. And give them time. Give them another 8 years. They'll fuck that up too. Here's the thing here's what I say. Like, listen, I truly believe that there's a cause and effect, and that Biden, through his actions and his political views, helped insinuate the invasion of Ukraine. United States going right back to NATO. Ukraine wanting into NATO. The talks, that's it. That was the fuel to the fire right there. Was NATO. At the end of the day, it's NATO. But secondly, the world, like Biden, Europe, France, Xi Jinping, for Christ's sake, all of them need to get together and figure something the fuck out. Like, there's no reason. It's the 21st century. No, I do know that. And that's exactly what I said. When Bill Clinton was president, Bill Clinton was asked, according to Putin and Bill Clinton, that would there be a road and a pathway to Russia into NATO? And Bill Clinton obviously said, like you really going to do that? You really going to not be communist, blah, 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 And he said, yeah, maybe. But is there a path? Whether I say yes or no, is there a path? And, the other people wouldn't, the other politics didn't want to side with it. So, but it's the 21st century. Here's the thing. What are we going to do when Taiwan gets invaded? Like, they're going to. They're just waiting to make their move. Like, I think Putin's just a little bitch. Personally, too. But I think there's a little snakiness in there. But I do feel like, here's the thing, because he knows the path to him and his other friends and the country to actually make some fucking money and have some type of innovation is to join with Europe, Germany, United States, all these other countries who do business. He knows that the communist country like China, they got away with it, but they just quickly messed that up, which all that work is literally, and Bloomberg just did the thing last night that I was telling you about. All that work and all that good that was done to help China, and they kind of used it and kind of, just doing things that they just want to do, right? Which is, so there's a big problem between companies and the way that their systems are run, like Oracle, for instance, when you have a big company and the way that, your systems are ran. You have problems with China trying to steal information and do all these different things. So their actions have helped cause a shift to, like, let's just go to India. Let's see if we can't go to India. We don't have to worry about all this bullshit with the China Communist Party. That's hurting them for their actions. They were given, great opportunity. Now that opportunity is getting ready to possibly leave. And that's going to go right back over to India. So the point that I was getting at is, yes, I agree. But Putin, I think, understands the path to Russia being like a decent, stable country, because he knows that there are problems, is to work with. He wants that, right? He wants to enrich his country, him and his friends. So the only way to do that is to be able to team up with the United States. I think he truly does. I do. I think he truly wants to, because he will look like a great, and he'll be remembered forever. And like, people don't understand that even in Russia, like the people get little. The people get very little. And the oligarchs and the inner circle are the ones who get it all. I mean, there were problems with this war where there were blocks of wood being given in some of the armors. They were, because of money, because of oligarchs and the shit that they do. Instead, you get shipped, I don't know, 100 million or 200, let's just say $2 million, right? Whether it's rubles or US, somebody's snaking off the top of that for their personal greed. So, but I still feel like it deep down inside, Putin wants a US type of economy. He wants a China type economy. He wants to be able to have some of the things that are iPhones and like a lot of the things that we have. I truly believe that. But there is, and I agree with you, Beefcake, there is this little snake part of him that just like wants to like come out and be a little shady motherfucker. I agree with that. I do. But again, I can't help but to watch Funker 5000. For anybody that doesn't know what it is, you guys can go on that app, Funker 5000. And the one guy that works with him, he used to live stream. I haven't seen him in a while. But I watched this Ukraine, and I watched even in Middle East and stuff. I see these wars every day. And my opinion is that if they wanted to solve it, at least try. At least show people, you know what, we're going over here. We're all together, or at least we're going to try to get them together. And we're going to put this war to an end. At least try to. All right? If Putin fucks it up, because he wants, like, what is it? What do you want, Putin? Do you want a pathway to NATO? Like, this isn't just 1500s and Ukraine and the motherland to Russia. Like, this is to do with NATO and Ukraine teaming up with NATO and Russia not being invited as well, and NATO being on the border. This is a gut punch to Russia that says that's like Ukraine turning their back on Russia. And it's not healthy. It's really not. And there's a reason why they haven't let Ukraine into NATO, but they pretty much are. I mean, they're funding the war, which is okay, because again, by law, we had said once they gave up their nukes with the Soviet Union, we would help them if anything were to happen. I mean, I'm not saying that we shouldn't be doing that. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that Biden, like the stuff that Obama and all them did, they don't even try to fix it. They don't try to fix it. They have so much blood on their hands, it's not even funny. They just get up and do the fucking job of trying to save some people's lives. At least try. That's all I want to know. Why have they not tried to do something about it except money? Except throw money at it. That's it. I know I'm just on a rant here, but recreate the Russian Empire. He likes talking about what that's not his. I do even think. Yeah, I think. I don't know. I think. See. Here's the view that you have and I have, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I just think that Russia is not the forefront of technology anymore, and there's a few reasons for that. Because, there's just the people don't have the money or the tools or the things to be able to innovate and grow. And I've said this for a long time. And I think that really has pushed Russia on just behind the curve on a lot of the leading things that they used to be leaders of. Right now, you have SpaceX and China. I don't know what Europe does. I don't even know if they even know what a rocket is. Have they ever even shipped off a rocket? Or like, not a rocket, but like going to the moon and stuff? Like, Russia used to do that. They don't do that stuff anymore. At least it doesn't get acknowledged, right? They used to be able to create and make NASA. Like, NASA went with the motors that Russia created, because it was a motor that was able to be used and reused at a decent price. And they invented it. They don't do that stuff anymore. So I feel like Putin knows this. I really do. I feel like there's a lack of like technological advances I feel like there's a lot that he would like to be able to get in to, start doing business with some of these countries like the U.S. and Europe. I truly do. And I think that he, there is this side of Putin that it would not surprise me if he just would get out of it what he wanted and then would just say, F you. You know what I'm saying? I don't disagree with that. I don't know this guy personally, but I think that he sees that Russia's falling behind. Right? I think he sees that Russia's falling behind. I think he also sees that NATO is going on his back door. Once his, Ukraine joining them, like now, if that paper is signed, he's got to worry about Europe, Germany, Ukraine, Australia. Like if something ever happens in altercations, they're all coming at him. Like, so it's just a fucking mess. It's just like, see, that is division in and of itself. NATO, OPEC, like that is division. It's us and not you, right? At the end of the day, that is what it is. It's these countries can come in. We don't fool with you, so you're not in our club. You can't hang with us, right? How does that make that person feel? They might want to blow the treehouse up. They might feel, they might get upset. They might want to blow the treehouse up. I don't know. I'm just saying, it's just not ironic that we got an end to it for the past 4 years or so, just because you didn't have a typical politician in there, right? Nancy Pelosi, fucking just all of them. I'm not going to say all of them. Graham, whatever his name is, a South Carolina guy. Like, it's just, I don't know. I think that's all I have to say. I'm done. That's all I have to say. Like, I agree with you on many fronts, but I think that at the end of the day, I think there are actions that help lead to all these people dying. And again, tonight, tomorrow, when I go to bed, I'm going to be watching some new footage, whether it's from the Middle East, Ukraine, Russia. I will be watching it. So it's like I see it. And that's where this comes from, Beefcake. Because I've seen the videos of the families that had to walk out of the house of their house. Well, they've already heard the shots. They know that Russia's on their street. They know their neighbors are dead. When they walk out front, they see their neighbors lying there. So there's a difference between... Now, you're going to disagree with me in this, and that's okay. There's a disagreement, or there's a difference between not knowing you're about to be killed, between a rocket in Palestine or whatever, and just in a flash of a second, it's gone, to knowing and being dragged out of your house, and just the time and knowing that, yeah, I'm getting shot in the head here in a couple minutes. There's my neighbors. They're laying in the middle of the street dead with a bunch of blood. Like, how do we solve it? That's it. That's all I want to know. How do we solve it? Do we got to go over there? Then go the fuck over there. Biden, stop being a little bitch. Either get up, get with a bunch of people to get together and try to figure this out. Get in a room with Putin, Xi Jinping, all of them. Figure it out. If that don't do nothing, then U.S. troops, Australian troops, Germany troops, everyone's going over there and say, we're done, Putin. We're done. We're not doing this anymore. Innocent people are dying. If you're not going to do something about it and stop, we'll do something for you. Right? That's what happened over there with Palestine. A lot of people are mad about Palestine. Now, those two go back and forth. They both hate each other. But if you didn't have a government that would help create some type of safety, you get this crazy crowd that goes over there, it does mass killing. It's only fitting that if you don't control your country, somebody else is going to do it for you. So I feel like there needs to be that, like, well, we're not going to go to war because I need my vote. I don't want to go to war because it's going to cost me my votes. Right? No. Either go to fucking war, you might get some practice, or go over there and go figure it out. You know, there's got to be something done. Yeah, exactly. Then that is where it's all at. Telegram. Yeah, it's pretty sick. You know, I just think that they need to do something. They do. But I just feel like they don't, I don't know. It's not on their doorstep, so they don't care. I don't know. Maybe I'm wasting too much energy in it. I just hope that I would like to see, We get somebody else in there. I don't care if it's Trump. Get somebody in there and see what happens if we pull out of NATO or we just get out of Ukraine and try to fix our country. Not fix it, because it's never going to be perfect. But you know what's really sad? When you have Xi Jinping coming over here and you have the governor of California laughing on news channel that, yes, we cleaned up the streets for him, but won't do it for the public that voted for him and by law who he is to work for. But we'll clean up the streets real quick for Xi Jinping, but won't do it for the public and the kids and the surrounding area. Well, if you get another president in there, we could. Absolutely. Listen, this NATO thing, we're going to be in and out. We may be in and out. Yeah, like NATO is just a personal opinion. It's like, do I have to go over here and like, do I have to join the club and say, hey, you know, I got your back if this, that, the third happens, or do we have that mutual agreement? And I put my money where my mouth is when it happens. So trust me, I'm gonna tell you right now, like you're already seeing, like it started with Trump, like that, like this NATO stuff. We'll be in it, we'll be out. We'll be in, we'll be out. See, the thing is that other countries don't have is every 4 years we have a president. So every 4 years shit's gonna change. And I just hope, and it's just like there's so much shit that like it's just crazy. I don't know. I can't stand this administration. I just can't, because they do the stupidest shit that, like, you know, it. I don't know. It's just funny. They do a lot of things that, like, where they feel like what I'm trying to say is they apply things to their own personal opinion, and that's not how you politic, and that's not what a politic is for, right? You have a law that some people agree upon, but again, agreeing upon something, like, listen, the government, right? The government, when they got rid of Roe v. Wade, whatever it's called, right? I think that was the perfect. I think they are right on that. It is not the government's job to tell you or a woman what they can and cannot do. That is the truth. So therefore, the Fed also, they fucked up in a way, because they should have also handed down to the states that you also cannot, because if something happens to the states, that the Fed has to help provide money or things or assistance when it happens. So therefore, the state works for the Fed. So if the Fed isn't doing it on a federal level, the state should not say whether or not you can or can't get an abortion between 15 months or however long. Listen, I'm not a woman, but the fact that you're saying that they can and or can't do something, that doctors can or can't practice because of their own person, you know, because they choose to, you know, it's just crazy to me. That's not how governments run. Governments should not be ran on. It's my personal opinion. I'm a religious that I don't believe in abortion, so you as a doctor in my state aren't going to practice it. First off, who the fuck are you? Is what I'm getting at. Maybe they need to go watch Marine boot camp stuff, because that's what they chant all day long. Who are you? Right? Who are you to be in front of the line? What makes you so special? Right? Because it gives that idea of just, you know, it just, you know, it's just funny. It's crazy, man. If we pull out of NATO, it would give China and Russia. I disagree with that. See, that's why. Then why wasn't the New World shaped in 2016 then to 2020? You know, NATO is still going to be there. It's still going to be France and Europe. There's still going to be, you know, there's still going to be this. You know, we're still allies at the end of the day, right? Something happens in Europe, you're still going to, you know, have their back. But it comes down. NATO comes down to money. You know, it's a way to funnel money around between, you know, you and your friends. You and your friends, as in, you know, if you're a political leader, well, hey, guess what? I'm friends with this person on this company, or I'm a board member here. So guess what? Our company's getting a whole bunch of money. I don't know. Listen, it's like, I don't know. I listen, it's not that China, nobody wants to do business with China. I'm gonna tell you that right now. China ain't teaming up with nobody except Russia, because you can't trust the two, so they can trust each other. So, and you're already seeing issues with, I thought there were issues with, I forget. There was some issues because, like, I don't know. See, I don't think that's going to happen. That's just thinking crazy. Not thinking crazy, but it's just, I just think this war is Obama Biden. Yes, Ukraine and Russia have had their long history, but why do they have to have their hands in a bunch? Let them figure it out as a country, like, and appointing, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I want to worry about, this country and, some of the things that happen on a federal level around the world that, need to be worried about. Because, we do have business around the world. So you got to govern around the world. So there is no, let's just worry about the United States. Because the United States is the world at the end of the day. Because the biggest companies are the United States and they do business around the world. So, thinking that we can just hang out here in the United States and that's going to fix everything, it's not. And it's not the case. But, I don't know. I think there's a little bit more to these politics that like edge on the edge of war, right? That poke on and like induce war when it normally wouldn't, when it would be, a person like me or you who isn't a politic that could come to a mutual agreement or would have some type of common sense and not have this, because what I'm trying to say is like, between the politics that we have now between Biden, whether it's Pelosi, Biden, all of them on the Republican side, like some of them in there, they have how do I say it? Like there is this, there is a motive there. I guess you could say motive might not be the word, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm out of words. I've talked. I'm done. The long-term effect would be terrible. I mean, but like, why though? Like, you know what I'm saying? The long-term effect would be terrible, but why? Like, I don't understand why it would be terrible. I don't understand what you think NATO does that causes things to not be so terrible, right? Like, things are terrible when you're trying to take a country that was united with like Russia and Ukraine, and you try to separate the two. That is terrible. Like, Germany, Poland, Europe, all them get along, right? They're for the most part 20th century countries with common sense. What we have to worry about is some of the terrorist group who have these ideologies in the Middle East, whether it's Iraq, Europe, Syria, and stuff. But it doesn't take, NATO. NATO will always be there, but that's just an alliance between the European group because they're all there and they're, they share borders, right? So NATO will always be there. But whether the United States is in there or not in there doesn't mean that there isn't a mutual agreement that we all work together. We're between Caucasian, black, and just, you just have to worry about China, Russia, and I wouldn't even say worry about them because I wouldn't worry about them, but, North Korea too. I just think, like, I think this NATO, like, what are we, like, if there ain't no shit started, then what are we fighting, right? The only thing that I would say that there is to fight would be the random terrorist that happens, and if somebody is doing something in the future wrong to their people, to know about it, I think actually we started to come around to where there wasn't as many wars and stupid stuff going on. I don't know. We started, I felt like we were getting to that point, but it just feels like it'll never end, right? The Middle East, it'll never end. There'll always be terrorists. There'll always be this ideology. I don't know. But like I say, I don't think the long-term effect would be terrible. I disagree with that. Because NATO's not going anywhere. It's just whether or not the United States is in it or not in it. The only time I think that would be in a mutual agreement between Germany, Europe, and France and whatnot. But I don't know. I think there's still a responsibility if you're the leader of the free world and just signing your name off on tanks and stuff, Not that it shouldn't be given, because again, by law, we said it years ago, or at least the politics said it, that, hand us over this. And that's where it all starts too, is like, who are we to say what they do and don't do? I guess it's a good thing with Ukraine. I don't know, because you got to think about the way people thought back then versus now. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of a difference. Like, it wasn't just too long ago that, between slaves and then the separation of white and blacks, right? That wasn't just that long ago, right? That was just before I was born, for the most part, right? So it feels like we're getting on this side of, on the longer term scale, of just having common sense for one another. But it's people like Putin that will, and some of these ideologies that would like terrorism that stir shit up. Want to get into a car crash with your seatbelt on or off? You know what's funny, Beefcake? I wear my seatbelt off. I've been thrown out of the sunroof at 80 mile an hour. If you were to happen, it would want from other countries. Well, that's the thing, right? It's not saying that we wouldn't back you. Like, NATO is more so the countries in the Western world. And then there's us. And I guess you could say Australia too, but there's like, I don't know. Listen, if I was there in NATO, okay, because you got to think, right? Like, terrorism's fought in the Middle East. So, there's got to be a mutual agreement between, how much money is spent, like the point, right? The point of it. Like, why is it that the U.S. makes up nearly 80% of the money that is NATO? Why is that? Right? Number two, NATO really, in deep down, is a companionship between the countries that border one another. Okay? You only think about NATO when you go to Iraq or Afghanistan and you work as a team to fight terrorists. I mean, we fought with the Russians. We fought with other people. Just like mutual agreements, we're here for one cause. Right? When things happen, I think NATO should be what it's for, and that is the bordering countries of Poland, Germany, and those countries on the western side. Like, we are our own different. Like, we have Canada, which we work together with. We have Mexico that we work together with. I mean, there's a mutual agreement there between the two or the three of us that we all work together. Like, that already happens without it being a club. I don't know. I just know this. We left NATO and it's just, I don't know. Listen, am I for it? Am I against it? What I am against is poking the bear that is Ukraine and Russia. Right? Saying you get a pass, but you don't get a pass. What message is that sending? That's all I'm saying. What message is that going to send? Not, okay, you get a path. Here's your path. Right? Not you have a pathway. You don't have a pathway. Like, for sure, I don't care what you do. You don't have a pathway. That's only asking for trouble. That's the real life scenario. You, yeah, we're going to see what we can do with you. You, no, I don't want anything to do with you. Like, there's not even a way for you to even try, bro. You don't even have a controller to the game. All right, I don't want to talk to you. It's personal and it's business. But you, yeah, we're going to figure that out. What? That only starts shit. Like, that only starts shit. So, you know, it's like, it's either you attempt to have a way for them both to do it, and whatever happens outside of NATO has to be done and dealt with between those leaders. And then, listen, I mean, like, NATO is an agreement, so if there's an agreement between the countries, then Russia isn't invading Ukraine because of there's an agreement that they're partners, right? So there's a shift in what's going on there. So, but I think that is where people are missing the point. It is, you have a path, but you don't for sure have a path. I don't care what you do. You're not coming in, Putin and Russia. I don't care. I don't want you in. I don't want nothing to do with you. But Ukraine, we're almost there. Just let me get that paper and let me sign it. We're almost there. Like, that right there, that type of action is asking for trouble. That is an action that is, you know, that's going to stir some shit up. Right? And it's honestly, it's not fair. Right? It's honestly, whether it's fair or not, it's just, you know, if you're going, you should just stay the fuck out of it if you're going to give one and not the other the opportunity. And if they take it, they take it. If they don't, they don't. Poking the bear was, say you totally destroy and threaten against North Korea. Ain't nobody worrying about North Korea. Ain't nobody worrying about them. Just yet. Like, you know, I'm not worried about North Korea. I'm not worried about Xi Jinping. You know, I think, not Xi Jinping, but, like, people say, like, they're worried about these other countries. We still have the greatest technology and companies in the world. People forget that. They just use that as speeches. Oh, we're worried about China. Bro, we are, like, China is trying their hardest to get NVIDIA chips, for instance, which is a company that is made in the United States of America. We have companies like Palantir, right, that we don't want them to have, which is okay. You know, you know who I don't trust is, because it's been proven, is China. That's number one. But, like, people forget that, so no. Right? I'm also not scared to fight a war when it's just. I think, you know, people, like when politics get on stage and they say we need to worry about China, this, that, the third, they're only using that to help scare people, number one. Or there is no common sense that there, you know, there's a reason why the United States has the biggest countries or biggest companies in the world, the most innovative technological companies in the world. At least right now in this time, in this chapter of the book, we do. You know what I mean? Like, North Korea, I am not worried about North Korea. They can't, just like Russia, you know, they can't, you know, get that shit to fire off consistently before they blow themselves up, you know. And I think, you know, I listen, here's what I am. There's got to be a way where innocent people, where we can all just live, right? For the most part, as far as decent developed countries like Russia, North Korea, okay, have your religion and keep it there. All right, there's no need for this animosity. I think here's what I'm trying to say is, like, a lot of the animosity comes because some of these politics are dickheads and they get over on people. All right, and that's just a fact. There's a reason why they're hated. There's a reason why they're hated. Like, people say they do this stuff for Trump, this, that, the third. They do it because Trump's not a politic, and he brought something new. And even if it was someone else besides Trump who isn't a politic, that can just come to an agreement for common sense and doesn't have an agenda, and they don't get dicked at the end of it, is what helps bring some peace. And again, you know, Biden was a big advocate for having our countries go to China, make things at a cheaper price to bring it over here in the early 2000s, late 90s. Well, that's starting to backfire now because they've gotten 20 years of of growth. They've gotten some money, and now they're using it to, they were given something, they abused it. So now that's going to go to India. We'll see if that causes anything in the future. I don't think it will so much as it did China, because there's this communist. It seems as though the communist, there's just like when you have these communist countries are the ones that have the problems. And it's not a coincidence either. Why is it that Russia and or China, both communist countries, keep fucking around? And we'll find out, Exactly. And there's a reason why people don't like China. And there's a lot of reasons. I don't, But am I worried about them? No, I'm not worried about China at all. And exactly. And I feel the same way. I put Russia and China in the same category. And the one thing that they both have in common is communism. And, so I don't know. It was a good discussion. I'm sorry, Beefcake. I got a little frustrated there, but I just feel like they're not doing enough. I'm just getting tired of them thinking signing off on money instead of just getting on a plane, at least actually trying. At least, and I think I'm more so mad at the fact that he keeps trying to do regulations with like AI voice. Like saying that, you can and can't have something. You're guilty before proven innocent. And I think that's where these other countries, their hate comes from too. Whether it's from the laws that they sign and some of the things that they do, whether it's about money, not getting money, right? Like they were supposed to be given X amount of dollars if they did something, and then something happens in the U.S. is like, yeah, nah, we're not doing that. So I think that's where you get a lot of this animosity from too. Because I feel like behind the scenes, they've done some dirty shit. And they're backed up with, our military and stuff like that. And again, we have a strong military because we have the best companies in the world. We have a nice economic backbone. So that's where I feel like, if we can get some of these politics out of there that have a 20, 30 year stay, maybe we like just having different people and not the typical politician of the United States. I'm telling you, I feel like they dick around a lot. I do. That's just my personal opinion. I feel like they've screwed over some people that shouldn't have been screwed over, and I feel like that's left a bad taste in other countries' mouths. And there's a reason for the animosity. There has to be a cause and effect. Having Trump go to North Korea, like you need to go to the places that, whether you like them or don't like them, you got to go there and try to bring peace, because that's your job, right? Your job, number one, is peace. That's the safety for foreign and domestic, right? So as a president, you got to do your job and try to obtain some sort of peace. But once you start digging your hands in a cookie jar and, not really, having to worry about it because it's not on your doorstep and your country still has guns so the people can somewhat defend themselves for the most part till they get rid of that, which I will never not, yeah, you know what I'm saying? So like, if I feel like there could be a major shift, because it's like there was just like this 4-year glimpse, and it's not just Trump, right? It's the administration. And I look more into the administration than I do as the president. The president doesn't do anything except, did you all sign it? Okay, if you all signed and agreed upon it, it got to my desk, I'm going to say yes. All right. Okay. Well, a little bit of it showed when he would say that Trump is this, that, the third, with like relating him to the Nazi guy. Again, I can't think of his name. Using the power to like sign off on things. Well, what did Biden do? And the thing is Trump opened it up. None of them really did it until Trump started doing it. And what did Biden do? How many did he pass? Where he just says, takes it upon himself, signs his name, bang, signs it into law. Doesn't need anybody's help. But yet Trump was bad for doing that. So, but I feel like there is, I've already said what I've said, and I feel like, I don't know. Like you can't tell me that, whether it's right or wrong, right? I mean, listen, I can understand why Putin would invade, because why would you think he would do any different, If Ukraine is trying to go to NATO, that's going to piss them off. That's going to start shit. So why go down the path? That's all I'm saying. Why go we had 4 years away from it. Why were you so worried about doing that, Biden? I feel like there's some money there that is split up, and a couple people got a little broke, and they needed to get the crew back together, right? Get the crew back together, get this money flowing around. Let's do the damn thing. And I think that's what happened. And now we got to deal with Ukraine and Russia because, you're back in NATO. We got to get to a path where we almost saw it. That's all I'm going to say. We saw it, and I'm not going to put it on Trump. I'm going to put it on what's his name that was the secretary. He's the chubby guy, right? Who would go to China and do this, that, the third. Not the Treasury Secretary. Guys like Steve Mnuchin, right? And the other guy, like, those are the people that I felt like, just didn't do the typical, piss them off. And I don't know. I'm just done. I have whatchamacallit. We agree, Beefcake. But my fault, gang. I didn't mean to get so frustrated there and talk about it for so long. It's a real problem, though. And if nobody talks about it, you know what I'm saying? You're not going to worry. Nobody's going to give a shit about it. And people don't give a shit about it until it's on their front step. We just need leaders that aren't going to just say, you know what? It's my personal opinion. You can't have AI voice. Like, what is that? So just because you think somebody... So here's the thing. They use 9/11 as the same excuse. So since we've had 9/11, we're going to use that to tap into your guys' phones and have a free right to look at all your guys' information and go through your guys' stuff if we so choose. Just because we want to try to stop terrorism. So that's using an excuse to invade my personal privacy because you just assume and want to just use it as a reason to protect. I don't think that that's the case. I think you want to find something, and you like it's just. I think they're doing a little too much, right? And it all goes back to Obama and this whole Obama-Biden administration, right? In the guilty before innocence, right? You can't even smoke a menthol cigarette anymore. They're trying to ban that. Why? Because it's not good for you. I don't give a fuck. Who are you to tell me what I can and can't do? If I am not out here causing harm to the public, who are you? And don't you have other problems to be worried about? It's crazy, man. It's just crazy. They just want to try to keep you down and not be able to do anything and have control over you. And that's not what the government of the United States, at least, was for. Listen, the point that we left Europe and all those things were to get away from that. There should be law and stuff to an extent, but, these little stupid things, saying you can and can't do something based on a personal opinion is just, gotta get them going. I don't care who it is. I would much rather have Trump get an administration together that's different than this. Because, again, to me, it's the administration, not just the president. If that's the two we have, give me fucking Trump all day, every day, because I know he will put people like James Mattis, even though James Mattis got mad at him for what? Because he wanted to leave Iraq in the Middle East. He wanted to get out of there. James Mattis said, no, I don't want us to leave. I don't think you should do that. Well, sorry, buddy. It's not up to you. It's just, I just get them going. No, you're good, Beef. Listen, that's what and it's a mutual agreement, man. And I said the same thing. I said the same thing, man. I'm sorry for getting upset, but again, you know, just like you and I, two people who have common sense that can work it out. You know, it's just I wish that they would try. Yeah. I see. That's just what upsets me. Is just when CNBC, and a lot of people don't see this, is like when they try to attack the stupid stuff, like to try to. So I guess like the Biden administration is trying to go with, or they said like they are going with either the British or Australia, whatever, their AI regulation, right? I think it was like Australia or whatever that flag is. It's from Australia, or not Australia, but it's from France. Let me see here. Right here. What is this? The same country that right here, this one. What country is this? United Kingdom. United Kingdom. Let's just look right here. So it's just like, why can't people have voice? Why? Why? Because you think that there's going to be something that causes something? If people can't make common sense, like that's not our fault that a few people don't have common sense. Like the Pentagon. Like you're telling me you couldn't see that picture was fake, even if it got real? Like, dude. See, look. The act would also require generated to include machine-readable disclosures within audio or visual content generated by AI participant providers covered online. Well, then I don't know what his rant was for. Was saying, I want to get rid of AI voice. I'm like, what? He just started shouting shit. Well, I have to read through this and what all it means. What is this? See, I hate articles. You guys have to know something if you guys don't know. Anytime you guys go onto a website, they're going to put a cookie on your hard drive. And they're going to follow you around. This is why I hate going to like different sites. Because I don't want to, number one, burn my computer out with a bunch of shit. And number two, they don't need to make money off of me. I'm good. I would rather not read it. But in this case, I'm going to. And the European Parliament passed a wide-ranging AI Act in March, regulating AI, European Union. Like what for? Why do you have to regulate? What has AI done that's causing you to do this? Right? See, this is what I'm saying. Like, whether we think it should or shouldn't, what is... it feels like this is a guilty before innocent. Partisan inflation seems unlikely to move forward on serious AI legislation anytime soon. The fact that they put this shit in there, and like California and Connecticut lead the pack. Once they large interacts with business across the California legislature would require safely testing of AI products before they're released. I don't understand. So like Midjourney, stuff like that would require AI developers to prevent others from creating derivative models of their products that are... Oh, shit, too. That's crazy, bro. Well, okay. Well, then you could just go to a different... You'd have to go... See, that's just an inconvenience. So, to prevent others from creating derivative models of their products. Why? They're stifling competition? They don't want somebody to... See, what they're trying to do right there is like, you guys remember the internet before the internet? Right? How fun it was? Like, it feels like they just want to... It's just crazy. Another state to keep an eye on is Connecticut, where legislation has been high regulation. Last year, Connecticut General Assembly passed Senate Bill 1103, regulates state AI tools. This year. I don't know. I have to see it from whatchamacallit, but... I fall in three categories. The first category includes pure transparency bills generating output of its use. New York, Florida, and other states often require. just keep the government out of it. You know, I think they need to be there when there's a problem that needs to be addressed. I know that they had Elon and stuff like that at the White House, but it just sucks. I don't know. I have a setting on my computer that automatically clear my cookies at the end. Oh, really? Chrome, it should be in the setting. Oh, nice. Nice, I'll have to do that. But doesn't it just still stay on your hard drive, though? Because at the end of the day, it should, like, because your hard drive, it should still print, like, the little tap thing. I'll have to look into that. I thought about trying to use, like Toro and stuff like that, but I don't know, like, code and, like, how to, because I've looked at some of the dark web and stuff, and it's like, I don't know. It's not that, like, you know, I don't know. See, here's the thing. It's like a give and take, I guess. Because, you know, they got to get paid some way. Like, in order for us to view it for free, you know, they got to be able to do something. But, I don't know. I just don't want, you know, my stuff getting messed up over time. And I feel like that's how they do get messed up. And obviously from running, you know, computers, it's a machine. It runs. You know, if you can do what you can do to help stop between, say, like, I have a few different external hard drives that I try to save stuff on and whatnot, but I don't know. What a day, man. What a day. I want to know, listen, Beef, I want to know what is going to happen. Like, what does the next presidency, if Biden isn't there, what does that mean for the war? Like, that's something I honestly haven't even asked them, and for some reason I just thought about it right now. Like, that is going to be a pivotal time to say, okay, Putin, Biden's not here, if he's not there, right? Like, does he try to use the grudge of, like, how does this happen? Do they try to pull back into, like, I don't know what they would do. I don't know. I strongly feel like it is United States in NATO and expanding west. And I really think that that's what is this whole problem is the US in NATO, and that if something were to go down and Russia does do something, you know, the US is there, and it also the money too that's backed behind it. Like, if Biden doesn't get this presidency, what does he do? And it's going to show the world. Like, does he leave? Does he try to pack it up? Like, this is going to be, listen, and I say this because we're 6 to 8 months away from that. You know, we're not far from that, really. So it is going to be interesting to see what happens if they're not in it, and if he just continues to try to, you know, take these areas of Ukraine. Like, it's I wonder if Putin's thought about that. Like, what do I do? Like, sitting at his desk, like, or if he already knows what he's going to do. You know? Oh, Biden lost? Okay, pull him out. Wouldn't that be a fucking sight to see if, whether it was Trump that got in there, and he literally just pulled him out, and what that would like the volumes that would speak between, you know, Biden administration and Obama. Really, I'm not going to say the Biden administration, because I'm going to say Biden and Obama, right? And that, because I think this still stems from back in the mid 2000s, but I honestly don't know what he's going to do. It wouldn't surprise me if he kind of just, like, pulls back a little bit and kind of, like, hangs out. I'm really curious, though. I am really curious if Biden doesn't get elected, what Putin does. I am kind of curious. Now, China, I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's going to matter what president you have. If they decide to take on Taiwan, and I don't know what China's waiting for. I really don't. I don't know if they just keep saying they're going to, and they're not going to. or if they're waiting to just like continue. Like, are they trying to like, are they currently developing a whole bunch of shit to like, try to get this thing done and make sure that they, come through on top? Because China knows and Xi Jinping knows that if they try to take over Taiwan and start to take over, we're going to be right there too. We're going to be invading that beach too. So I forget what it is. I forget. Again, for some reason, guys, I can't think today, this afternoon. It's Friday. It's been a long week. Not really a long week. It's actually been kind of quick, but it's been a good week. And I can tell even the comments, I just can't think of things. Like, I'm drained. It was hard for me to get up this morning. Well, it wasn't too hard. My alarm, for some reason, this morning, my alarm ended up, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do this real quick. If you guys want me to put anything up here, you guys just let me know. If you guys want to play any games or do anything. Oh, look, my computer knows what I've been talking about. Shit. I don't know. I can't think. I don't even know what I was just saying. Oh, shit. I want to move. And like DeSantis is making me not want to move to Florida either. Like, I want to move there, but like, I'm like, yo, this dude's starting to go over his he's starting to go over his boundaries a little bit too. Let's see, 3. That they said Miami was expensive, but like, you're telling me right here on the coast. Now I can see 7's a lot. Like, oh shit, 40 million. God damn. Miami. I don't know, somewhere, Chris. I'm not sure. Like, not necessarily. This was just, I was still looking. This was the last place I was looking. I would like to go somewhere where there's like some nice opportunity, where it's busy. Maybe Hollywood, Florida, right? See, I want to go somewhere like nice, even if it's hot. But so like New York is just, I think New York is just getting out of control. Like, New York has some good opportunity, but it's just. I think, you know what? I think there have been some financial institutions also that have been moving down to like Tennessee and stuff. But I feel like that's not really, it's not really where, like, I need a beach. Like right now, I'm literally like not far at all from the beach. Like, I am a drive down to Ocean City. I can get to Jersey. All right, it's not going to take. I got Baltimore, I got Philly, I got New York, right? I got everything all right here, and everything is like not too far away. But I don't know. I kind of want to just go somewhere warm. I'm tired. Even though the winters aren't bad, it's just everything is just ugly. Like, there's no leaves. Everything's wet. Got to put down payment on it. Oh, I hear you. I forget which one it was. But I look all over the place, like, cause like even if we could find some opportunity somewhere like Indiana and stuff like that is growing, like some of these homes here, Shelbyville. Why have I heard of Shelbyville? Is there no homes for sale here? Not a single home. Are you serious? Bro, are you serious? Okay, there we go. That's crazy, bro. This thing's probably a mansion. Nope. Just an old school looking Rhode Island type house. Looking like you from Connecticut. Oh, damn. That's so crazy, bro. That's insane. There is no way in hell I would pay $200,000 for that. Are you crazy? Like, am I crazy for that? I mean, there's some... It's going to cost you $200,000 by the time you're done with it. And that's what they... Look, did they not do any type of outside work? Look, they came in, they painted it, put some new jaunt in it. You could tell somebody's flipping this. You can tell somebody's flipping it. They didn't even touch the siding or anything. They put a new door up. They did a shit job on that. Like, what is that step, bro? What is that? You don't have any type of just like, you couldn't make little slants and like you couldn't stain it? Oh my God. So you could tell that a couple of people got together and are trying to flip this house. That's what this is. That's funny. Man, that's crazy though. You can already tell that this is more than it's worth. Oh, okay, it's $189. So you know, okay. I'm just saying, like, I knew something was up here when this thing was $200. No, I'm not liking this home. You know, this is somebody or a couple people that came in, cleaned up the inside, didn't care to even do anything with the out. They didn't even rake. Like, you're going to take pictures of it. Why didn't you just rake the yard? You guys see what I'm saying? And I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you the truth right now. This right here, it wouldn't have cost you but maybe a few $100 to just run a damn fucking sidewalk down the side of that house. Like, doing it yourself would have been a lot better than whatever this falling apart looking ass stuff is. Look at it. It looks like it's getting ready to like that's showing me that the ground is washing away from the house. So I feel like you're asking for 180 grand, 200 grand. You can't even give them a sidewalk or a railing on the porch, like something like that was just thrown together. I don't know. I could have did a better job, and I'm not a carpenter, guys. That's all I'm saying. That's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did, Chris. That's exactly what they did. Like, they didn't even care about the outside. It must have been cold, like real cold, but like, I don't know. Am I wrong? I mean, wouldn't you guys, if you guys were listing a house for sale, wouldn't you at least say, yo, like, even getting a couple of the kids around the neighborhood, listen, guys, here's $100. Give you guys $40 each, $50 each. Can you just rake up the yard or something for me if you can't do it yourself? You know what I'm saying? I would have probably done something with that brick there. I would have tried to, like, clean that up, scrape that mortar off of it, if that's what that is. I don't know what that is, but I don't know. Like, this here, all you would have had to do was, see, I guess the most expensive part to this is getting rid of the sidewalk. But putting a new sidewalk there, like, this is what screams old, right? No new sidewalk. Like, nobody wants to walk up that when they spend 200 grand on a house. I don't know. Like, what is this? So, I don't know. I think with just a few $100, not a few hundred. Let me take that back. With the simple, get rid of that sidewalk, put a new sidewalk in. Like, concrete's not that expensive. And even just throwing some stone down, doing it yourself, putting a Craigslist ad in for a couple concrete. You don't even have to get a finisher to do that. You could have just given a broom finish, and again, I could have just did it myself. And I'm not a fucking I'm not a concrete guy, but I could have put a sidewalk there with a broom finish, and it would have been, you know what I'm saying, giving somebody a new house. Okay, now this whole thing with the patio and stuff, that's a little bit of work. Getting rid of the concrete's a little bit of work. But it's not that much work. It's not that much. And you know what's funny? Actually, some places will take this for free because they'll crush it up and use it for crush and run and or sell it. So you could have why do my right AirPods not last? Anyway, let's keep it moving and grooving. But yeah, that looks like that's exactly what they did. I guess you can't ask for much. I don't know anything about the area. But 200, I could see, 180 seems okay. But honestly, I feel like I feel like the heat is going to be expensive. The energy is going to be expensive because all that heat's just going to be exiting out of the house. I don't know. I think brother to make it. See, that's exactly what I'm saying, Chris. Exactly. That should tell you all you need to know about that actual work done to it. That's my point. That's my point. If they were willing to list it, exactly. You couldn't even have got a couple of kids to rake up around here. And like I said, look at these sidewalks. They're older than the house. I don't know. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. They must have been in a hurry for some reason. I don't know why. So that's exactly that. 105. Look at this one. Look, it looks better than that one. And you're paying double. It's not as big, but I guess they don't believe in. Oh, you know what it is? They rake the backyard, but not the front yard. I don't know. I don't even know what the hell this is. But I wouldn't trust that railing with. Bro, there's two little. Yo, what are they doing to these? Chris, you're not from Indiana, are you? If you are, it's cool. I don't care. But I want to know what the hell they're teaching these people. Look at this thing. Look at that thing. Look. I don't know what is up with these railings. Yeah, I'm just gonna stuff this 2x. All you had to do is get a sledgehammer. Looks like they put a sledgehammer and hit it in the ground and then just nailed the top one on top of it. Swear to God. Oh my God. It's just funny. At least, so look, these guys went and did new siding and stuff, and it makes the house look a lot better. A lot better. I think they started to get, look, it's got the plastic where the electric's inside the thing. Man, that sucks that they have all this old-ass electric things for these houses. Looks like, see, in my area, we don't have stuff like that really anymore. Everything is pretty much underground. There's nothing really above you. I mean, I can see why, because it's in the mid-east, but oh shit, I'm scared to look at this. Look, 34K though, and you could potentially own some grass. It's long term. There's some stuff going on around it. 34 might be a little too much if the houses are only going for $250 and you have this lot here, $3, because right now it's going to cost you at least $150 to $180 to $200 to build a house, I would assume. And that's just without all the paperwork and all the shit that goes into it. So yeah, I know. I think, sometimes it's just something you gotta, here's the thing. You'll never lose value with a house unless, obviously, you have, a recession to where you have a credit problem, a housing problem. But, there's always, what I would like to do is, personally, because we talked about this before, is I would like to I would like to own so remember when you said that an apartment a couple weeks ago would be where the money is what you would like to do or something? Well, it was funny you said that because I was watching Ben Mallah. It was last week or a week or two ago, whatever, and his son had said, family housing or something like that is where the money's at. And I'm like, oh, okay. I wonder why he's saying that. So there's a reason why. he's saying that. I don't know if it's because they're talking about value add with the home and you can add a room and like, you know, bump up the rent or the value of the home. So, because it was on, I think it was on the latest Ben Mallet video. So if you check that out, he literally says that. And it was the video after the day you said that, Chris, is why it was so ironic. It was one of the last two. It was one of the last two, and it was one of his sons. I think it was this one. I think it was this one. So, he cracks me up. I gotta be honest, man. Ben reminds me so much of my dad. Other than smoking, he don't smoke no more. He just like just the way that they act. So you'll have to check it out, man. If you don't watch it, you'll have to check it out because he said that's where the money's at. I don't know what they were talking about, but I don't know. So apparently, so my sister just bought a home in Austin. She just had it built. And I know Austin's been growing and stuff, but you know, like look at these homes here. Like for anybody that thinks that, like, for me, what does that mean? What do you mean for me? For me? Why do you think it's for me? For you. Oh, it's for me? Specifically for me. You got something for me? So somebody can, let's go look at the inside. I mean, you know, oh shit. You know, to have access to a home. I mean, I don't know what it is with Indiana and these freaking I just don't know. I don't know if they taught anybody how to stabilize anything. I'm not saying that this one's wrong. I just look at it and for some reason I don't trust it. I really don't. So 90. This thing needs a lot of work, but you know what? You got a home. There's your new home. They didn't clean up the backyard for you. What is up with Indiana, bro? Do they just not give a shit to clean up pictures? Like, if I go commissioner, maybe this is like a fix and a yeah, it's a repair. I know it. I had a feeling. Oh wait, look, this is an old photo of the basement. So there is a basement, or is there's an old toilet down there? God damn, this looks like a horror movie. This, you know, again though, I don't know what's going on with this thing, but you know, like Ben, you know, there's always a way to start in real estate. You know, I don't know anything about real estate, but I mean, the roof doesn't look bad. The gutters look like they need cleaned out. There's a ton of leaves. I don't know. Maybe it might be windy and they try to rake and then just rake back. I don't know. Here in Kentucky was the best place for real estate investing. Yeah, we'll have to look. How is the, you know, I know. So I actually, you know what's crazy is I looked at, or it was posted at least, and I almost drove there. It was a duplex, right? They wanted $300 for it. At least that's the listing price, right? That's the listing price. Okay. They wanted $300,000, and this was before COVID and everything went crazy. Well, I ended up like not going through with it because I could tell that there wasn't anything done with it. And I just, you know, time kind of passed and things kind of just ripped and like prices went high, and I always wonder how much that was going for now, because looking at it, I guess they were trying to get about $150 a door, but it's not finished. Like you $150,000 a door is with it finished, right? So, and that was pre-COVID. So I'm kind of curious what that place sold for, if it even did sell, what they sold it for later on, and if somebody fixed it and did something with it. But you know, I don't know what type of jobs and stuff this place has out there in Indiana and stuff like that, but you know, there's obviously a lot of homes that, like, you know, in time should go up in value if they're still standing. Like, what is this? Like, I don't understand what's with the old, like, put a board in the ground. I know it's a sawhorse, but what's it doing there? Like, what is this? Oh, because they... Holy shit. I guess somebody stopped. Looks like a fairly new water heater and AC unit, but I don't know, man. This is another house. It looks like you had all these people come through and try to fix these houses at low prices and ran out of money. I gotta be honest. That's what all these places look like. Cause I mean, there's not many photos here, but I feel like maybe they didn't try to do anything with it. There's got to be something really wrong with this. That's a new coupling there. I don't know. I wonder what the backstory is on this thing. And what did they want for it? 100? I mean, so the average house in my state right now is just under $500,000. About it, like a little over $250,000. Let's see. I'm gonna Google it right now. Let's Google it right now. He said, "Do you want the 2023 price or not?" Oh, so it's went down. So the average price is $257. $257. Is that before? Look, and this one says $329. The median listing home price square foot $201. Median home price was sold $329,000. Nah, I'm in Delaware. I might be going to South Beach though. I might take my talents to South Beach. Fucking DeSantis is fucking that one up though. Let's go to Kentucky. You know what? Kentucky has a good Have you been through a tornado, Chris? Bro, you know what? You're just outside of the earthquake. They said it was felt from Maine to Maryland. You're a little ways out. I'm surprised I felt it. That was kind of crazy though, because I literally didn't know if like the house was like moving and something was like the house was going to cave in, or if something was happening. And I'm like, wait, am I getting ready to pass out on the live stream? Like, am I like having an out of mind experience? Like, am I like, did I not like get enough fluid or something? Not fluid, but you know what I mean? Like, you know, when people pass out because they're standing and they don't have circulation or something. It was crazy. And then I start moving forward and backwards. And I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I'm definitely moving right now. My monitor's moving. Let's see here. Louisville. Have you ever experienced a tornado? Man, you know what this would do, man? You have a lot of like, and it's kind of far, but see, I wish I had like, so where I'm at, it takes me forever. Like, let's say if I want to go watch like Big Ten, like if I want to go to like watch like Big Ten football or like, you know, a big college, a Power 5 conference, like football game or basketball game, The closest one I have is College Park, which is a little ways away. And it just sucks that whenever like Delaware plays like Duke or something, like they always go there and they don't come here. So it's like, you know, I thought about writing a letter to the NCAA and saying, look, yo, can you guys like bring some people here, because we don't have the opportunity to go to like a Tennessee Vols game, or you know what I'm saying, like for me to drive all the way to New York for what, like Rutgers. And I think Happy Valley is way up here, like it takes forever to get there. I might as well to go to Ohio State. So it just sucks that like there's no big Power 5 school other than Maryland to go to. But I guess that's not so bad, even though College Park is a little ways away. No, never. Damn. I think I have once. What river is this? Yeah, so I was looking at Florida. I was just like, I don't know. I felt like I kind of want to just go down there. I feel like there's a lot of opportunity. Then, you know, let alone the opportunity that's here in the United States. But, you know, you have your hot spots. But I feel like this place is growing. Like, look, you could live really close to the beach here. Excuse me. And, like, if you try to do that, like, look. If you tried to live close to the beach, like, pretty much damn near on the beach where I'm at, you're going to be paying about $1 million. It's crazy. Let's just go anywhere. Just go to Ocean City. Just go to the beach. Where is it? Come on now. There's no way. Ocean City. There, I was going to say. There's no way it's down that far. Alright, let's see. What we got here, gang? Look, 820. You're going to be spending about $1 million. 625, 700, 1 million, 1.2. Got a couple down here. I wonder what. That's probably just lots. So this has a few different home. Wow. I wonder. I do. You know what's funny? My dad and his friend have a huge garage. They have like everything. My dad said he's got a few Lansby records with like Lucid and. But yeah, I know cars. I haven't been into cars in a while, but like. I know cars. I had me and my girl had 2018 Mustang, Nissan. I have a 1500 Ram right now. I've had 2 S4s, A4 Avant. Give me over to you. Would you rather a CTS, a CT5, B Blackwing, or is a CT5 the newer, obviously the newer version, or an M5 comp? And the M5, are you talking about a BMW? And what series? Let's see. I'll tell you right now. I'm probably going to tell you CTS-V. Okay, hold on. What the? Come on, man.
When it comes to investing, we live in uncertain times. Some assets can evaporate at the click of a button. Others can deflate with a single policy
I would. Here's what I would do. Do I have to pick the two? Do I have to pick the two?
When these business owners need cash fast, they turn to Biz2 Credit to fund what's next. From fitness studios to medical offices and every small business in between, we've got you covered.
Do I have to pick the two? That's my question. Do I have to pick the two? I would listen. I would. I don't know. I don't know what I would do. You know what? I honestly. I would say give me. Because like. I would have to ask then like. Are you just keeping it stock for the most part? Maybe add an exhaust. You know what? Oh, okay, okay. So we'll just say 80 to 100. What would I do? I would probably take there's so many options, but I gotta be honest, since that's the price range, I would go with I'll just say it. I'd rather have a ZR1 or a Z06, and I would have a little bit of work done to it, like a C6 Z06, or even a C7. What are they going for now? And I would get some drag radials and some work to it, but I would probably do a C6. I want to see what they're going for right now. They were going for like 40s. Yeah, they're a lot cheaper. So I would spend half on the car or a CTS-V, and I would go ahead and get some drag radials, probably boost it with some nice drag radials, small tire up front, a little bigger tire out in the back, tune, obviously cam. It's just like, it's reliable, number one. Reliability. I don't have to worry about too much. Something like I don't see anything here. Let's see here. Or anything in the option of 100,000 to 120. Yeah, 600 horsepower stock. Like, this is probably what I would go with, right? I would probably go with something like this, honestly. I would still do it. Now, you know, if we're talking like just bone stock, or not bone stock, but like something that's like a new vehicle, because it's like, it's all on like this is what I would do, because I'm getting the driving experience. I'm still getting, you know, 6-speed transmission. You know, it'll handle some power. I can do some work with it. It'll be a head turner. It'll sound just incredible. You know, nothing against the new Mustangs or anything. They're nice for what they are and stuff. I'm a vet guy at heart. See, then I could also say, like I've always had, like, ever since, like, you could always do just exactly what DDE did, and do the, get the Ferrari Enzo with a V12, not the Ferrari Enzo, but, Ferrari, what is it? It is, I don't know why today I can't think, Ferrari, it's not an Enzo, is it? It's not an Enzo, because the Ferrari Enzo is crazy, stupid expensive. Yeah, fuck. But it has the V12 Enzo motor in it for a 599. 599 stick shift, stick. You have V12 up front, straight pipe. Now it's quick, but it's not fast. Okay, so it's like, but you have that V12 like sound. So, but I would probably go to Z6 or a CTS-V, like you said. It all depends. What would my options be? What would you do, Chris? Let me ask you first. What would you do? What would you do? Because you can't, like, you ain't really getting, like, even a McLaren, I wouldn't really want one because they have so many problems, and you, like, they just cost so much. They just love to drain your wallet. Like, anytime you try to beat on it. Like, you know what also I really like? I do have a heart for some of the BMW, like you said, like M3s and M5s. Like an E92, I think it is. E92 M3. I think it's a 92. Nope, not a 92. I gotta go higher. Yeah, the E93s is what I was thinking. Yeah, what would you do? I do have a soft spot for some of these BMWs though, like right here. What are they calling this? Do you know what series this is? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Like, I would personally, like, if you want something that sounds good, right? You just have to worry. I mean, it's not like they're a headache to work on, but they are a headache. You're going to have to worry about engine lights. Like, the thing is with the CTS-V, you throw on an exhaust, some drag radials, you can get some heads, and it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. And you just be like, whoa, whoa. Like, you can just, you know, you can turn some heads, like, and a BMW is not going to sound like that. You know, I feel like I'd much rather have a V8 than I would, you know, depending on, like, as far as, you know, coming out of factory, fairly new, gotta give me the Vet or the CTS-V. I gotta be honest, that fucking hurt. I knew it was coming. Fuck. You know, I think the BMW might be a little too quiet. Not saying they're not fast, because they are. They are pretty quick. I've been watching a few videos on them, and I think it just comes down to, like, you know, personal opinion and what you plan on doing with them. I just think I gotta take that. I gotta take the whatchamacallit. I would go with the Vet or you know, a CTS-V. Let's see here. I want to see something real quick. I haven't ate anything today. 90. Come on. You know what? I forgot about Challengers and Demons too. See, even this is kind of quiet, but you can open it up. I don't know if they have, what you would call it, valves in the exhaust. can open that thing up even more too, though. I just don't think you're going to get that out of a BMW. I really don't. I don't know if they have one at the shop or not. I know he had. Like, you know what I'm saying? Come on, bro. And I had some heads there. That's what I wanted to hear. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they're reliable for sure. For sure. But, oh shit, look at this. Something happened. Yeah, oh, okay. Yeah, look. Oh, damn, bro. No! Did it go in the windshield? Okay, Abby, hold on. My car, bro. That's brutal. They're making cars so cheap nowadays. That's crazy. I know. I'm with you. Come on, baby. No! I know. I'm getting off here. Yo, did they do that on purpose? Did you see that? And then why is there a reason why you wouldn't go with an M3 that you think an M5 offers? I mean, an M5 is going to give you just a bigger body style, you know, obviously more possible. I don't know what motors they're making with. See, listen, I haven't been in the car game in a little bit because I haven't really cared about it. You know, but what are they offering? Why, like, I could see why you brought up the Cadillac and the M5 because they both are one and of the same to an extent. You know, they're about the same size. I'm just wondering why. You know, is there a reason why you wouldn't want an M3 over the M5 that the M5 offers that the M3 doesn't? That's such a beauty. HRE's on it too. He's got HRE wheels. They look like 19s or 20s. Kind of big. Yeah, for me. Yeah. Damn, so Cadillac slacking. I wonder if they're going to start making all. Oh, you're saying yeah, the M5's more powerful. Yeah, it is because it's a bigger car too. It's a bigger car. That's the other thing you're not going to get too. So that's a hard decision because you're not going to get that interior. Like you can't. And look at that. Look at the steering wheel. The Altera, Altera cloth, whatever it's called. It's Friday. I'm going on with like no sleep. This is nice though.
can't drive stick, you're not a real.
Sounds really good. We just way off topic. What the hell is that? I've never seen a big ass outboard motor like that. Is this real? There's no way it's real. Yes, it is. See, where I'm from, we use
Even though our
motors.
fingers.
Alright, okay, that's it. That's it. The Blackwing with no M5 interior is a no-brainer for me. The Blackwing with the M5 interior. Yeah. No, for sure. That's the decision that has to be made, is like, you know what, and that sound, you can't replicate that sound. So I knew somebody, I was trying to find the video a while ago where it was in Georgia at a car show, European car show, and he had an M3 with velocity stacks, and like, listen to that sound with aluminum heads. Bro, are you kidding me? Did it just die? I don't know why my right AirPod has been dying, and it's been sitting in the charger and it's not charging. Like, you can't, like, that sound is, so there's like, you know, like, to me, you can't replicate that sound. Like, that clean, it's not Formula 1, but that's just that BMW. Oh man, I gotta do something with my life today. We had a good day, man. We were close, bro. We were so close with that Tesla trade. So close. I got a lot of them mad today, man. Unfortunately, got a lot of people mad at me today. 3 minutes ago at 2:35. At 2:35, I didn't. 2:35. No, I did not feel another earthquake at 2:35. I was hoping to. Oh shit. That's a nice garage. He's got his own lift in there. That's nice. It's probably a BMW tech. Vorsteiner banner. Why do I know that? Look at those carbon tips on that. That is sick. See, I don't know if you're going to be able to get stuff with the Cadillac with that. Like this in white with a carbon fiber trim, like, that shit's sick. Oh shit. Yo, why does this thing go so off topic?
When Doug and Andre came.
Doesn't sound good.
I'm trying to hear from the inside, bro. But we're almost freaking there. I'm hyped, bro. I'm gonna tell these guys to record because I'm obviously not gonna be recording this.
I wonder if you had to buy new
Dude,
ball
all 4
sensors
tabs. I'm
for
freaking hyped.
for the O2
All right,
sensor.
boys, we're freaking our freaking M5. But look at this freaking M3 right here, though. Jeez, look how sexy that thing is right there. We're gonna pick it up, see how it sounds. I'm excited, bro. Dude. Okay, let's get the frick out of here, bro. All right, boys, this will be the first freaking pull in this. Let's get it. Oh my gosh! What the fudge? Dude, this is crazy.
I mean,
Oh my
it brings you joy. If it brings you joy, it
fucking
brings you
right.
joy. Puts a smile on your face, it puts a smile on your face. That's what it's all about.
What the heck? I can hear the turbos like it's freaking next to me.
I don't know why he does. There you go. I was just saying, just use your left hand.
Holy! This is crazy. This is a whole different beast. Hi. Mama Johnson one more time. I know this doesn't let me until 3K. Holy!
Oh shit. Well, I'm out of here, gang.
Oh my goodness, bro.
You guys have a great weekend. I'm gonna try to do a video of this week. Next week, I'm gonna make it the same as this week. You know, just consistent. Just being consistent. Oh, damn. So, but that's all I got. You guys have a great weekend. I'll see you, Chris. You have a great weekend, buddy.